Good morning. It's already great to see you at the beginning of what's going to be a great two-day annual conference. I'm Greg Pruitt, the president of the Spastic Paraplegia Foundation, and we want to welcome you virtually with us as we start this process over the next couple of days. It's going to be an exciting time. This particular meeting, we've been planning and thinking about for 2 or 3 years now to be in Washington, D.C., to be able to deal with our federal representatives in Congress, to be able to talk to federal agencies about our issues, money for research, regulatory issues. We've been working in that direction, and you're going to hear more about all of those things more in detail as we work through my opening remarks this morning and some of the comments by speakers over the next 2 days. Washington, D.C., beautiful this time of year. I know with the federal government being shut down, there may be things that you can't get into, but still just to see that beautiful Capitol, to see the White House, all the monuments, absolutely beautiful. And the weather's been great while we've been here, so I hope all of our folks who've come enjoy their time in Washington, D.C., get a chance to see some things. And those of you who are at home, we miss you. We wish you were here with us, but thank you for joining us virtually. With me is a lady that all of you know, Miss Norma Pruitt, who serves as our executive director and conference coordinator, all the details, and there are many, many details that go with putting together an annual conference, finding speakers, dealing with meals, dealing with all kinds of issues, particularly with our mobility and accessibility issues that we have to be careful to deal with. So a lot of stuff that goes on, but Norma, our executive director, and my better half, Norma, welcome, and just share with our folks at home some of the information you've got about our program and this conference.
Thank you, Greg. Thank you very much. And thank you all for joining us as we're kicking off our 22nd annual Spastic Paraplegia HSP PLS conference in Washington, D.C. Thank you all for joining us across the world. We appreciate that. We're wanting to create the unity. United we stand and roll, champion the cures. That's what we're in Washington, D.C. this year to talk about, and how do we bring clinical, translational, and regulatory science together to have the perfect storm in order for us to find those perfect therapies and treatments that we're all desperately seeking. So thank you guys for joining us. I've got some housekeeping kind of rules that I want to talk to you guys about and share with you, and then we'll kick it back to you, Greg, so that you can kind of cap us off as we get ready. I think 8:30 you're going to be on the podium welcoming everyone. What we're going to be talking about is that we have our live stream heading as you guys are on now with us, but our chat box may not work as we had anticipated because of the technical issues that are going on with the platforms. So have a little mercy there for us, and we'll see what we can do to try to get that worked out while we are online. If not, you guys know how to reach us. You know how to reach out and have communications. Put all your questions together on one email, if you will. Send that to us. If there happens to be a technical issue as we're in the middle of the day, we will know it instantly. So you don't have to send us emails and let us know. We will be working to get that restored just as quickly as possible. So I wanted to tell you about the chat box. We were hopeful that that was going to be something that we could work out and let you guys kind of have an interaction with people that are also online and all those that are across the world watching. And again, you're going to be able to catch this on our YouTube channel. So if you miss the session here and there today and tomorrow, no worries. We'll have it all on YouTube channel just as quickly as we possibly can. So remember to go to the home screen of the website, and at the very bottom you'll find all of the social media platforms. Find the YouTube channel link, set your notifications so that you get a message the moment that that YouTube channel has that new upload. I wanted to tell you guys that we did have a change in our schedule as we recognized when we showed up that the hotel was not going to be able to have their dinner restaurant open for the changes that's all happened in Washington, D.C. So we just kind of had to jump in there and make a quick change. We know how difficult it is for everyone to try to make reservations and have the mobility concerns. And, you know, where we're located, there's not a lot of walkables to any other kind of local flavor. So we have designed a banquet tonight. And we're sorry that you can't be with us on live stream, but we want you to be with us when we start the presentations, because we have some special announcements and presentations that we want to make, and we want to talk to you guys about. It's some really important things that has happened, and we want to make sure that you guys hear about those things. And then there's going to be an auction. We've had some wonderful donors and sponsors that are donating pieces of art that is just absolutely beautiful. And I'll try to get our cameraman to swap around and be able to show you guys those art pieces. Not all of them have arrived at this point, but we will show you those, so that we're going to be doing a live auction call later this evening. So as dinner, once we're going to pause at around 5 o'clock Eastern time. And then we will have a dinner in the room, and then we'll come back on live stream, and then we'll be able to hear that presentation. Greg's going to kick that off for us. And then we will do the auction. So if you know someone that is here and you want to call in to them and place a bid, then we're going to try to make that available for those that have that ability and want to auction and want to bid on these items. No worry, you're not here to get those. I will mail them to you, so that's no issue at all. If you do bid and you are the winning bidder, then you will need to make that donation button, right? You'll need to click on our website and go ahead and deposit that into the account before we leave tonight, so that if you're not going to actually be the winning one, then we may need to rebid that before we actually leave the room. So I just wanted to let you guys know that and make that available to you, for all of you that want to be participating in some way for doing any kind of donation. I want to thank all the anonymous donors that are so generous in their giving, and that's the things that helps us to put these conferences together, so that we can rely on those donations, so that we can use all the donations as much as possible for the medical research of trying to find these therapies and treatments. I think on the link I sent you guys on live stream, you have a copy of the conference program. So please take time to go through that. There's a quick little cheat sheet on the back page so that you guys can look at that very quickly. But please take time to look through the conference booklet and notice all the things that's going on, all the links that you may also want to take time to look at. We have all that on our website. Please take time to enjoy that information. And, other than that, Greg, I think I've kind of covered everything that I need to cover, unless there's something else you can think about.
Well, as I said before, we've been looking forward to this meeting for 2 to 3 years so that we could deal with our federal people. And if you're looking at the agenda that Norma has just shared with you, that you might look at, the agenda is going to be, we're going to be moving.
Different.
We're going to be moving quite a lot around, because our 4 federal people who had enthusiastically agreed to come talk with our group in the last 3 to 4 days, they've all indicated by email that they cannot join us. And we invited them to come on a personal basis, not a professional basis, but the rules in their offices won't allow them to participate in anything that's related to their work scope while the federal government is shut down. So we appreciate their willingness, but they won't be with us, so we'll be modifying our schedule some. Perhaps some longer breaks in places and some different speakers in different places, and we'll try to let you know that as early as we can as we move through that agenda. Again, as Norma said, the sponsors are so important. We hope you'll look at those, and if you get a chance to do business with them or ever say thank you to them, it's always good. Some of them are anonymous, and they want to be anonymous. They want to support this effort, and they're not asking, for a lot of thank you or pats on the back, and we appreciate that very much. Again, we're here in Washington, D.C. I do want to say one thing, though, Norma, about emailing out the virtual links.
Oh, okay.
Just for future reference, guys. I know when you're at home and you pay for the virtual link and you begin looking for that before our event, but the way we're staffed, we have one person who's running this event, and when we get here, we're working the 2 or 3 days before the event to put everything together. So Norma will never, ever send out that link until the night before the event, because even as late as last night, we had someone else contact us who wanted to register for the virtual. So that's the reason that you might have thought the link wasn't coming, or you were a little bit nervous about that. But you can rest assured now and in the future, when you pay for a virtual link, you will get that link
Yes.
before the conference begins. And if something happens and you don't get that link, we'll gladly refund the money you've paid to do that. But
Yeah.
again, we're glad that you're with us. We're happy to be here in Washington, D.C. We're officially 0.6 of a mile from the U.S. Capitol, where
Yep.
folks are debating about whether or not to reopen government. We're about 1.3 miles from the White House, where the president and his family sleep. So we're right in the middle of where a lot is going on, and maybe more ought to be going on. But in any regard, we'll leave the politics to the politicians.
Well, and you might want to say also that we do have some members of Congress's staff and presentations that we will have at that point on the agenda.
As we worked on this meeting, we looked clearly at the Rare Disease Caucus in both the House and the Senate. And we have 2 senators and 2 congressmen whose offices will be represented one way or the other with us. And that'll be late this afternoon and late tomorrow afternoon,
Yes.
toward the end of our agenda.
Yep.
So we hope you'll stay on. A couple of those are pre-recorded messages, and they're very effective. You'll enjoy hearing about those.
Yes. I want to make sure that everybody reminds yourself that at 10:30 Eastern Time, that Greg is going to be presenting the survey, the Patient's Voice survey, that almost 800 of you have put that information together in less than a month. You hit the survey button. We've got all that information. It is absolutely profound, and it's going to be an amazing presentation. We had a group of folks that is our volunteer staff that helped to put the survey together, and then we had a professional statistician that helped us to really analyze that information, and you're going to be amazed at that. And as soon as Greg is able to give that presentation at 10:30 Eastern today, then that information will become available on our website as a downloadable document, and then please take time to do that. It's about 50 pages, so obviously you may not want to print it, but we want you to download it and hit the download and share that with your family members, and look at the same message that most all of you with HSP and PLS have said about your diseases. And you'll look at that and you go, you know, I'm not so rare as I've been told. You've got the same type of symptoms, and that's what we're going to be trying to hit, is how do we stop the progression of the spasticity and the leg weakness and those things. So I can't wait for you guys to hear this presentation. Greg is gonna blow it out of the park.
Well, I'm not sure about that, but
I am.
But in just a few minutes, we're going to leave you for a moment so that I can head to the podium and open our agenda. And I want you to listen real closely, because during those remarks, I'm going to make a very, very important announcement that you're going to want to celebrate about. As we planned this meeting 2 to 3 years ago, there were particular milestones we hoped to reach.
Yep.
And we've reached
We
at
have.
least one of them earlier than we thought, and we're able to announce that and talk about that today. So a lot of exciting things going on. We wish you were here with us, but we're glad you're watching virtually, and we'll hope as we plan next year's event, when we get to doing that, that maybe you'll consider coming and joining us there. Again, thank you for being with us this morning.
Yes,
Norma and
thank
I
you.
look forward to working through this next 2 days with our board and folks who are here, and we're going to open this up in just a few moments, and we'll see you in a little while.
See you soon.
Good morning. Those of you who know Norma and me know that now that she's come up and given me my final directions, it's okay for me to start. Welcome to Washington, D.C. and to the 2025 Spastic Paraplegia Foundation Annual Conference. There's a lot of exciting stuff to talk about. I look forward, before I finish these remarks, to making an announcement that some of you may have heard over in the side and wondered if it was true, but I'm going to get a chance to, I've gotten permission to talk directly about that in a little while, and I look forward to doing that. But thank all of you for being here. Let me ask you, normally at this conference, 50 to 60% of our attendees are first-time attendees, and I've already met some first-time attendees this morning. If you're a first-time attendee, would you raise your hand just so we, yeah. So we want to make you feel at home and welcome all the way around. So thank you for being here. And we'll tell you right now, we hope that you help get that percentage down next year by coming to wherever we are next year, so that there's fewer percentage, but more in numbers. So thank you for being here and for your interest in the foundation and all the things that are going on. And of course, all of us are here because we've got HSP or PLS or someone in our family who has it, and we're desperately seeking opportunity to learn about research, to be part of making a difference in finding meaningful treatments, and we hope one day cures. So thank you all for being here. A couple of very important announcements. If you don't know where the restroom is, let me share with you. Out the door and back down the ramp, or back down the little short hallway, and right there on the left where it says FEMA building and there are guards. As you're going from here there, you turn left and go down a little hallway, and there's a code that you have to get in, and it's real simple, but you might want to write it down if your memory is like mine. But the code is 12456. So it's 1 through 6 without the 3. So that's where the restroom is. If you need, and if you were to get there and those restrooms are busy and full, there's another one, but it's a long way almost back to the lobby. So that's important information always, I think, for me and for you as well. One other thing, you came past Congressional Ballroom on your way here. Congressional Ballroom has a large screen TV set up in there, and what we're doing in here is broadcast simultaneously there. So if you were to have a need to get away, a place to relax a little bit different, or you need some quiet time away from the group, you can always go in there and watch on that screen what's happening in here at the same time. That may not be an issue, but that's there if you need that. Again, we're excited to be in Washington, D.C. This meeting, we have been targeting and planning in a minute. We've been targeting and planning for up to 3 years in an effort to bring our patient populations, our researchers, our clinicians, and most importantly here in DC, our federal partners together to talk about how do we move most expeditiously in the right direction. So we're excited to be here for that reason, and thank you for joining us. The first thing I want to do is introduce some people. Some of you know some of these folks, but I want you to know them well before you leave, and I want to talk to you about our board members and those who are working here with us as staff. And board member, if you're where you are, just raise your hand. The first board member, one at a time. The first board member I want to introduce is back in the back, Frank Davis. Frank was our president for 10 years. He's still working hard on the board, and we appreciate Frank so much. Seated back there next to Frank is Tina Krogan. Tina's been a board member for over 10 years plus. She chairs our advocacy committee and is very involved in the operations of the foundation. We appreciate her as well. Over on the other side and the aisle is Mr. John Cobb. John's been on the board again for over 10 years. John has been chair of our research committee these past couple of years, and we appreciate his work. Becky Cochran. Becky's here toward the front, and Becky, this is her first year on our board. She and her family have been to a number of our conferences, and she graciously agreed to serve on our board, and we appreciate that. We've got some other board members who are working with us virtually at home, and I just want to mention them. You'll know them. Jackie Wellman, who works with our ambassadors. Hank Chupi, who is our website person and helps us with a lot of electronic work. Katrina Thurgood, who lives in England, and her daughter Maddie is dealing with HSP. Sarah Kramer, who's working with our research committee, and this is her first year on the board as well. We appreciate her service. And then you guys all remember Jim Sheehan, who is our vice chair and who also is chair of our fundraising committee. Jim and his wife couldn't be here this weekend, but I think he's watching partially virtually at home, and he's always beating on me to keep up the fundraising. Don't forget the fundraising. I'm not there, but don't forget the fundraising. So we'll talk a little bit more about that as we go as well. And Dr. Fink, I don't think I've seen Dr. Fink this morning, but of course Dr. Fink works closely with our board, has been our medical advisor since the foundation was formed back in 2002, and we appreciate him so much. Some other people I want to introduce to you, and I know probably every one of you in this room has dealt with at one time or the other, probably multiple times. The lady over here in the back on the row, and the right, her name is Norma Pruitt. Norma's our executive director, and I'm just going to tell you, to be honest with you, at our house, we live on a farm. If we're not busy with something farm-wise, if Norma's awake and and not sick. She's on the computer doing something about HSP and PLS and the foundation. And I appreciate very much the work that she puts in to do that. Also with us, I want to introduce over on this wall, Miss Linda Arnold. Linda has joined us this past few months. Linda is our fundraising and relationship manager. She's going to be working us specifically with our fundraising work and some of our other administrative tasks and work. And next to her is Miss Mary Kay Robinson. Mary Kay's been helping us with these for a number of years, and we appreciate all that she does as well. So give all of them a great big hand. I want to talk to you now for a couple of minutes about some of the things in our program. And I hope you've got your bag, because there are a number of things I want to mention. First of all, in our program, on page 3 is a list of our sponsors. And we're like any other organization. We'd love to have more sponsors. So if you know of a sponsor, send them our way. But we want you to know who's helping us put these events on, so that when you get a chance to say thank you in one way or the other, that would be a very good thing to do. The schedule, as you guys know, when we planned this event, we did not know until after we received the printed program that the restaurant in this hotel that we thought might serve you dinner at night closes at 2 in the afternoon. And we know, given the location here and many of our conditions and challenges in getting from point A to point B, we looked at all the options and said the best option, we're just going to eat prime rib in the hotel. So tonight, this work in this room, this is where we'll have dinner tonight. At 5 o'clock or so, we will end our work in here for the day, and we'll ask all of you, all of us, to get out the door as quickly as we can, because they will come in and set this room up for dinner. And we hope to get back in this room 6:45, 7 p.m., somewhere around that time for dinner. And again, we will be having prime rib, and we'll have a short program to talk about some things and share some information with you tonight, as well as auction some very wonderful pieces of art and a quilt, and those are all back here in the back corner. When you take a break and get a chance to look, feel free to do that. We hope you might spend some money that will benefit the foundation, and we thank all of those who have provided. We'll talk more about that tonight as well. Between 5 and 7, there will be out in the hall a cash bar. So if you don't want to go back to the room, you want to spend a little time fellowshipping together, there'll be a cash bar, and the key word is cash. You won't be able to use a credit card. It'll have to be cash. And if you don't have cash, there's an ATM, I'm told, up near the lobby. So sometime today, get prepared for some cash in your pocket if you'd like to have a drink or two between 5 and 7 tonight. Some of you, or maybe many of you, may have seen about a week or so ago, Jim Sheehan, our fundraising chair, sent out a video email message saying he wasn't going to be able to be here. Fundraising, this event is not about fundraising. This event is about gathering all of us together to share some time together, to talk about how we live life with these conditions that we have, to hear from our researchers and our clinicians about treatments and studying the research. So this is not a fundraiser, and just so you know, and I'm sure many of you have been involved or maybe still are involved in organizations where you go to annual conferences where you pay $400 or $500 or more to go. For those agencies, that's a fundraiser. But this is not a fundraiser. If you registered early, you paid $200. And if you've never planned one of these, you may not know what I'm about to tell you, but if you registered early at $200, the food that you're going to eat while you're here costs more than $200. So the way we work these, we're not trying to make money. We do our best to price this as break even, because we want to encourage everyone to come who can. So this is not a fundraising event, but 2 years ago, as we talked about trying to create the CERN, at that meeting, there was an excitement. A couple of folks stood up and said, we need to raise some money. And before we left that conference, about $75,000 have been raised to start work toward the CERN. Then last year, Jim was there. And while he was there, he had a call from one of our members who couldn't be at the meeting, who said, I will match all contributions up to X number of dollars. So last year before we left, not planning to do it, but as we left, we'd raised about another $75,000. Well, your fundraising chair who couldn't be here, he's antsy. He'd like for us to be able to do something fundraising-wise. So he by email, video, said to all of us that he and Melissa were going to commit to donate $1,000 and challenged all of us to do that, or to donate whatever you might be able to donate. And let me say about that, whether it's $10, $1,000, $10,000, it doesn't matter. All of it goes toward a very, very important purpose. But Norma and I are going to join Jim and Melissa, and we're going to commit right now that we'll donate $1,000. And if while you're here, you would like to make a contribution, Toby? Thank you. Thank you, Toby and Becky. And Frank in the back. Thank you, Frank. There's 4 right there. Another 5. Thank all you guys. Linda, who I just introduced, who's working in our fundraising and relationship work. Those of you who would donate, if you would see her, she will help you with that process and getting that done. So.
One more comment on that. So I'm also going to donate. My employer is going to match me. So instead of $1,000, I'll do $2,000.
Great. And I think a good point there that John's making is if you have an employer match, get it and bring it too if you can. But thank all of you for that. Again, it's not a fundraiser. We're glad that you're here. If you can make a contribution, great. If not, this will probably be about the last time you hear us talk about that specifically. Next in your packet that I want to mention is the 2024 annual report. Each year, mid-year, usually around July or August, we publish and distribute our annual report, reporting to you and to our contributors and people who are interested in this work, the money that was raised and how it was spent. And in last year's report that we released back in July, I think, of last year, it has information in there about the specific grants that we awarded the year before, a little summary about what kind of work was being done. But in that book is a full list of every grant that we've ever granted going back to 2003, just by title. And why did we do that? We did that because, 20 plus years down the road, we want you to see the work the foundation has been doing for a long time. And that's possible because many of you have been contributing that long toward this work. But it also relates to the processes that we are in now, and I'll speak more to that later. But this is the annual report. It's in your bag. We hope you'll take a chance, if you hadn't had a chance yet, when you can, to look at that and learn more about that. Also in your packet is a book that looks like this, and I'm going to hold up and talk about a lot more in a couple of hours. A great piece of survey work done by your volunteers. I'm going to talk more about what is in this, why it is done, what it might have cost us to have hired professionals to do this. But this has got a lot of information that you're going to want to take and look and kind of digest later on. Also in your packet, I'm sure most of you know that October 17th was World Day. The first World Day ever for HSP and PLS. Why is that a big deal? It's a big deal because there are patients all over the world. There are clinicians and researchers all over the world. And we need to be working and sharing with each other the best of what's happening so we can collaboratively piece that together and reach that possible treatment quicker. So World Day happened October 17, and some of you may have participated. If you got the email, the messages, and you decided to log in, you were certainly welcome to do that. That was a long day at my house. That particular day, when that got scheduled, I already was committed to a morning meeting and an afternoon meeting, both away from my home. But I woke up that morning at about 2:45, and I could hear in the room next to my bedroom, Norma talking. You guys know Norma well enough. She's not in here, is she? Norma can talk a lot for a long time. Norma and Dina Landfair, and by the way, I failed to mention Dina Landfair, who is also a board member. Dina's not virtual, and she's not here because she's in an airplane on her way here now. We hope that she'll be here sometime early this afternoon, so she is on her way. But Norma and Dina started on that at 3 a.m. in the morning talking to folks in Australia. And we're on that call until 7:30 p.m. that night, ending up with our Brazilian population. And in between, there were patients, organizations, researchers from Spain, Italy, France, Germany, a number of other countries that participated in that. And that kind of working together and collaboration is so important as we try to move toward those treatments and cures that we're so much interested in having and finding. Also, in your packet, in most of your packets, I think we ran out of these before we got every packet filled, but in many of your packets, you have 20 SPF brochures. You might be saying, why did these crazy people give me 20 brochures? Well, here's why. This is a true story. Some of those brochures, one of our patients, one of our brothers or sisters, took a stack of those to a neurologist's office and left them on a table. And the neurologist's office was okay with that. But what happened from that is someone who came in who had a condition that had not yet been diagnosed, that they didn't understand, picked up that brochure, and when they learned what they learned in that brochure, it aided in getting them to the proper doctor, to the proper diagnosis, just a little bit quicker. So we give you those brochures so that you can share them with family if you need to as you try to do fundraising issues, or you can take them to your doctor's office if they'll let you leave them there. We need you as you go back home to help us get the word out in every way that you can, and those brochures are a way to do that. You've also got in your bag, I think it's 20 business cards that's got SPF and our phone numbers and addresses and email site and so on. And there's a blank space, a large blank space on the right side. And why is it there? So you can write your name and your phone number, again, as you may talk to doctors, as you may talk to others who might be part of this process. And I know we have researchers and doctors here, and we love you guys, okay? But I have to tell you this story. Don't be shy about sharing information with your doctor, okay? A number of years ago, when I moved from one doctor to the other, this doctor was a younger neurologist. He was very much interested in learning about HSP. He had worked primarily multiple sclerosis, but he said to me, we're going to figure this out. I'm going to learn all I can, and I'm going to help you in every way I can. I have a baclofen pump, and so I would go to him every 3 months or so to get that pump refilled. I had an appointment on a Monday morning to get that done, and I can't tell you why, but almost all Sunday afternoon, I spent researching, I'm SPG4, and I got into microtubule severing. And I did a lot of research and reading about microtubule severing. The next day I go in, and this doctor and I had become personal friends. We'd have dinner together from time to time, and we first name basis, that sort of thing. And I lay down on the table for him to take care of my pump. And as I'm lying there, I said, Chris, let me ask you a question about microtubule severing. And because he had become a personal friend, he said, Greg, if you know enough to ask me that question, you know more about that than I do. So that's not to be negative, that's to be real. We need to help our doctors figure out what's happening with us as much. So that's why that information is in your bag, and we hope you'll use it as best you can in that regard. Well, why are we in Washington, D.C., and why are we here in October instead of June or July like we normally have been? Well, we came to Washington, D.C. because we're working on federal issues. And I want to back up and talk a little bit about the history of SPF. Many of you know, and I know some of our former presidents and past members are here, and we're so glad they're here. Annette Lockwood in the back by Frank, who's a past president. Annette was around in some of these days. In 2000 or so, a few people that had PLS and a few people that had HSP began to talk to each other. about what they were living with. And that slowly generated into what can we do about it. Dr. Fink was involved in discussing it with them at the time. That led to the formation legally of the Spastic Paraplegia Foundation in 2002. And that group began primarily at that point raising money to do medical research. And the book, the annual report that I pointed out to you a moment ago, the first two grants were done in 2003, one PLS grant and one HSP grant. But that board continued raising money in an effort to do as much research, fund as much research as it could from year to year, and did an absolutely fantastic job growing in that regard. About 2017, 2018, we did some strategic planning. That's when we created the fundraising committee and the marketing committee to work specifically with board members agreeing to work in those areas with focused targets and intentions. As that began to grow, more people were coming to our website, to our platform, getting hooked in with what was going on foundation-wise. And then what hit? COVID. 2021 rolls around, and in 20 we cannot have an annual conference. In 21 we had a virtual conference. But as I've told you, Norma's focused on this in all of her non-working on the farm free time. And so as we talked about things during that time, the question came to our minds, we've done 20 years of research. What do we as a foundation know about that research? What does it tell us our next research ought to be? How do we benefit from what's been done as we structure and move toward the next research as we try to move toward those treatments and cures? As we did that, we then were able to come to the meeting in 22 in Nashville. And I got to give Norma credit because sometimes she and I argue and we have different opinions. Most of the time she wins the argument. But it was her idea at the time that Greg, we need to get, at that meeting, we need to get our board and all of the researchers who are there and any of our contributors who are interested in participating in the discussion, we need to talk about how do we collectively take the next step in moving toward major funding, hopefully from NIH, and more research that gets us closer to our target. We came out of that meeting, we didn't have a great plan. We just knew that all of those contingencies in that meeting were thinking in that direction. Between then and our meeting the next year in Nashville, Dr. Darius Fakhari and a number of other researchers who know and work well with him brought to us a plan to create the Spastic Paraplegia Centers of Education Research Network, Excellence Research Network. The foundation immediately said, we want to do that. We need that to happen. Why? This foundation these days is raising $1 million to $1.5 million a year, and that's great. We can get 5, 6, 7, 8 research projects done a year at the level that we fund. But we all know that the research that needs to be done, the clinical trial work that needs to be done, all those things are much more expensive than the money that we can raise just in this foundation. And that we needed major money from places like NIH to make a difference. And so our target in encouraging the CERN was, let's get to that point so that you can apply for NIH funding that can be used in this research. So the SPF Foundation Board funded the CERN for 2 years. And in the second year of that process, that board put together a major application for $8.4 million to NIH. And of course, if you think about it, if you know much about how research happens at that level, and you researchers can correct me if I'm wrong in this, but it would be difficult to get them to agree to grants to study, to do HSP and PLS simultaneously because of the different clinical indications and situations. But about 3 or 4 weeks ago, and this is a major announcement, about 3 or 4 weeks ago, the NIH awarded the SP CERN $8.4 million. And our board had the opportunity to meet with them all yesterday afternoon to see what their plans are, how they will carry that out. This project, and you'll hear more about it today from these guys who wrote the application and know much more, but the point is that NIH funding is there. Does that mean we need to stop what we're doing? Absolutely not. We need to work with that group as they learn what they learn. There are other pieces of the puzzle that we can use the resources we raise to fill in those pieces of the puzzle. So to you SP CERN guys, ladies that worked on this, thank you for the work that you've done. We are excited about you being funded, and we look forward to continuing to work with you in that regard. And I want you folks who have PLS to hear this. Now that we've gotten the SP CERN funded to study HSP, in our board meeting yesterday and the day before, the board is now focused on beginning the process that we hope will result in another SP CERN that will focus just on PLS. So we will be trying to find researchers who work in the PLS, because these guys are the guys, they have to write the applications. These are grant applications that we're not capable of doing ourselves. It's these clinicians and researchers that have to plan and put that together. So we're going to be now trying to find researchers, maybe some of the same, but researchers who will work with us toward creating another center of excellence and working toward an NIH grant to study PLS, because we want to find answers for HSP and for PLS. So again, thank you guys for that work and that $8.4 million award. We're excited. But as I said before, we're not just about fundraising. This foundation in the last few years has worked at enlarging our platform, getting people to join us. Some of you may be involved from time to time in SPF talks where we talk about treatment issues and research issues. We want you to join us in all those opportunities that you can. And let me say this, we do hear from people sometimes about they get too many e-blasts about fundraising. Let me share this with you. We can't help that. We can't help that, not because we're asking you every day to give, but we have a platform, and if you're a part of that platform, you get every e-blast that goes out. And so we use the same mechanism to send you information about SPF talks, about other events, about World Day, and about fundraising. So whatever email you're getting, everyone else on our platform who has said, send me the emails, is getting the same one. So if it's about fundraising, just delete that and wait for the next one. But we want you to know all that we're doing and all that we're planning so that you can be part of all that you can. Guys, ladies, this is personal with me. You know, it's personal with you. I spent my life, my professional life, in elected office where I had to work on the next level up about grant money for this or that or this project. And I find what we're doing now is not, for me, not much difference in that regard. It's about gathering the troops, all of us talking to our networks. One of the email blasts that you get from time to time is a process we started about a year ago. We now have the ability to send you a message and say, this is being talked about on Capitol Hill, a certain bill number or a certain legislative issue. And if you'll go on that platform and hit the right buttons, it will populate for you who your congressman is and who your 2 U.S. senators are. And we've given you in that message a form message that everyone is getting, and if you hit send, we'll go to them. There's also a spot on that we hope you'll go to and write a sentence or two specifically about you, about your circumstance. Are those messages important? Absolutely they are. When you get those, I hope you'll take the time to open that up, put in your address, your name, and your information, and forward that to your folks on Capitol Hill. You know, it's one of those things we can't expect more from them than we ask for, and we have to ask constantly and keep asking. And one of the things this board does, and I'm sure you all will understand that, we try very hard as a board to stay away from politics and religion. Why is that? because our one focus is working together to raise money and find ways to find cures and treatments. So what I'm about to say, I don't want you to take as a political, it's a point. You know, at the beginning of this calendar year, many thought when we were hearing news reports about NIH funding being cut and university funding being cut and so on, we were maybe tempted to believe that there's no use in carrying this message. This isn't going to happen. We're already defeated. This can't be won. But what happened in September? We got an $8.4 million grant. So my point in that is, I don't care which side of the aisle you sit on, which side of the aisle you support. When you get these messages asking you to send your message on, please do that, because we need Democrats, we need Republicans, we need independents, we need anybody who's on the Hill who's got any influence to help us carry our banner as we work toward bringing all these pieces together to make a difference. So please do that for us if you would. Guys, thank you for being here. If you have any issues, questions that we can help you with, Norma is in the back. You can stop me. We've introduced our folks who are here, our board members. Stop any of them. One of the most important things about this meeting, though, is the people you will meet, particularly you first-time folks. Every year we find folks who, when they come, say, I can't believe I'm finally in a place where I see a lot of people who are struggling with the same issues I'm struggling with. So we have a camaraderie. We are neighbors. We're working in this together. We love you. We appreciate you, support you. Be a part of this team. You know, if you have a professional expertise in marketing or professional expertise in fundraising, if you see something we're doing you feel like you can be a productive part of, please let us know. We need your energy and your help. With that, I'm going to bring up and introduce the guy who's our timekeeper, our MC, makes us laugh every now and then, keeps us rolling, Tim Krogan. Tim, you guys welcome Tim.
Okay, guys, welcome. Sorry, I'm starting off with a funky voice this morning. So, guess what? It's going to be an easy day for you guys because you're not going to get a lot of me. So, by the end of the day, I may have no voice, which is really a positive for you guys. So, anyway, we're going to get right to it. Okay, we're going to start off this morning with our first presenter. It's Dr. Craig Blackstone. Dr. Blackstone is a world-renowned neurologist and researcher whose pioneering work has deepened our understanding of the cellular and molecular mechanisms underlying hereditary spastic paraplegia. Formerly of the NIH and now leading investigations at Mass General Brigham and Harvard Medical School, Dr. Blackstone's contributions have shaped much of what we know about how axonal degradation occurs in HSP and how to stop it. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Craig Blackstone.
Well, thanks, Tim, and again, thanks to the SPF, to Greg, Norma, and everyone else for inviting me once again. It's really one of the meetings that I really enjoy coming to every year, and I learn a lot each time. And I'm going to talk this time about therapeutic approaches, and I know that's one of the things that's central on your mind. But I do want to, before I get going in my talk, is to emphasize some of the things that Greg said in terms of funding and really reaching out to the government. I mean, we do that too. I've been to the Longworth office building to do the congressional briefings. I'm going in a couple next week, actually, to meet with a senator in Illinois. And it's really important to keep engaged with our government because, again, sometimes just those interactions can be the key between getting somebody's support and not. So it's worth the effort, and I think it does pay off. You know, as many of you know, I've been in this field for a long time. I think John Fink's been longer, maybe Stefan Zuschner. But it's almost 25 years since I've been working in the HSP field. And I think that a lot has happened over that time. I remember when I was first seeing patients at the NIH in the early 2000s around 2001, there was really very little recognition of HSP. A lot of the patients were coming to us to get a diagnosis, and that's changed. I think there's more recognition now, though it's not perfect, as Greg said, but they're learning more. The testing is more widely available, and a lot more patients are coming already with a diagnosis. And of course, SPF has been there the entire way. And early on, again, a lot of the funding went to identifying new genes, and then subsequently it went to understanding how those genes work, and that's a lot of what I work on and many of the other people in this room. But I think one of the really great things about now is we've gotten a lot of information. Of course, those areas are still important, but we're really at the point now where we can start thinking about how do we take all we've learned in these decades and translate it into meaningful therapies for patients. And that's what I'm going to talk to you about today, because again, I know it's foremost on your mind, and it's foremost on mine as well. Now I have a new job. I'm going to be what they call the inaugural director of the Mass General Brigham Neuroscience Institute. And this is going to be probably over $1 billion effort to transform neurology care at our hospital. And I can tell you the leadership of that is our specialists in HSP, ALS, and PLS. So your voices will be heard in terms of this new institute. And we're going to bring together our system of about 80,000 employees to really transform how we do neurology care. And a lot of that is from what you tell us, and what you tell us about what's good about the care, what's good about your experience working with academic medical centers, and what we can do better. So again, we always want to hear that feedback as we sort of try to do this. But one of our real central issues is going to make clinical trials easier to do, make it easier for patients to be part of research, and to integrate the research and clinical care to a much better degree. So again, that's sort of what I decided to take on as I give up my role overseeing movement disorders at our hospital. And again, as I can tell you, the leadership of this very large initiative, this will be the largest institute on earth, is very well represented in terms of HSP and PLS. So I do have a few disclosures. I work with companies, I consult, and I, of course, get funding for my research, but none of that should impact what I'm talking about today. Now, one of the things that's most important, and I know many of you are new to this, is that making sure that we get the right diagnosis. And this is important for therapeutics, because if you get the wrong diagnosis and you get in a trial and you don't have the disease, that makes it harder to know if a drug is working or not. So a very important part, I think, of being in trials and also of getting the proper care and the proper therapeutics that we have now is getting the right diagnosis. And as neurologists, the way we approach it is, it's what's called differential diagnosis. Somebody comes in maybe with symptoms that look like HSP, and we have to figure out whether it's HSP or not. A lot of it is just hearing what you tell us. Often, as I won't go through the main symptoms of HSP, but I will emphasize one aspect, and I think we've talked about this last night, and it's going to be part of the SP-CERN effort, is that despite, seeing experts, people who see HSP all the time, and we think somebody has HSP, still about, and maybe Stefan can correct me, but my own experience is about 30 to 40% of patients don't test positive for one of the genes that we know about. And I think that tells us that we have to find more. And it seems silly, we've got 100 different genes, why do we need more? Well, it's important to get those, because sometimes it gives people, they know what they have wrong with them. And also, some of those genes might be the key to unlocking a new type of therapy for those patients or for people with HSP more broadly. So that's going to be an important effort going forward. But there's also these other diseases. I won't go through them, but one of the things that I think they're particularly important to rule out or establish, again, first is we want to make sure people get the right therapy, but those diseases have different therapies. And the reason that so many different things can look like HSP is shown on the right here. Is that these nerves are really long. They start in your cortex and they go down to the base of your spinal cord. They can be a meter long. And if you figure something that goes a meter can have lots of things go wrong along that way. So there's a lot of diseases that can give you lower extremity spasticity that many of you know about. And it's important for us as doctors to ensure that we get the right diagnosis and that any mimics are treated properly. So many of these diseases on this list are treated differently than we would HSP. So again, one of the important aspects is, again, many of you have a diagnosis, but some don't. And it's important as you go through the process to be sure that it's not something that mimics HSP. And then one of the things that we need to do as physicians and researchers is to really find more genes or identify more types of mutations that really help fill in the gaps of people who we really believe have HSP, but we just don't know what form. Now, one of the things about HSP and PLS, and again, a lot of what I'm saying will relate to PLS as well. There's some important differences, but I guess early on I would emphasize that I think as we develop therapeutics for HSPs, especially the pathways, that they will overlap, and I think people with PLS will benefit as well. The advantage with HSP in terms of research is that we have genes to study, and for PLS in general, we don't have those. So we have to, sometimes piggyback on the insights we get from HSP for PLS. But as many of you know, that the main symptoms are the spasticity, or not the main ones, but the cardinal ones, the ones that are shared among all the HSPs, are the spasticity and gait problems that you have in the legs. It can be degeneration of axons, or it can be abnormal development, either one, and depending upon which one it is, might depend on at what age you get these. As many of you know, HSP is a very large group of diseases, and though there's common themes, there can be different ones. Some people can have just those, the spasticity in the leg, in the legs, as well as the gait problems, and other patients can have a lot of other symptoms. And that's, sometimes you'll hear the word pure and complex, and of course complex or complicated forms, people have other symptoms. As many of us know, the prevalence of HSP can vary. So if you think about 2 to 9 out of 100,000, usually talking about 10,000 or so patients. It's probably an underdiagnosis in most places, but we're getting better at that. So not super rare. I mean, a lot of doctors will come into contact with somebody with HSP, but in many cases, not enough to really be expert at it. And that's one of the reasons for the SP-CERN, to create centers where people can go and be seen and be part of programs that are experienced taking care of people with HSP. Now, PLS has the additional challenge that it's even rarer, so it's even harder to find people who are specialized in that. Though again, these centers will be able to provide that type of resource as well. One of the great advantages we have, but also creates a challenge when we study HSPs, are there so many different genes. The great part about that is it gives us all these different ideas that we could potentially use to develop new therapies. The challenge, of course, is there's so many different forms, and how can we think about these in terms of maybe groups rather than 90 different diseases or 100 different diseases. Maybe we can segregate them into groups, and common therapies might be effective for those groups. Now, right now, as many of you know, the treatment for HSPs and PLS is what we call symptomatic. That means we see symptoms and we treat them. The problem with this, and I think it came out in the survey I was reading last night, and I'll probably have to eventually update these slides because it really gives us a lot of insight into what you feel are the symptoms that are most important. And that's not always the same as what we see in the office, so it's very valuable that you provide that information to us. But as many of you know, and I won't go through them all, but there's things like physical and occupational therapy, stretching is important, exercise is extremely important. And the second thing, there's a number of medications we can use. There's oral medicines, as Greg says, there's baclofen pumps, there's other medicines that can be helpful, but they all come with side effects. Pain is a big issue, and again, there's different ways you can address that. Depression, anxiety, sometimes, and we talked about this a little bit last night, sometimes it's underrepresented that there's other types of muscle tone abnormalities like dystonia or rigidity. There's bladder issues, there's spasms that can be painful. And of course, there's different neurostimulation paradigms we can use as well. So we can treat both with neurostimulation, with pumps, with different kinds of oral medicines, with exercise. So as you can see right now, there's a lot of different types of therapy that we can do that help symptoms. But at the same time, they're only to help symptoms. And what we really want for you, and I'm sure you'd agree, is we want to develop disease-modifying therapies. We want therapies that change the disease. You take it and your disease progresses slower, it gets better, or it stops getting worse, or even best of all, we can prevent it completely. Because remember, one of the advantages of HSP in particular is that we can make the diagnosis before symptoms are even present or severe. And that gives an opportunity opportunity to intervene very early in terms of treatment. So again, it's an area that I think this is sort of the standard of what we do now, but certainly we're getting closer and closer to what's on the bottom, is how can we change the course of this disease. So how do we do that? And I can show you a little bit. This is a slide I made many years ago, but I think it's been helpful for me and maybe others, is that we're trying to group this into areas by different parts of the cell. So if you have a bunch of 90 different genes, they're not 90 different functions in a cell. There's a few that come in common. So I've sort of grouped many of them here, and you can see that they're by things in cells. They're by, oops, so sorry, I pushed the wrong button. They're by, microtubules we heard about, organelles like endoplasmic reticulum or lysosomes, and you probably hear more mitochondria. You might hear more about that in some of the talks later today and tomorrow. But what that allows us to do is think about this as not 90 or 100 different diseases, but maybe 10 or so, and that we can sort of start thinking about therapy that might work across many different diseases, especially when we start thinking about molecules that affect certain pathways. We don't know if this will be true, but I think it's still useful in terms of the way we think about how we'll treat patients in the future. Now, when I think about what SPF has done so well over the years is they've really supported a lot of basic research and a lot of genetic research. And what that has done is it has contributed a lot to the HSP field in terms of models. So you can see, there's all sorts of models for HSP, fly, worms, even tadpoles, human iPSCs. Those are when you come to us and we get a skin biopsy and we make it into a stem cell and then we make it into a nerve, or even sort of more like an organ, more like a primitive sort of brain. Just in a dish. There's obviously rodents models, and there's all different ways we can look at these models and see abnormalities and see if we can make them better. And of course, we have lots of new technology. There's lots of obviously, we always hear about machine learning and AI. There's a lot of advances in imaging, and all those advantages also help the HSP field in terms of understanding how we can understand the disease better, and importantly, I think you'll hear more about later this meeting, is be able to do trials more efficiently, quicker, cheaper, things like that. Now, there's a bunch of promising therapeutic targets. Again, I've just listed a few, and we already heard microtubule dynamics, things like that. And many of us are testing these in different systems. But one other thing I would emphasize, and I was sort of as an aside, I was just a prominent neurologist came to Mass General and gave a talk. His name is Steve Hauser from UCSF, UC San Francisco, which is one of the top medical centers in the country. And he was one of the pioneers of developing all the treatments for MS. And he made an interesting point, and it was that one of the things to think about is that our models are not HSP. And he said that one of the things that held back development in MS for so many years was that they relied on a specific model too much, and it turned out not to be a good model. So one good thing about what HSP is doing is there's many different types of models, and they teach us different things, but they're not HSP. Only you have HSP. A mouse doesn't. But we can learn something from that mouse that can help you. But it's very important for us to continue to understand people with this disease and how it impacts them, and to use our models to test things. But ultimately, the ultimate test is whether it benefits you, and for us not to become too enamored with any of our models, because they're exactly that. They're models and not the disease itself. Now, one of the things that I think we all hear about and think about when we think about HSPs, or every disease for that matter, is there's a broader range of different options now. I mean, in the past, you'd think you go to the pharmacy and you get a drug, a pill, you take the pill, or you get a shot, insulin in the old days or something like that. And that's what I call small molecules. But as you know, and the Darius and others have been leading, there's also gene therapies. There's ways we can deliver missing genes to patients who don't have one. Now, that works particularly in recessive disorders, where we know you've lost function of the protein, or you don't even have it at all. And if we just replace it, then that would be a good therapeutic option. And one advantage of this approach is you don't need to understand a lot about what the protein does. You just need to find a way to deliver it to the cells that need it, which is challenging to begin with. And there's a lot of caveats to that approach, but it's a very valuable one, particularly for severe diseases in young people. There's a way to knock down mutant protein. So many of you have dominant forms, or there might be a protein that if we could just get rid of it, you'd be fine. And there's, the other one's normal because we have 2 genes for most proteins. And it's something called ASOs, or antisense oligonucleotides. And those have been extremely valuable for several neurologic diseases recently, including very severe ones like ALS and spinal muscular atrophy. So that's an option. We even have the sort of ability to repair individual mutations. In our own research, we do this. And you might have seen there was a young child in Pennsylvania who received a correction of a mutation. And it wasn't a brain disease, but still, one of the things we might be able to do in the future is go in and fix the mutation, and then hopefully that will restore function. But along with all of these sort of approaches, and that's just a few, and I think Darius will probably talk about this, and it's a big part of SP-CERN, is we really need to know whether our therapies are working. And you think about a disease that's so variable, like HSP, and can strike at so many different ages with so many different forms, that an important aspect of therapy is testing it and making sure that it works, and making sure that those therapies get into people. So we need to come up with new ways to design trials, to do what we call trial readiness. Are we ready when we have a drug? How do we assess improvement? And all those things are extremely important. And there's also a lot of innovations in drug development and design. And I won't talk about that today, but it essentially allows us to develop drugs quicker than the historical way. The reason that's important is that a lot of companies, they want big market drugs. And if we can de-risk it and make it a quicker development process for them, then they're willing to take on diseases that are not so common, especially in the nervous system, where there aren't a lot of therapies that are available for many diseases. So again, these are sort of when I think about therapy for the future. And I think in different HSPs, all of these are going to be important. And I also think the bottom 2 are going to be particularly important, because the better we can do trials, both for patients and for companies and for our academic centers, the more likely we are to be able to bring these therapies to you quickly. Now, I just wanted to end by sort of the second half of my talk, really just going through one disease and how we think about it. Because I was thinking there's 90 different forms. There's one that I've really focused on a lot over my career, and I was going to focus on that one. And just to sort of walk you through kind of what we've done over the last 20 years and how that impacts the type of therapies that we're going to try to create for it. And that's SPG3A. I know it's not the number 1 on the list, and I think a lot of what I'm going to talk about would apply to SPG4 in particular, and some other ones as well. So just as an introduction for those of you that maybe don't know this form as well, it's the most common early childhood onset form of dominant HSP. And it's mostly pure, not always, but mostly. And mutations were identified by John Fink in 2001, and that's about when I started working on it. And all are missense or single amino acid deletion. So one thing I would emphasize is the type of mutation can be very instructive for us in terms of the types of therapies that might work in the future. And it can be inherited from your parents, or you can just get a new mutation that causes the disease. And most patients have slow progression, and many seem to plateau at a certain age, but occasionally there's very different presentations. And one thing I would emphasize, again, when we were talking to Steve Hauser about sort of getting their perspective on what worked so well for MS and what didn't, because MS is a really success story in neurology. And one of the things he mentioned was that really emphasize the extremes. So think about patients who either have a very mild form or have a very severe form, and that understanding why that happens can be critical to developing therapies. And that's something I've remembered in terms of our own work, and I'll talk to you a little bit about how we sort of use that insight, because I think it's a very important one that we don't always think about. Now, when we think about SPG3A, and I won't show many images like this, but essentially there's a lot of proteins that bind to one another in the brain. And if they all bind to one another, you can imagine that they might be doing the same thing and that the same type of therapy might work. And SPG3A is one of those. If you look at this, it's right here. And all these other genes that cause other HSPs bind to the same thing. So we can imagine, well, if there's a pathway that we can treat here for SPG3A, maybe it'll work for all those other ones too. And that's the kind of studies we do. So I think that that's sort of gets this idea of, can we group these together in some way? Now it's not guaranteed. Some therapies might only work for one form or the other, but for certain therapies, we're hopeful that it could cross over and benefit other patients as well. Now, Darius did a great study a few years ago, just thinking about SPG3A and all the different spectrum of where the mutations are. And you can see on the top here that there's I sometimes do that, that there's a small, it didn't go back far enough. Let's see if I can do it. There it is. Okay, let's see one more. There we go. Is that there's a specific number here of patients where they have a certain area of the gene, they have mutations that seem to give a more severe form. And as I mentioned, that can be very valuable for us understanding key aspects of how we might treat this disease. And we're working quite a bit on that area to try to understand why these children, in this case, have a more severe form. And Darius down below, sort of compared and contrasted where the mutations were, what type they were, and so on. And also throughout that publication, the different types of symptoms that people have. So again, I think this is a very important aspect of all the different HSPs, is to understand when people have an extreme form, can we understand why that is, whether it's a much milder or much more severe, or even a different presentation altogether, that can be very valuable in terms of developing therapeutics in the future. Now, here's a young girl who I just saw her recently, and she's 18 now, so she was just a few years old when I first saw her. And we've used her cells ever since. She was kind enough to donate fibroblasts, and we were able to make stem cells many years ago. But this is pretty typical for how we think about what mutations do. So if you'll notice that this is the gene, and then there's a certain mutation. We can structurally predict what it does. We can biochemically study it, and we can sort of understand, at least at a molecular level, what this mutation is doing. And that allows us, again, to sort of think about how we'll develop therapeutics. Now, in this case, in this young girl, we took these cells, compared them to normal ones, and you can see, and this is kind of how we test drugs, or one way we test drugs. Oops, I keep pushing that wrong one. Let me go back to... There we go. Is if you take stem cells, you can make them into nerve cells, and you can actually see if the axons grow better. So you give a drug. In this case, you give 2 microtubule binding drugs. The axons are short and they get long. Now, one problem is we don't know if that's what makes HSP or not. We just know it's an abnormality and we can fix it. And that's the reason for using other types of model systems as well. We can't get by with just studying one model. We have to use several different ones. But it gives us a chance to look at a specific abnormality we see in one of our models and test different drugs. So these are the ways we develop ideas for trials in mice or other things that are more expensive and more time consuming. Now, another thing I mentioned is that the study of extreme phenotypes is important. Both genetic understanding as well as maybe specific mutations are more likely to impact the protein in a different way. When I say genetic things, I mean there's other genes that could be impacting the expression of a phenotype, especially like if you think about across different families or in different populations, or even sometimes within the same family, there's genes that can modify the original, the main problem. And that's also going to be a part of SP-CERN as well, is understanding that better, because it can be key to driving new therapeutic ideas. Now, I always like to show this. This is a mouse. Again, it looks like it has HSP. So I'll show you the button on the bottom. See, he's the one, or she's the one that's affected. And you can see she doesn't walk very well. And the one at the top walks much better. So we use models like this to test our drugs too. You can imagine we give them a medication and we see if their walking gets better, and we compare it to an animal that doesn't have the disease and how the drug impacts them. So again, another way we test therapeutics. Now, when we do this, we generate different measures. And I won't go through all this, but essentially we come up with different measures in the mice where there's a big difference. In other words, where all the affected mice, the genetically modified ones, have an impairment, and the wild type or normal ones don't. And then that allows us to see if our drug has an effect. And so one of the things that we're really working on is what are the best measures for HSP? And we have a study that'll be coming out at some point soon where we've tried to come up with some new ones, both things that we can measure, like a rotor rod is a rod that, that the animal falls off of, so you can, it's a time. And we also use electrophysiologic, like what they call a CMAP potential. So we're using some new things that we hope will allow us to do these studies quicker and cheaper. In other words, on younger animals, rather than having to wait till they get old. Again, this is just a tiny bit of one of our trials. I just wanted to emphasize that we're doing this at the Jackson Lab because they're experts at this, and we're working with them very closely to get their ideas on how to design HSP trials best. So this is just, what we do is we actually design the entire trial before we start, and once they start, I don't see the results till the end. So it's very unbiased. They don't even know which animals are getting the drug, which ones aren't. We spend a lot of time planning the trial, deciding how to dose it, deciding how to assess it. And the reason I mention that is that's exactly what we're going to be doing for human trials as well, is really thinking hard about the best way to do this, but we have to do it all at the beginning. However, when we finish a trial, we learn something and we use that insight for the next one. So a lot of what we're doing is, even if these trials don't work with the drug we're doing, we'll learn a lot from conducting it and we'll design the next one better. And that's, again, part of this sort of moving from understanding the basic biology to what we call the translational point, where we're really trying to translate the knowledge that we've gotten from our cellular studies or our model studies into drugs that benefit people. And that's a key part of, I think, where the HSP field is right now. And again, we use a lot of technology to assess mice. One advantage of when you do model systems that you can take advantage of is that there's things you can't do you can't do in people. We can take out the spinal cord in a mouse and do EM on it. Well, we can't do that in a person. So a lot of when we use the model systems is it allows us to search for things that we can't do in people, but that can maybe give us ideas, and then of course we can adapt how we're able to assess the same issue in people. So we use technologies like special kinds of electron microscopy, and again, everyone talks about AI. We've been using this for decades, not decades, but at least a decade. This is probably 7 years old. Now, what we used the AI for in the past is we use it to find structures and to reassemble them. And the reason we use AI is because it would take a person years to do this. We can use the machine, we can train it to identify an organelle or a structure, and this is your corticospinal tract in a mouse, and it's just the axons that are surrounded by myelin, and we teach the computer to identify certain structures, and that helps us reassemble them. But of course, we will use these kind of approaches much, much more in the future. But again, it's not new, but I think you'll see that we'll use this more and more. And what it does is allows us to save a tremendous amount of time. And it also allows us to see things that humans can't see. A machine can look at a lot of different things at the same time, and we can only look at a couple. So hopefully some of these new paradigms will allow us to see things that we didn't see and will give us new directions to go. But again, it's not new. People have been using it for a long time, but I think the use will be far expanded in terms of the capabilities over the next few years. And this is one of the things we like to do. We like to see an abnormality in a cell, in a model system, that we can see if it gets better. So on the left is what it would look like if in normal corticospinal axons, and this is the endoplasmic reticulum. And you'll notice on the right, this is the model system, and it has a completely different organization. So this is what we really want to see. We want to say, okay, we're working on a protein that is involved in endoplasmic reticulum, and when we look in the axons, we see an abnormality in exactly that. So that's sort of a readout that we can use to test our therapies. So I know I'm getting near sort of the end of my time, and I think I'll still have some time for questions. But one of the things I wanted to emphasize is that, when we think about disease, and I think all of us think about how we would design clinical trials in the future, we think about, okay, we have, people with SPG4 or SPG3A, and we're going to give them a drug and see if it helps. But there's other ways that we can do clinical trials, and there's things called basket trials where you actually test multiple different diseases at once with the same therapy. And the reason that can sometimes be helpful is that, they might have a common underlying theme. And that's the case for this. ER shaping dynamics affect HSPs like SPG3A, I just showed you, but it also affects forms of ALS. It affects sensory neuropathies. So this gives us more options for clinical trials. And one of the challenges we're going to have in HSP, and it is a good thing in terms of having the disease, is that sometimes the progression is slow. However, if we have another disease that the same drug might work for that goes quicker, we might be able to do the initial trial there and then get that approved quickly, then be able to move it toward HSP. So again, there's going to be lots of different ways that we can think about moving what we learn about in all the biology that you'll hear about at this meeting. And again, just to thank the SPF, much of it has been funded through the Spastic Paraplegia Foundation. How do we take that knowledge not only to HSP, but to other diseases that might overlap? Because that can give us more options in terms of clinical trials and allow us to get new therapies to you quicker. So again, I think that I just have one conclusion. I think this is an incredibly exciting and hopeful time for HSP therapeutics. And I think that, we've heard about that. We've heard about the great grant that was given to the SP CERN, which allows, again, to move forward with assessments, with trial readiness, with getting all the infrastructure ready to do new trials, with the ability to make diagnoses in patients who don't have them, and the ability to have new pilot sort of programs that will allow, again, us to push forward with therapeutics. And again, as somebody who's been in this field for decades, I can really see sort of the field changing in terms of now we have this great opportunity to start testing therapies, and that the next phase will really be, getting them into trials so that you can all test them and see if they really benefit. Again, with the real hope that we can now create disease-modifying therapies, not just symptom therapies, but ones that really change the course of HSP for you. So with that, I will thank you. And again, I have a small group because I do mostly administrative, but again, I've really benefited from working with fantastic colleagues, many of whom are in the room. And again, we greatly appreciate the support of patients that are part of these trials, and I'm sure will be in the future. And also, just all that we learned from you. I can tell you when I was putting together the therapy thing and I was reading the survey, I learned a lot, and it's very helpful for you to tell us what's important to you in terms of your treatment now, because again, even those of us that have been doing this for decades, we still learn a lot from every interaction. And again, I think it was great that the SPF put this survey together, because I've been reading it just last evening, and I'm really learning a lot about that I think will really impact how we take care of people, next week, right away. And I think that's really helpful to us. So always keep giving us that type of feedback. So thank you very much.
Hey, Dr. Blackstone, we got a question right over here.
Dr. Blackstone. Hello? Yeah, Dr. Blackstone, you've been at the forefront of HSP research for many years, from uncovering the cellular mechanisms behind these disorders to guiding new directions in therapy development. Based on everything we now understand about HSP and PLS, can you elaborate on what single scientific breakthrough or emerging approach you believe holds the greatest promise for actually delivering one treatment that could make a real difference in our lives?
I don't think there's any one specific one, but what I think the ability to sort of see several common themes among all the HSPs that we can is going to be very valuable, because I really believe that, let's say we have developed a treatment for SPG3A, and it's not against, it's against the pathway rather than the protein itself. I think that those kind of drugs have the ability to cross over and work for many other HSP subtypes. And I would say the same thing for PLS. I think there's going to be a lot more overlap with the basic mechanisms of PLS. It's just harder to study because we don't have the genetic sort of handle on it. But I think that the ability to think about HSP is not as 100 different diseases, but as smaller groups of diseases is going to be a very valuable one for developing therapies that cut across more than one subtype. But I don't know that there would ever be one that does all 100. I really don't. I just think there's just too many, when I show those pictures, there's just too many different pathways. And especially, we're really focused now on disease modification. So I think we really do have to attack the sort of the underlying problem. At the same time, there may be some downstream pathways, like we might hear about mitochondria. Mitochondria is a great option for sort of a common theme that could cut across maybe the majority even, but it might not be at the very beginning of what's causing the problem. So there are the possibility that something like that will benefit a lot of people, but I think to get the most bang for the buck, it'll be these small groups where the diseases seem to be coalescing on a common cellular theme, and that we can, treat that symptomatically. Now, at the same time, there is the opportunity, I think, to get dramatic improvements from things like ASOs or the gene therapies, but those are going to be very targeted. Like a gene therapy is only going to work for one form, or an ASO is only going to work for one form, or even a specific type of mutation. But I do think those have the ability to have a dramatic improvement too.
Hey, Dr. Blackstone, I have a follow-up question right over here.
Okay.
So piggybacking on that, what do you think would be our important next steps? For example, like biomarkers, clinical trial design, or regulatory strategy that we need to get that breakthrough from the lab into clinical trials for patients?
Well, I think the SP-CERN is exactly what it's going to do all of those things. It's going to develop biomarkers. It's going to, again, sort of bring together lots of experts to design the trials as effectively as possible, to do natural history studies, which allow us to sort of see what the progression would be without diseases. So I think the timing of the SP-CERN big proposal is perfect, because I think we're sort of at that stage where we can benefit from it tremendously. But I can tell you that's one of our big efforts at my own hospital, is that we're going to try to essentially think about everybody that comes through the door as somebody who can be in research, collect samples, do all that right from the very beginning, because maybe we should do that for every disease. But I think that SP-CERN it has all those components that you outlined that will get us into the ability to test therapies quickly.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Blackstone, I see the hands. I love the questions, but we got to stay on time today. Please note, these guys are going to be here. Your researchers are sitting amongst you. They're out in the hallway. They're going to be at lunch with you. You can ask questions to them throughout the days. Okay? Remember that. They will talk to you all the time. So we're having a great time. And another note, I see a lot of people taking pictures of the screens. You don't have to do that. In a couple of weeks, this whole presentation will be on our YouTube channel, and these slides will be on there with their presentations. And so you can scan and go back and forth and zoom in and zoom out and do all that fun stuff you can do on your computers when you're at home. Okay? So we're moving right along.
Okay,
Dr. Blackstone.
Thanks.
Okay, so as our day has just begun, we're going to have our first change of the day. Our next scheduled speaker is unable to be with us today, so we're going to do a little jumping around a little bit and just kind of we have to fill some time slots. Some of our speakers that are here in Washington are going to be unable to be with us today or tomorrow. Okay, so we're going to make a little bitty quick pivot. Okay, and I'm going to introduce a new person to speak. Here it is. We're going to have Dr. Collin Hovinga is coming up next. He is going to fill a little time for us this morning. Dr. Hovinga brings a unique perspective on regulatory science, data standards, and public-private collaboration through his leadership at the Critical Path Institute. He is instrumental in building bridges between researchers, regulators, and patient organizations, ensuring that scientific innovation translates efficiently and safely into clinical progress for rare diseases like HSP and PLS. Dr. Collin.
Thank you. As you can tell, I'm not Michelle Campbell, and the things I speak today will be my own opinion, but I'll talk in the context of a regulator. So, thank you for all inviting me to be here. I didn't know I was going to be talking until I think late yesterday, so I have no slides. So I'll actually walk you through some concepts and things that may be important, and this should be interactive. You know, I grew up in a small town. You know, and I'm very informal as a person, and so if you have questions or comments or whatnot, feel free to engage. The first thing I want to understand is, and I probably already know the answer, for patients in the room, how many of you participated in a clinical trial? Okay, small numbers. We need to fix that. For investigators, how many of you have been in an IND regulatory grade clinical trial or participated as a PI? Again, small numbers. Okay, we need to fix that. So what I'm going to start out with is talking to you about regulatory decision making. You know, how drug process works, why each of the steps are important, what are the things and considerations that you'd be, and why. And so to try to give context in some of the things you'll hear throughout the day, and you get to hear me talk again and later today. And so we'll try to put this and bring it all together. Now, when you look at drug development, you know, what was just talked about was preclinical. Preclinical is a very essential piece of drug development. You know, understanding the pathophysiology of the disease and the mechanisms of diseases are really, really important to identify therapeutic targets that might be beneficial for treating a disease. That is sort of the foundation, and what we call that in many cases is the biological plausibility. So understanding biological plausibility is one of the root causes of things that I always look for. And if you look at it in rare disease, you know, we have an additional benefit in rare disease is that unlike what I would say mainstream larger population diseases, that actually has really good weight in regulatory decision making. So mechanistic studies are important. When you're looking at preclinical research, it sort of sets the stage. So we talked about mechanistic studies and whatnot. It also helps us establish what concentrations are effective. How much exposure do you need? How safely in preclinical animal models is that asset, and what off-target side effects that the drug might have? It also forms the initial framework by which we determine what is an human equivalent dose. That is, and what you're trying to do when you move to clinic is establishing exposure. One of the things I think in this community that still needs more justification is what are the acceptable animal models for using for clinical development and translation, because that consensus helps drive a regulator's understanding of the disease. But did we pass a threshold of acceptance for when a drug moves into a clinical setting? Now, rare disease is a little bit funky when you think about phases 1 through 4. Traditionally, that's supposed to be in healthy volunteers, right? If you ever learned this in school, which I imagine most of us haven't. But in rare diseases, it's unique because the risk-benefit of treatment oftentimes balances for earlier exposure to patient, right? So you have a bit of more of a fast-track level of exposure. If you were studying hypertension or asthma, that would not be the case. You'd go through healthy adults, you'd go through and continue. With rare diseases, because they oftentimes are progressive, they're smaller sample sizes, there's early opportunities to get into earlier studies. And what those phase 1 studies are really all about is this thing safe? Did we get the right dose or right level of exposure? And in rare diseases, you can say does this thing do what it's supposed to be, and does it have some effectiveness? How phase 2 studies differ in rare diseases is they increase the population. In that phase 1, it may be very more opportunistic. You may have a really broad outcome that you're measuring. As you get to phase 2 and phase 3 studies, those get more refined. You want a more rigorous level of exposure response. You're wanting to see a very clear measure of effective therapy, and you're really a lot more sensitive to safety. Again, in rare disease, these typically are smaller numbers. And with gene therapy, we also blow this up and condense it a little bit more than even what we're talking about today. But then once you go to phase 3 clinical trials, and in rare disease, again, these are much smaller. In many cases, they will involve a control group, and that may be waived in other stages of drug development. But these are what you call, you move from proof of concept studies, which are in phase 2, to phase 3 studies, which are really confirmatory evidence. For a drug in rare disease to be established as safe and effective, a phase 3 positive study has to be done. And typically with mainstream diseases, there typically are 2 phase 3 trials. In rare diseases, typically 1 with confirmatory evidence. And confirmatory evidence in rare disease can be many, 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 many things. So that's when those mechanistic studies come into play. It can be additional follow-up. It can be alternative control methods. So like the natural history study data that's been well collected and been standardized and has really solid agreed upon endpoints can serve as a supportive evidence for determining the safety and effectiveness of a given therapy. So once drugs reach that point, which is really less than 14% of studied therapies could cross that line, then they're available to market. And typically with gene therapies and basically biologics, there's a long period of follow-up that's required. So, patients still are involved in clinical trials, even though the drug has been made available long-term, because we want to establish, 1, does the drug retain effectiveness over time, and is there unplanned safety signals? One can imagine when you're studying smaller numbers, you don't always capture all the side effects, right? Particularly for ones that are on-target side effects that are predicted based on the drug's mechanism. You need to actually look at those in a more closely defined manner in a broader population and naturalistic settings. And so that gets you to drug approval. So what I want to switch to now are how do we de-risk the space? And we'll talk about that later today. And I want to bring some tones and how we can connect the dots here across a lot of the topics that you're thinking about today. One of the challenges that I always tell you, I'm a recovering clinical researcher. I mean, I've done everything from bench to bedside research and regulatory research. One of the things I never understood is how to speak the different languages that are required. And one of the things in regulatory is that you have to do things in specific ways to get regulatory acceptance. So if I'm a sponsor, I'll back up and I'll talk to you about how real world works if you're doing drug development. So if I'm a sponsor and I have an asset and I want to go and do a drug study, the first thing that will happen is I have to scientifically justify my trial design methodology. I have to justify my dose. I have to justify my clinical trial design. I have to justify my outcome assessments. I have to justify how the disease progresses and any other things that I need to do. And all of that evidence, usually what happens is that I have a paper, I have a manuscript to go to. And for a pharma company, that's helpful, but it's not quite as perfect for doing that. It's insightful, it's informative, but it's missing the ideal thing that I need to get it across the finish line. And that's usually a regulatory endorsed drug development tool. The thing that you do is you're making your best estimates on things that determine sample size. Is that biomarker acceptable? There's a lot of leeway within an IND in drug development for you to do that. But it becomes at things that are a little bit higher risk for you when you're doing drug development, because it's more limited. It doesn't have the ability to pass to another molecule, because my discussions in that are very, very limited in that space, and they don't extend that. So any lessons learned I have in that clinical trial are done. The next sponsor gets to do it again. There's no institutional memory built. Okay, so when you look at biomarker development, or you look at COA development, clinical outcome assessment, and whatnot, or using real-world data for alternative methodologies for clinical trials, there's certain things you have to consider that are broadly based. And so what I hear in this community right now is there's lots of investment and lots of rigor. I would encourage additional collaboration so that if you're doing 80% of the work, let's do it the rest of the 20% so that it meets regulatory standards and qualification standards or endorsement standards, because that allows it to be pulled off the shelf from anybody can come into the library and use it. It doesn't violate intellectual property. But what it does is allows there to be a disease state institutional memory that's acceptable in regulatory context. And so they encourage that. And I'll talk a little bit about more later today about some examples of how we're doing that in some other disease states, so you can see how that looks like in an actualized state. The other thing I wanted to talk about is how biomarkers, for example, can be used. And I am going to talk about that later today a little bit, but I want to talk about that in the context of a broader regulatory consideration. Now, you might have heard in the news, like usually there's like a CNN headline or a Reuters thing that talks about a drug approval, and they talk about the drug was approved under breakthrough designation or accelerated approval or something like that. Have anybody heard that when they see the buzz that happens, something like that? That's actually a good reason to be on the news, but like there are specific pathways within the FDA that are really promising and encourage drug development in rare diseases. And I'm going to talk a little bit about accelerated approval from this perspective. Accelerated approval mechanisms I'm going to blanket these all in one. I'm not going to break them up into the different types for sake of simplicity. But the underlying theme is this treatment either is novel, in its mechanism that has a significant advantage over existing treatments. Orphan drug designation, which is another category that's fit, is that if there is a disease for which there is no treatment available, approved treatment available, that meaning the FDA approved, there is the orphan drug designation pathway, which is also has advantage, and I'll come back to that in a second what those are. And then there's like the accelerated approval pathway, which is oftentimes what you're going to hear on the news. Breakthrough and accelerated approval are what you're normally going to hear about. But the underlying theme about them is they are FDA's commitment and encouragement to encourage drug development. So the first thing an FDA person will say to you is, come early, come often. Engage with us very frequently so you don't guess through your study design mechanisms, your study design methods as you can get rolling review, which means as a reviewer, you can look at the data as it's being collected and determine, hey, you need to collect more patients' data, or hey, you need to change this, or give you more immediate feedback. Because in traditional drug approval, you get it when you start, and you get it at specific checkpoints within the drug approval pathway. With these accelerated pathways, there are more regular meetings, more regular hand-holding, a lot more advice and guidance and whatnot, and a lot more direct communication with the agency. The thing about these is that they also afford some strategic advantage when it comes to regulatory decision making. Biomarkers become a lot more important in those spaces. They become really, really important. Acceptability of that, particularly for biomarkers that have the designation as a reasonably likely surrogate endpoint. I won't go into all how that happens for sake of brevity, because y'all go to sleep on me. But it stresses the importance of a biomarker for shortening a clinical trial, but also getting the equivalence of a clinical outcome assessment as a primary endpoint, which is a huge, huge win for a company to have. And for patients, it shrinks the timeline for getting a drug to be available commercially. The other thing that happens with biomarkers is that they can be used for things that are also very, very important for trial design methods. There are pharmacodynamic biomarkers that predict the dose response, like did we get our dose right by measuring a biomarker. So you can, instead of just looking at your endpoint, you get a more acute readout. There are biomarkers that aren't used for a regulatory purpose, but futility designs. So like determining, hey, this doesn't quite look like this thing's going to work, or this thing is knocking it out of the park, and we can decide to continue or stop a treatment early on, rather than keeping someone in a year, 2-year trial and retain them in that. And so there are prognostic biomarkers, which really determine, are there populations that have predicted to receive direct benefit much more efficiently? And those are valued because you want to try to increase the enrollment in patients that were most likely to benefit, because statistically, what that does is allows for an earlier signal of efficacy to establish. Doesn't mean it doesn't necessarily work in a broader population. It means that you can detect it sooner, because the biggest measure of change can be observed in that population. And then there are what they call progression biomarkers. And I think for diseases like HSP and PLS, those are important, particularly because they can map out the time course of change of the disease progression over time. And what that's useful for is the statistical analysis plan, and when you should actually assess your endpoints, but also where your inclusion and exclusion criteria can fit within a clinical trial. We use them a lot for companies because when you develop what they call a progression biomarker, it can be one of the elements for a simulation tool. So you can mathematically model how a trial might perform. And you can predict sample size, what the perceived performance are based on real-world data, and project those so that you can make informed decision of how many patients should we do? Is this trial even feasible? What should we do in our decision making? The other thing I want to talk about really briefly is how patients can be involved in research. It's very, very important. I know I've never met, there are two things that I've never seen not be common in a rare disease community is everybody wants to be involved in research and how they can help. And the second one is everybody's looking for a cure, not for necessarily, oftentimes even for themselves, but it could be the person behind them. Everybody's more empathetic and compassionate. I think that to me produces as a researcher and someone a level of responsibility for us, because that's a gift, and it's an extremely things. And so I think the voice of the patient is really important, and you're going to hear me say a lot about patients with living experience, because that's what you have. You bring into this, and in many instances, I would say science has done an incomplete job of that. And so I'm going to talk about use cases and where patients can be involved in research, not even outside of a clinical trial. I saw yesterday in the CERN presentation, they have an advisory group. They're getting input, which is excellent. I commend them for that. It's an incredible move to do that, just because I've learned more about my own biases by working with patient communities and designing studies. I've in many different diseases, it's been where I thought I knew something and I didn't, and so what's really important to have that input, because we all guide the ship, and you're giving your samples and your data for lots of informing for oftentimes for an unknown question mark of where this is all going to go. So we would do that. Applaud Dave for doing that. So one of the things that the FDA has, and I think that you all have been involved in this as a community, is they have what they call two things. They have patient-focused drug development meetings. Patient-focused drug development meetings produce what's called a voice of the patient report. And the purpose of a PFDD meeting under that context is to educate the FDA on risk-benefit and what are the areas that should be targeted to assess a treatment as being promising. And so it's also educating them on what's acceptable, like duration of things like placebo, what is manageable side effects, what kind of elements, how burdensome is the disease, and how that should weigh in assessing a treatment's efficacy. I'll put a pin in where we're at, and we're going to go back to something I said earlier. And one of the things that for you to think about is that whenever you're doing a clinical trial, it can be either designed by a statistician or it can be designed based on what target symptoms that you want to measure and the effect change in that target symptoms. And so the real world look at that as sort of a hybrid version of that. Well, the amount of what defines clinical meaningfulness is on you as patients. You define that. And in those meetings, we hope to try to translate what clinical effectiveness and clinical meaningfulness mean at a very high level. We'll talk about qualitative research later, but it's one of the ways by which the community informs the agency is this is what we perceive as positive clinical benefit. This is what we expect our treatments to do, and we're realistic about. And like we held one a couple last month. I guess it's time does fly. I held one last month, and one of the things that we really worked a lot on was with gene therapies and the placebo, and whether or not placebo was ethical, and the duration of placebo in small molecule studies, and trying to get the community to inform us around that. But those PFD meetings often are held with a mediator. They present an opportunity to serve as an education to the agency. And the output of those is a report that comes with two different components. It comes with a narrative, and it comes with a table that defines the risk-benefit within that community. And so that allows a regulator, when a sponsor comes to them, it's saying, okay, let's understand what the patients think about this, what they want to see as improvement in their disease, or even lack of progression. Because lots of times endpoints right now in clinical trials don't measure lack of progression. They don't do that very well. They're or improvement. They're not designed to do that, because historically we've not been thoughtful about doing that. Another venue for which patients can be involved in research are listening sessions. Sometimes they get invited to listen into those with the agency, and it usually it can be various sizes. It can be small or larger groups of individuals that come in and really speak to the FDA about points that they want them to understand. And so that they inform them, and FDA is there to listen, and they're to listen to the community, to be informed. And again, it's another opportunity for them to hear the concerns and the interpretation of things that are important to them. The last part and I guess I can keep going on this, but the other point that I want to say is there's so many different activities going on. I think you're going to hear about CERN. We have working groups where we involve patient communities. Sponsors typically are involved in getting patient feedback. Be that voice. Inform them, because the studies, in order to be feasible and manageable and interpretable, all rely on you and your input, because they have to understand, like, nobody wants to be involved in a clinical trial that isn't measuring something as important to them or has too many visits for them to actually that disrupts their life even more than needs to be. Also things as simple as, are there decentralized clinical trial options? How do if I want to travel halfway across the United States, are there options to decentralize this trial or to make it easier for me to participate in the study? Those types of feedback are invaluable. When we hold working groups, one of the things that we do is we have patients always on the discussions because they're a North Star. I had a working group meeting 2 months ago where one of the families that was on the call was talking about a pulmonary measure. They were looking at pulmonary function testing. They said, for my disease, this doesn't work for us. I can't. When I was starting with the disease, the guideline worked and how this test was performed. But now that I've progressed in disease, I can't do that test after the end of the day at a clinical visit. And so, the FDA was on the discussions and listening. So now we've got this project where we're looking at revamping the testing measures, recommended guidance based on that feedback from the patient community. And so I encourage you. The other part, I would say the last thing with this is informing things around decision making when it comes down to your data. Because data sharing, one of the things that in rare disease communities, most community members do want their data shared. They do that. Unfortunately, that is sometimes an uphill battle, either through sponsors that are conducting trials or researchers who are cautious to share. So I would encourage you to ask that question, because it's important, because sharing is caring, right? And in rare diseases, having to do something over and over again means that we push our opportunities out even farther and farther, and it gets farther and farther away. And so I would encourage, for those advocates. I'll talk more about clinical outcome assessments later today in my talk and using case examples. But one of the things that's really important, and oftentimes in rare diseases, and I think that you have experts in the audience that have focused on outcome assessments, is really looking at determining what concepts are important to patients and establishing what is meaningful to patients. Because sometimes instruments don't do that work up front, and it's a very important part of drug development, because how can you have a treatment work if it's not working against something that's important to you? And so being that and participating in those types of studies and understanding and providing that feedback is really important. I think we should take some questions, because I know that my time is, I think you were trying to save 15 minutes, but I've gone, and I could talk all day on drug development and
You're doing
get
great.
really
I got
granular.
one right over here.
Dr. Hovinga, thank you, first of all, for being here and for all that you're doing for us. From your perspective at the Critical Path Institute, what regulatory tools or data standards do you see as most needed to accelerate therapy development for hereditary spastic paraplegia? For example, are there specific biomarkers, clinical outcome measures, or natural history data gaps that the community should focus on?
I'm going to hedge my bets in saying this, and we'll talk about this some later today. But I think I'm going to open this up, and as an open-ended response back to that is that I think one of the things is really looking at a critical inventory with stakeholders, and that's what we're in the process of doing. It's also trying to look at them in a different context. It's trying to work with the investigators to teach them how to excel and push them past what they have been capable of in the future, so that it's more readily translatable. So, for example, if a researcher is looking at a biomarker, making sure that it, has an adequate anchor that's accepted in regulatory decision making within a clinical trial context. The assays and things that are being, mirrored so that they're usable and translatable. Does the biomarker have a clear context of use so that it can be used in a reproducible manner for multiple drug platforms? And so I would say many of them are needed in this space. What I think we need to do is figuring out ways to take what infrastructure we have and to use it the most effectively. And amongst those, obviously, biomarkers are a key thing, just because they allow us to condense the timeline of approval in many different facets. The other thing I didn't really mention is that, and this is a word the FDA doesn't like to use, but I still use it, is the term totality of evidence. And so in rare disease, there's a lot of recent precedents around drugs that fail primary, but their secondary endpoints weigh enough heavily for the scale to tip, and the FDA say, you know what, there's enough here on this plate, even though it failed its primary endpoint, that I have an endorsed biomarker, I have mechanistic studies, I have this, to say, hey, this gets approved, and to get it there, to get it to the public. Usually what happens there, it's usually under accelerated approval, is confirmatory evidence for safety and efficacy needs to be done, but all of the endorsed tools and instruments there are the key to getting those secondary things to be more advantageous. I mean, for those of you who have watched ALS, Tolfacen's approval with NFL, it was a key example. They had a lever of support for NFL as a reasonably likely surrogate endpoint. Huge thing that tipped the scale. When the AdCom was there, it was one of the big tipping points for the drug's approval. And I think that the community, like one of the things as an academic researcher, for those of you who know me, I remember being in a meeting once and thinking I said some bad words in the middle of a lecture, because I realized my study design wouldn't answer the question that I wanted under the regulatory context. And I was like, how stupid could I be? And I came back, and I was a person designing clinical trials. Like as a resident, I designed an approvable study for an antihypertensive as a resident for Pfizer. And I was like, why didn't I know that? And it was because I just didn't, I was never taught that. So teaching, how to best maximize the potential across this, and we'll talk about de-risking drug development a little bit later today, and the work that we're doing with the foundation to be able to do that. But you're going to learn a lot more deeper dive into this, and you'll be sick of hearing about COAs, biomarkers, endpoints, and all that kind of stuff, because it's a different lens that you would have to see. But the advantage when you do this under regulatory context is that any sponsor that has access to an endorsed tool can use it, and it counts. And it's got the stamp of approval that this regulator says, I buy the science here. This thing is something that I'll consider for evidence. And that's important, because if you're a company going into de-risking a space, then if there's a lot of stuff that you have you can pull off the shelf that helps to ensure your success, that's something I want to go to. Instead of I don't have a good endpoint, I don't have any biomarkers, I don't have this. Why would I go there? It's risky. It's an N of 1 study. Roll the dice. I'm going to throw my money at that. And so I think that the community has done an amazing job of starting to set the portfolio and create this. I think the establishing the connectivity to create the drug development tools, to de-risk the space, but also to promote the researchers in this space. I'm saying this and it sounds like I'm probably centric, but I see like our organization, we're potentiators. I don't have any advantage of qualifying a biomarker. I won't get speaking engagements when that happens to that. I won't get consulting. That's not what I get. But I think when you look at treatment development, using the talent that we have in the room and the investigators in a very pointed strategic manner to develop these things is obviously a really good step in the right direction.
Doctor, I got another question for you back here.
As a follow-up, is that on? As a follow-up to Becky's question, given the gaps you've identified, what practical steps can organizations like the Spastic Paraplegia Foundation take to help advance these regulatory tools, for example, through data sharing, patient registries, or collaborative research initiatives?
Norma's smiling back there. I think the first thing is looking at what you've invested in. What science is there? I mean, the first step for us, like, I'm going to talk about some of this later today, is that what do we have? Like what does the landscape really look like? What does our inventory look like? What are our quick wins from the investments that we've already made? What strengths do we have in the community, and how do we support those strengths with the community to fill in those gaps for which we can identify successful next steps? And so, like I'm going to talk about later today, I mean, we'll be starting to look at trying to identify data to begin to map out where the data gaps are, because that can drive the next investments in new science, right? And I'm going to talk about how we do this with ALS and the connectivity we have within those communities. But a similar exercise, I think in a year we've built a platform that I didn't think it would happen, frankly, but the community rallied. We projected we were getting like 5 data sets, and curate them. Now we're probably in our loan, we're probably approaching 12 to 15. So we're at 3 times our threshold for what we projected. And that's just on our side. We're working closely with NIH to build their omics side. But it's really looking at that inventory to understand, like, what are the quick wins? What is the lab, both clinically and preclinically, to fill the pieces that you do, and then talk about that in a strategic shared vision. Most rare diseases have the infrastructure there already. It's the connectivity that may be missing, and understanding how to place that in the context of drug development. Because again, it's mostly like when I listen to what happens in these rooms, and I've had calls with many of the investigators, it's like, okay, you do this connects to this is a lab over here, and I'm thinking virtual R&D, and it works, right? And it's just that, when you don't stop and talk about one person doing this and this person that, it's not saying that science isn't moving forward. It just isn't moving forward in a coordinating way. It's like the moon shot, right? When Kennedy in the 60s said, "Let's go to the moon." It was like all hands on deck. This is what we're going to do. You're going to build this. You're going to build this. You're going to build this. We're all going to educate people. One of the other things in CERN that was impressive to me yesterday is about the training of new people, because in rare disease, that's critical. It's making sure that they're aware, so that next thing is passing the torch, because, this is going to be something we continue to refine. Treatments get better and better and better, right? Even if you find something that's a treatment today, there's going to be something better tomorrow. It always will be that way, because technology grows. So that you'll hear more about this. I'll reinforce some of these concepts later today, and you'll see examples of things of how this could all work and how this works in other diseases, so you can see, and people can ask questions about the good, the bads, and ugly. I tend to be pretty transparent if you haven't figured that out yet. But I really appreciate your time. If you have any other questions, grab me. Go ahead. There's one more. Okay.
Nope.
Just grab me.
Yeah, doctor, we have to go right now. So he said the magic words. Grab him in the hallway. You got a question? We'd love to do 20 hours with him right now and do all these questions, but we can't. We've got to move on. And what's going to happen now, because we've been asked for you guys, we're going to give you a quick 5-minute break, okay? We know some people need to take a break. We know what 5 minutes means. It's okay, but we got to keep going on. We have so much information to put through today for you guys. So take your break. We're going to get prepped for our next presentation, okay? And then and lunch is right around the corner, by the way, okay? So, thank you.
Them come and meet us with a chance to meet them, hoping that our footprint would be in their office and their footprint would become part of what we do. And I want to tell you that all of the people on our program from those agencies that you saw that were scheduled to come, they didn't have to be, their arms didn't have to be twisted. They were very glad to be able to be here. The first message that we received saying that he couldn't come, it was a very personable, friendly kind of message, and they deeply regretted it and said, we will try to do something with you electronically sometime soon. So we'll continue to work with and bring those folks in when, not if, but when they get back to work and life gets back to normal for them. Because those four were not able to be with us, and we didn't learn any of that until this past weekend, and a couple of those we just discovered last night. We're going to have to move our agenda around. It's going to be different than what's in the book. We're going to try to fill spots so that you get good information, give you a little extra time to take a break like we just did. We may finish a little early in the afternoon, but we're going to work that to try to be respectful of your time and opportunity to do other things. Our congressional people, I appreciate, as I was going through the crowd just a moment, I talked to at least one of you who was on the phone sending messages trying to tell your congressional people that we're here and come on over if you can get them over. And I know some of them are back home in the district. Some of them are here. But let me just tell you, if any of you happen to send that kind of message and you've got a personal connection and you can get anybody from the U.S. Congress or the U.S. Senate, and I don't care what party, if you can get them here, we'll give them the microphone. We'll stop whatever we're doing and let them talk to us for a minute or two, because we need all those relationships that we can create. So if you find somebody on the Hill that will come over, let us know. Finally, as we think about the dinner tonight, I said earlier this morning, when we finish at about 5 or whenever we finish, we'll ask you to, we all want to visit, but let's visit outside these doors, because they've got to flip this room and set up tables and get prepared for dinner. But I want to ask you to do this as well. It's been our experience when we were in much larger hotels with much larger doors that the first few folks who get there in the evening or for any other meal want to stop at the first table. This is going to be a tight room tonight. You all can tell that by the time tables and chairs, it's going to be tight. So I want to ask you very respectfully, when you get here, do the best you can to get a table as close to the wall, because when everybody stops at the door, now we can't get people in. So if you're first to get here, please head to this wall and we'll fill up in that regard. And we'll make it work. We always do, but that would be very, very helpful. Well, I have something very exciting to talk to you about. Again, we talk about the volunteers in this organization and on this board. And we had an issue that over the past few years we've had, and I'm sure Frank may have had this in the past and other board members, but as we talk to researchers electronically, as we talk to other groups electronically, we get asked questions about, well, how many of your members have X? How many of them do Y? What about this circumstance? And we had not seen anywhere a survey, a piece of information that really documented that. And so Norma, 8 or 9 months ago, decided that we ought to take on this task of doing our own survey. Well, you've heard me talk about being involved. I spent my life in elected politics and office holding. And I don't have to tell you, when you try to hire a pollster or somebody who does this kind of work, it's very, very expensive. It's expensive enough that we probably would not have spent your money that you donate to do that function. So we began to try to figure out, how can we do that with the resources that we have? Norma got on the phone and talked to some of our ladies about helping with this, and they did a fantastic job. And I'm going to dwell with that just a moment. I'm going to tell you, I've had zero to do with this except supporting them, doing a little proofreading. So you're going to have to forgive me. I'm going to do a little more reading than I normally do, but I want to convey to you the result of their work and their thoughts about these items as they did them. Today I have the privilege of sharing with you the voices of our community. This is your voice, our collective voice, captured in the most comprehensive patient history survey the Spastic Paraplegia Foundation has ever undertaken. These results are not just numbers, they're stories. Your stories, our stories, reflected back to us in a way that shows where we've been, what we're facing, and where we must go. Before I begin, I want to direct you again to that survey. It was in your bag. It's about 50 pages. This is what it looks like. I'm not going to be able to touch on 25% of the information that's in there, but I want to encourage you to take that when you get home and you get the opportunity to sit down and look at what information is there. It took about 25 minutes to take this survey. When the results came back and I looked at them, I said two things. I didn't really learn anything I didn't already know. Why? Because I live in this body. I live with this disease every day, as do many of you. So I didn't really learn much, but what it does tell me is that we as a group, here's where we stand, here's how we live, here's what life is like, and here's how we tell Dr. Blackstone and Dr. Zuckner and all the different folks who do research for us, here's where we are, and here's what we need. That is it. I hope you will take, when you get a chance to get home, look at it in its entirety and take the time to think about it. This survey was launched by eBlast. I spoke about eBlast earlier. I hope you didn't get this eBlast and just send it to spam or send it to trash. And let me say something about spam. You guys probably know this. If you get an email from us and you send it to spam, you may not get another email from us. We've had a number of folks who didn't know not to do that and then questioned us later about why they weren't getting the messages from us. So be careful how you manage that on your end. But this survey was launched on June 13th by eBlast. And we had a short time, in just 37 days, by July 20th of 2025, 770 of you had answered. Those voices collectively became the patient voice in action. Now, like I said, this was done by a group of great volunteers. None of us will tell you you won't find a typo or a misplaced comma or something like that. It won't be perfect, but it's going to tell you where we are and where we need to go. I want to say a quick thank you to the individual ladies and people who had something to do with this. They're not all here, but the group that was involved with this, Dina Landfair. Dina will be here a little bit later. She is an SPF board member with SPG7. And if you're here, and if you can stand or raise your hand, whatever works best for you. Next, Sue Duffy. Sue is an SPF ambassador from Florida who has SPG4. Tracy Hood, who has SPF. She is an ambassador for Florida. She has SPG5A. Tracy couldn't be with us. She may be listening virtually. Christine Hendrickson, SPF ambassador for Florida with SPG7. Hank Chupi, who lives in the Chicago area and who's always involved with our website and electronic work, and he was very much involved with this as well. Yeah, Hank's got his ear to the screen. Dr. Michael Kaplan, who is an SPF ambassador for Florida, who is a parent of a child with SPG 49. And Dr. David Perkins, who is president of a company called Beyond Green Sustainability, LLC. None of you have ever heard from him. I'll share how we met him. Norma and I still work professionally in a couple of different areas, and one of those is economic development. And we do 2 meetings a year with people along the Mississippi River. And we were in a meeting and we met this gentleman. We kind of became friends. We knew that he does a lot of statistical kind of work. So we reached a point in this process that we needed to process it quickly and get it to the point we could share it with you today. So we called Dr. David Perkins, shared with him what we wanted to do, asked him what he would charge, and I was expecting $10,000, $20,000. He said, I'll do that to you for about $1,900. So we've got a piece of work that, even with the professional work we've got in it, we spent less than $2,000 of your money, but hopefully have given us a tool that we can utilize into the future. Also involved, I've mentioned Norma. Of course, Norma's involved with all that we do and working with. And if you listened, most of the folks in that list were from Florida. How did that happen? We were in Tampa last year for our annual convention. And we began talking about this there, and those ladies stepped forward and kind of volunteered. So if there's something you can do, volunteer, we'll put you to work. But don't volunteer unless you mean it, because we will put you to work. As we look at the survey, there are 5 important findings, areas of discussion that we want to talk about. The first concerns time to reach a diagnosis. One of the clearest patterns is just how long it takes for someone with HSP or PLS to finally receive a proper diagnosis. For many, it's not months, it's years. Sometimes even more than a decade passes between the first symptoms and a confirmed diagnosis for what's happening in our body and in our lives. Imagine the uncertainty, the frustration, the missed opportunities for care, for support, for simply knowing what's wrong. This delay keeps people out of clinical studies and leaves families without a roadmap. Our community, this community, deserves better than that. We must shorten this journey to diagnosis so that no one spends years in the dark. If you look at the chart, some of these numbers will hit. Of the 770 respondents, 628 or 77.6% are diagnosed with HSP, and 142 or 17% with PLS. 5.5% are currently undiagnosed. Approximately 8 in 10 respondents are either diagnosed with HSP or are undiagnosed but suspect HSP. Just to let you know, our SPF member database includes 4,747 people living with HSP and 1,276 people living with PLS. The survey responses included 486 from the United States and 193 from 32 other countries. Additionally, we had responses from 44 of the 80 veterans who are in our database. And let me hit on 2 points there. Some of you may be from families like mine where we've had 13 people who've had HSP in the last 3 generations. Now, some of them are gone now. Some are still alive. But if you've got people in your family who have got HSP and they haven't, become a member of the foundation, please encourage them to do that. We need the numbers. We need to know how many people are out there. We need to know what genetic mutations they have if they know. Same thing with PLS. So if you know other PLSers who are not involved, do all you can to encourage them to get on our platform and get that information to us, because it will help all of us. Encouragingly, this survey shows that more individuals today are receiving a diagnosis far more quickly than in years past. Over 50% within 5 years, and nearly 1/3 within the first year, reflecting growing awareness, improved testing, and the impact of research and education efforts that we've all helped fund over the years. If you'll look at that, almost 1/3 now get their diagnosis within the first year. That's much improved from what it used to be. On the other hand, more than 27% are still taking over 5 years to get that diagnosis, and that's too long. And when we first started talking about SP-CERN that you've heard about this morning and are going to hear more, one of the things we said was we need a process in place that helps people get the proper diagnosis in a much more timely fashion, and we believe that's going to happen. Next, we want to talk about the age of diagnosis. The data reveal a clear correlation between age and diagnosis. Most individuals are not diagnosed until midlife, with nearly half receiving their diagnosis between ages 40 and 69, and over 25% in their 50s, while only about 1 in 5 are diagnosed before age 30, underscoring how subtle early symptoms and limited awareness can delay recognition of these conditions. And of course, I know my circumstance and most of the people in my family, and I'm sure some of you fit this as well. My first symptom came when I was 43. Now, the day my first symptom came, I knew what it was because I'd watched my father fight it for 30 or 40 years at that point. But if you're a de novo, if you haven't had it in your family, these symptoms, immediately you don't know what it is, and you begin the process of looking and trying to find that proper diagnosis. But here are what our survey responses indicated was the age of diagnosis. As we look at the survey, you'll see of those of you who responded, these were the different genetic subtypes that participated. And as you can see, this is pretty consistent, not exactly, but pretty consistent with a lot of the information. We've always been told that SPG4 is about 25% or more of the HSP that gets diagnosed that we know of. You'll see all the, and SPG7 and 11 are usually next in line as they were in this survey. But you'll see all the different SPG numbers that did report. There are 35 different HSP gene subtypes in this group. And today there are about 90 different SPG subgroups. So we're missing, folks with about 55 of those, but you'll see the genetic type of those who responded. And of course, we had 142 PLS survey respondents, and of course they're not included in these SPG numbers. It's important that you get us, when you know it, if you can, your specific gene type or subtype. That allows us to track each mutation, identify patterns, and ensure that every genetic form of HSP and PLS is represented in research and advocacy efforts. One of the things we've always said is if we learn of a clinical trial involving a particular genetic mutation, we want to be able to get an e-blast out to everybody on our platform that's got that mutation so you know about that clinical trial and can consider whether it's possible or desirable for you to participate in that. So I hope you're on our platform and you have shared that information. If you have not, please do, and encourage others to do that as well. We hear the terms dominant, recessive, and de novo, and this was interesting to see. Nearly a third of the 573 respondents reported not knowing their gene or gene subtype, an important gap we have to address, as I said. Of those who do know, about 1 in 3 identify a dominant gene, 1 in 4 a recessive gene, and 1 in 6 report a de novo or first-in-family mutation. Again, that's why it's so important for you to get your information to us so we can have knowledge of that and help with things like clinical trials and other possible possibilities. Next, we want to move on and talk about the loss of mobility. I shared last year, and I know all of you have been down a similar road. My first symptom came in 2002. 7 years later, I went to my first SPF conference, which was in St. Louis. And I was still under the impression that I walked in such a way that nobody knew I had anything wrong. Norma was working and could not go with me to that annual conference. On Saturday afternoon, after we finished hearing the speakers, there were some breakout sessions down a hall and around a corner. And as I started out making my way there, someone stopped me and said, "So how long have you had HSP?" We're all on that timeline. It starts at one point and progression may be quicker for some than others, but loss of mobility is something that we no doubt deal with. The loss of mobility, a resounding cry for help. For individuals living with HSP or PLS, the most devastating and universal challenge is a progressive and relentless loss of mobility. This is not a minor inconvenience or a gradual slowing down. It is a profound and daily erosion of independence. Many different symptoms experienced with HSP and PLS. And as you answered the survey, as I answered the survey, I hit many of these. But as you look at this, 94.2% said they struggle with walking, stumbling, or tripping. 92.3% endure stiffness and spasticity in the legs. 85.6% face balance and coordination difficulties. 81.8% report progressive leg weakness. 73.9% experience bladder and or bowel dysfunction. Now, in this group, this involves our HSPers and our PLSers. So all of us are dealing with similar challenging physical issues from day to day. The majority of us, I'm sure, who took this survey clicked on many of those. But as you see, the top one is the struggling with walking, stumbling, or tripping. Here's some more information, and as I share some of the percentages I'm going to share with you, the percentages I'm going to share is of our group as a whole, the PLS, HSP together. The numbers you see on this chart, on this particular chart, are broken out. The HSP answers are in the kind of the gold color. The PLS answers are in the blue. But this survey also revealed struggles that extend far beyond the legs. 28.5% of our total population face speaking difficulties. 22% endure swallowing challenges, and 27% live with impairments in their hands. These numbers remind us that HSP and PLS are not confined to mobility alone. They touch voices, nourishment, and even the simple act of using one's hands, making life on a daily basis a constant battle for dignity and independence. Taken together, these findings paint a stark picture. Nearly every one of us is confronted with an unstoppable march toward dependence. The inability to walk safely, to control one's body, to maintain dignity in basic functions. It's not simply a medical issue. It's a resounding loss that reverberates through every part of life. Families, workplace, schools, and communities. Patients describe the loss as the most crushing aspect of their condition. Every stumble is not just a misstep, it's a reminder of decline. Every fall carries the weight of fear. Every new limitation marks another rung, not up, but down the ladder of independence. This is why our community is crying out. With effective treatments, people living with HSP and PLS are forced to watch their world shrink. These are not abstract numbers, they are urgent reminders that research and therapeutic development cannot wait. One of the folks who took the survey made this comment. My life is very lonely, and without my mother's help and support, I don't know what I would do. People don't understand how this has affected my schooling, my education, work opportunities, and has greatly affected my ability to earn money. Dreams are lost in the process of being able to support myself without help from others. And I know we all experience those kind of circumstances in our different lives. As you look at this chart, daily impact of HSP and PLS, 59% of us says that this condition is affecting us extremely on a daily basis. 35% said moderately. 5% said slightly, and less than 1% said not at all. Now, at any given time, and if you redo this survey at any given time, these numbers may not change. But without good research and without treatments that make a difference, I hope I'm wrong when I say this, but the folks who are in the not at all category today or the slightly category today, in a year or 5 or 10 are likely to be over in the moderate and extreme category. That's why we've got to move as timely as we can. When 94% of a patient community is struggling, the 94% being the 58 and the 35 together, we are not talking about rare inconvenience. We're talking about a universal crisis for us. A crisis that demands our attention, our resources, and our collective will to change the trajectory of these diseases. Next, we want to talk about lives defined by wheels and support. We just talked about mobility. Now let's talk about what kind of tools are we using and how does that break out among our community. For the HSP and PLS community, the progression of symptoms too often leads to an unavoidable dependence on assisted devices. What begins with a cane or walking poles, small symbols of resilience, too often advances to walkers, wheelchairs, scooters. But for patients and families, these devices are not symbols of freedom. They are constant reminders of what has been taken away. And while it does show us as we get in those chairs or we use those devices, I also want to be careful to say, don't wait till it's too late to use them. You know, as I walked this road, there was a time when, as I said, I thought people didn't recognize that I had a gait issue. And I didn't want to use a cane. And I didn't want to use a chair. Well, I have a convincing woman who lives with me who said, you watched your dad, you know how that happened. And Greg, if you want to stay up and active in the communities that you work in, the places you go, you're going to have to do that, because you cannot risk being in a crowd getting bumped and breaking a hip or breaking a leg. So I appreciate the fact that she was aggressive in having me do that. And I want to say the same thing to you. Make those decisions at the right time. Don't wait too late. Keeping yourself healthy in every way you can is most important as you deal with HSP and PLS. As we look at assistive devices needed, and I'm sure like many of you, when I did this survey, I hit a bunch of these. But our survey findings highlight this reality. 45% of respondents rely on a walker to move even short distances. 40% depend on a wheelchair, underscoring the severity of mobility loss. 31% use canes and 25.5% rely on walking poles. Efforts to delay decline through the progression rarely stops. 17.4% use scooters as another adaptation, an attempt to preserve independence against relentless odds. Patients and families describe this reliance not as choice, but as necessity. Each device becomes a marker of disease progression. The first cane, the first walker, the first time a wheelchair is used or needed. These are milestones none of us want to reach, yet nearly half of our community faces them every day. The data illustrates a stark reality. Without approved therapies, mobility fades and independence erodes. People living with HSP and PLS are left to rely not on treatments, but on equipment that cannot stop the disease and only attempts to soften the impact. And while these supports may help with safety and function, they do carry an emotional weight. For many, that first wheelchair feels like a line crossed, a threshold and a new stage of dependence. It changes how others see you. It changes how we see ourselves. You know, I'm sure many of you guys have dealt with the same thing I deal with. You know, even on mornings like this morning, when I've gotten dressed and gotten in the chair and you roll in front of the mirror to see what you look like, how you feel, you know, it all works on you. This is why research into therapy development is so urgent. Patients should not be forced to measure their lives by the moment they need a walker, a scooter, or a wheelchair. They should be able to measure their lives by milestones that matter. Working without the fear of falling, traveling without hesitation, walking hand in hand with their children and grandchildren, watching their toddlers, their children, take their first steps without crutches or wheelchairs. No parent should ever have to wonder whether their child will survive the first decade of life as they struggle with some forms of HSP. Our community deserves more than wheels and supports. We deserve treatments that restore hope, preserve independence, and push back against the inevitability of decline. Next, we want to talk about access to specialists and clinical trials, about our process of finding diagnosis, doctors, and so on. One of our survey people said, I can't find a practitioner with any knowledge of HSP or PLS. Support groups of little help, which makes me feel isolated. And we talked about that earlier, finding that proper diagnosis sooner and how important that is. This is one of the most sobering findings. Very few patients have participated in a clinical trial. Many have never even seen a neuromuscular specialist. The barriers are clear. Geography, lack of awareness, and the scarcity of opportunities. If we want to accelerate research, these gaps must be closed. We need global collaboration, patient registries, and care networks that bring the best expertise to every patient, no matter where they live. Every individual should have a pathway to research, participation, and to specialized care. When asked what doctors and various treatments our survey folks have obtained, here's the result of some of their responses. The desperation leads patients deeper into the medical system, but too often without lasting answers. Survey respondents reported seeing an array of specialists. 97% have seen a neurologist. 82.9% engage in lifelong physical therapy. 40.5% sought urologist and or gastroenterologist to manage bladder and or bowel dysfunction. 33.3% have turned to occupational therapists. 31.3% sought psychologists or counselors to cope with the emotional toll and the mental issues. This paints a striking picture. Patients and families are navigating a fractured web of care, piecing together partial solutions in a desperate attempt to keep up with relentless progression. The effort is immense, the burden overwhelming, and yet outcomes remain insufficient. What the community is asking for is clear: a shift from reactive, focused care to proactive innovation. Clinicians, researchers, and industry partners, we ask to come together with us to identify and test new interventions, repurpose therapies, and ensure patients are not left with a future defined only by decline. This chart, I'm not going to go over much in detail. This is a pretty interesting chart when you get a chance to look at it. The question was, how many different doctors, professionals, other services have you obtained as part of dealing with this disease? And I'm told, I haven't added the numbers myself, but I'm told that let me find my number. Well, I'll get to that number. Oh, here it is. 349 different kinds of specialists and specialist services our people put in this survey. And it's just an interesting list, and you can take time to look at that later. And so families do what they would do. They fight back with every resource they can find. As we look at managing symptoms, again, physical therapy and occupational therapy, 83.2%, assisted devices, 82%, different medications, 81.5%, strength training, 42%, and you can look on down that list at the percentage of our people who said they were doing or using these particular types of therapies or approaches. 81.5% use medications like baclofen to temporarily ease spasticity. Again, this reflects a community, I keep using the word desperate, but that's what it is, willing to try anything, often juggling multiple therapies at once, while knowing none will alter the course of the disease. Families are exhausting the system, but the system is not exhausting every possibility that we need to exhaust. Another interesting item in this survey was, what medications are you taking? And you'll see on this chart, when you look at it in the book, baclofen, diazepam, gabapentin, others, and how many of our folks are taking those. And on the bottom of that, you'll see other supplements or vitamins taken. You know, I know we take different supplements, different vitamins, because we've read, we've been told that they help. I have a handful I take every morning. Are they doing me a lot of good? I don't know, but I've been taking them so long, I'm afraid to quit. You know, I don't want to lose any ground. So we are collectively taking what drugs can be prescribed for us, and then a lot of other supplements trying to make life better. And you'll be interested to look at that when you get a chance. Our next slide talks about secondary conditions identified. Many of us are dealing with something other than HSP and PLS while we're dealing with this. Autoimmune and inflammatory diseases, respiratory, cancer. You can see them. I'm not going to read them all, but the point is that while we're fighting these mobility issues and these progressive issues, many of us are also fighting something else at the same time, which makes this a great, great challenge. Next, we want to talk about, and this is our last point, quality of life and mental health. And one of our survey respondents said, "My legs are very weak and continue to get worse. Balance issues are constant." I think most of us have understood how that is. Perhaps the most invisible burden is the one we talk about the least, mental health. Our survey showed high levels of depression, anxiety, and social isolation. Living with a progressive rare disease doesn't just challenge the body, it weighs heavily on the mind and the spirit. Addressing this requires more than medication. It requires community, counseling, support groups, and compassion for one another. When we think about care, we must holistically think, mind, body, and spirit together. And I want to pause here and talk about, over the past 5, 6, 7 years, this is an area where SPF has tried to spend a significant amount of time. We realize, and you realize, that we've got to raise dollars to make research happen. But as we do that together, I think it has benefited many of us to spend time together on SPF talks, in Zoom meetings, communicating with one another by email. You know, when we know that there's someone else out there who's struggling, fighting, thinking, living as we are, it gives us strength to do that together. So if you haven't been doing that, I want to encourage you, the next time you get an email about an SPF talk, sit in and listen. You know, we can have your name up there. You can be muted if you want to. We don't have to see your face, but give it a chance. Listen and think about how important community is, because while we can't get a cure tomorrow, we're going to work and push for that treatment, push for that cure. But as we work in getting there, let's make the mental part of it as easy as we can. You'll see on this chart, our respondents told us how they feel about their physical health on the left side, and kind of the yellow numbers, and how they feel about their mental health on the right side with the blue numbers. And that's kind of interesting. When I look at those numbers, where physical health is concerned, 59% of the respondents said their health was either excellent, good, or very good, while 41% said fair or poor. Again, I think as time goes on, some that may be in that excellent, good, and very good may gradually move in the other direction. We hope that doesn't happen, because we hope we find some things that make a difference. If you look at mental health, 75% said their mental health was excellent, good, or very good, and 25% said fair or poor. Now, my thought about that is, and I may be wrong, and this is not what the survey says, but I want to bet and gamble that more than 25% of us from time to time deal with tough days and mental challenges. You know I do. There are days when I'm very good, when I'm on top of my game, when I can accomplish anything my body will let me accomplish. There are other days when the thought of dealing with this over and over again becomes a weight. And so my guess is that really more than 25% of us from time to time deal with fair or poor mental health. And that's the reason that we want to maintain the social work and the social part of what this foundation does. This next chart is one of the charts that I really want you to go home and sit down and think about. There's a lot of information on this page. You'll see a patient said, "I feel guilty about the help my family must give." And if you look at the chart, the top line, or the gold color, has to do with parents and siblings. The next has to do with immediate family, and the next has to do with your spouse or partner. And let's just look at the top. And it's hard for me to believe, but I hear people every year at this annual conference who tell me, on the front end, my family thought I didn't have anything wrong. They didn't believe it. They thought there wasn't anything physically happening. They thought it was mental. 6% said their parents and siblings weren't acknowledging the condition. 4% immediate family, 4% spouse and partner. And I'm not going to read those all, but I want you, when you get a chance to look at them, I think they're very, very important. And for me, on my side of it as the patient, I go down to I feel guilty about all I can't do. As it relates to my parents and siblings, 26%, my immediate family, 40%, but my spouse and partner, 49% of us said we feel bad about the things we can't do as it impacts our spouse or our partner. And there are a lot of pieces to that. I grew up a young man in a household where dad did certain things in taking care of the house and the yard and the cars and all those kinds of things. Most of that I can't do anymore. Now, thank God my spouse is not in that 49%. She's right there with me every step of the way. But I see and hear all the time about families and marital relationships where that isn't the case. And so we need to be aware of those kind of relationship issues, those mental health issues, as we try to support one another. And the very bottom one, not at all a great relationship and very supportive. It's good that those numbers are as high as they are, but the fact that that's not the case all the time makes it a challenge for all of us. All right, this next chart, a little different take. HSP, PLS impact friends and peers. This is a tough one too. A patient said, living with PLS or HSP has been challenging, but I learned a lot about myself and about life. Even though the condition has robbed me of my ability to walk and talk, I have learned to be more grateful for the little things and to cherish every moment. I have also learned that it is possible to live a full and meaningful life, even with a chronic illness. But how does this impact other relationships? And you can read those. 22.4% it's not affecting my other relationships. 32% said I feel my friends go out of their way to accommodate me, and that's great. But the next two, 29% said I feel left out at times. And why is that? Well, because the places that I used to go with my friends, I can't get to as quickly, or I may not can get to at all. And that last column is the saddest one. They slowly faded away. 17%, almost 1 in 5 in this survey said they had friends or family or people that were part of their social circle who slowly faded away. That's tough. That's tough to deal with. And so again, the mental part of what we're doing together is critically important. So what do these 5 findings tell us? They tell us that behind every statistic is a person, is one of us. A child that cannot keep up with others on the playground. A father waiting for answers. A mother relying on a walker to keep up with her family and children. A young adult, too exhausted to continue school because of pain and fatigue. A patient who has never been told about a clinical trial that could impact his or her future. A patient quietly isolated, battling unseen and unknown depression. But beyond the numbers, the stories point to something even deeper, the human cost of long diagnostic journeys and the heavy toll of navigating life with little or no structured support. Too often, patients and caregivers are left to find their own way through a complex of medical and bureaucratic systems. What's missing is a coordinated network of responsive, crisis-aware guidance, someone who understands the road ahead and can help guide them. This survey is more than data. It's a call to action. It shines a light on the urgent need for comprehensive, empathetic support that sees beyond medical charts to the real people living with these conditions. It shows us the gaps that demand solutions and gives us the mandate to act. If we listen to the patient's voice, really listen, we can accelerate research, improve care, and build a future where diagnosis is quicker, therapies are available, and quality of life is protected. That's the vision. That's the work ahead, and together we will get there. This piece of work done by a group of our volunteers is a great piece of work. Again, it's not perfect, but at a very low cost, with a lot of time spent on their behalf, it tells us a lot about our community, what we think, where we are, what we're dealing with. And it's a challenge to every one of us. I don't care how mobile you are or how immobile you are. I don't care how far in this process you are. You may be just beginning. You may have been dealing with this for years. Your involvement in this foundation is critically important, not only for you and your family in trying to get to that diagnosis and get to the best life you can live given the condition you have, but it's important for the rest of us because strength comes in numbers. When we try to communicate with our congressional people, we need every single one of you to get on that muster platform and send that message. It's not just there, it's important, and we need you to do it. And to our researchers and clinicians, as we share some of the language in this report, we don't mean to be pointing a finger at you, but we kind of are. We want you to work extra hard with us as we on the bottom end talk about fundraising and making our community better in every way. We need you guys to accelerate in every way you can the research and the possibilities to bring a treatment that makes our lives better. And we know that you're going to do that. Collectively, we work together. Collectively, we will succeed. So thank you for being here. Keep doing what you're doing, and let's continue to do more. Thank you, guys.
Actually, no, we got to move on because we got lunch coming. We've got an event coming here in just a couple of seconds. We're going to take a couple of seconds and reset our stage, and then we're going to give you guys, we're going to warm you up, okay? I see you're putting your coats on, so we're going to warm you up here in just a couple of seconds. Can you help me? I want to move this tape back to the back edge, and then we'll use this wireless for him to work with.
Okay. Yeah. I need somebody just to.
I'll help you.
Yeah. Okay.
So, get all set up.
Yeah, let me-
You can just leave all that.
Okay.
And we'll just move the table just backwards. A little bit of space. And,
You can go a little more. Let me make it mute.
I'll do an introduction, and we'll get you going here in a second. And because we're a little long, but okay, we'll go about 30 seconds. Yes, and then this will be your mic back here. Check and test, check, test. Check, test, test. Check, test, test. Test 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. You hold on to this. I'm going to get these guys here. Okay, everybody, we're going to roll right into this. First of all, I want to let you guys know, lunch is coming up after this. On the backs of your name tags, if you have a little card stuck in the back of them, if you guys have a special diet or an allergy or something for lunch, put these tags on your plate, okay, in front of you when you're at lunch, and then so the servers will know what your special needs are. But when they serve you, pick the card back up because you're going to be doing it again. Okay? So remember, you got 3 down. You're going to do this 3 times: at lunch, at dinner tonight, and at lunch again tomorrow. So remember, if you got a tag, put it on the table in front of you. We're going to go right into this. This is Javier Tuel right here, and he is a beloved member of the SPF community. He brings energy, humor, and practical guidance on how to stay strong mentally and physically while living with HSP and PLS. Through his personal journey and fitness expertise, Javier inspires everyone to find purpose and positivity through movement and mindset. Y'all are going to be sweating in a little bit now. Don't get him.
Good afternoon. I just want you guys to know I'm already sweating because I'm so nervous. I'm going to try to get you guys in and out as quickly as I can. I just want to come up with a few things, and I want to talk to you guys about a couple things before we work out. You got to excuse me, I do shake just a little bit. Okay.
I will fight for you. I always do until my heart is black and blue.
How many of you have days when even small tasks like getting dressed, climbing stairs, or carrying groceries feels incredibly hard? What if I told you movement wasn't just about exercise, but about dignity, independence, and belief in yourself? I'm Javier Tuel. I'm 47 years old, former human services worker who followed my passion into personal training and building my own business. 12 years ago, I was diagnosed with early onsets of Parkinson's, but in the last year and a half, I've been training Dina, who has HPS. I realized there is something bigger than just Parkinson's and the normal neurological disorders, and I've made it my passion to go out and do as much as I can with movement and exercise. I drove all the way here from Iowa. And I got to tell you, it's far. When I was diagnosed with early onset Parkinson's, the experiences fueled my mission to prove that movement is not only possible, but powerful. Everyone, especially those living with cognitive or movement challenges. Movement is medicine. I gotta fix this real quick, I apologize. We have a problem. Too many people with cognitive disabilities are left out of mainstream fitness. We know about 30% of patients with HSP will use a mobility aid, but that should not be the reason you can't move. Being inactive can cause faster progression of conditions, cognitive decline, mood disorders, and the list goes on. However, on the flip side, movement is medicine. It can also help slow the progression, help you live your life so you're not defined by your diagnosis. I believe movement is adaptable, inclusive, and essential. I meet people where they are, whether it's modifying an exercise, creating a safe space, or focusing on progress or perfection. We focus not on elite performance, but rather on your daily quality of life. I'm going to show you guys a video of Dina. Dina came into working with me about 2 years ago, and like I said, it was a brand new experience for me. I've worked with a lot of people with cognitive disorders, including myself, on everyday life. One of the things I do want to bring up was, like, last night I was going to dinner here, and I'm afraid to go to dinner a lot of times. I have troubles cutting a steak, getting the nachos that I loved last night. But when I was sitting around the room last night, I actually saw some other people in the room who were eating very confident, and that gave me the confidence I needed to. The other thing is I can't hear myself talk as well, so this is a big step. So the other reason I'm up here is to show you guys that movement also helps with cognitive abilities. It helps with growing. It helps you with getting the confidence you need. So I want to say thank you guys for eating last night outside and letting me see and experience I guess a chance to eat the nachos and spill them a little bit everywhere and not feel so confident about it. Here's the video.
Hi, my name is Dina Lanfair, and I live in Iowa. I have a husband and 2 boys, 17 and 19. And I first noticed symptoms in 2000, and I was diagnosed in 2013 with HSP, specifically SPG7. The hardest part of living with HSP, I think, was when my kids were little. I wasn't able to teach them how to ride a bike or play soccer with them or really explain what it is. All I could say to them was, Mom, you can't run. For a long time, I kept waiting for the ball to drop, that I was going to be in the wheelchair and I was going to have issues, and we took all kinds of vacations and everything, and at some point I finally went, you know what, I can't do this. I just got to move on, and just, if it happens, it happens. Since there isn't a cure or medicine or therapeutic of any sort, the best thing we can do is exercise and do the best we can with what we got. After I started seeing Javier and going to a personal trainer, I was wearing AFOs and taking baclofen, and after a few months, I stopped wearing my AFOs and I stopped taking baclofen. The first thing I noticed was I was going to the bathroom and I was able to get up off the toilet without grabbing anything. And it was just like, oh my gosh, holy cow, I just did that. So I work out 3 or 4 or 5 times a week, depending on the week. I go to a warm water pool at a gymnasium. So then on top of that, I see Javier, go to a personal trainer twice a week and work on weightlifting on my legs, my core, and just in general walking. So exercise has been so important for keeping me mobile and keeping me out of a wheelchair, and it's the one thing we can control of ourselves to stop the progression or slow it down. I guess my main message to everyone is to just take things day by day. Don't worry about the future. Just be in the present at time to do what you can while you can.
The one thing we talk about the most at Toolshed Training is that our goal, we're not the cure, and working out is not the cure, but we can slow the diagnosis and we can slow down the symptoms. And I stress to you the importance, and that's just not for somebody who's diagnosed, but for a wife or a husband or everybody else who's involved in that family to work out too, because we need you to be strong. We are in the process of developing an app, and we're pushing it out as fast as we can. By January 15th, we will launch an app that is absolutely free, that helps people who are in a chair, people who have balance issues, and people who don't have anything at all. Because our ultimate goal is to ensure that exercise and movement continues to carry on and to show you how strong you can possibly be. Everybody's story is a little bit different. Dina's story is a little bit different than yours. Dina's story is a little bit different than mine. But we all have the capabilities of doing something. And I want you guys to realize that, and I don't want you to forget that. I want you to wake up every morning and know that you still have the capabilities of doing something. It may be just using your arms at this point in time. And I tell people this, if somebody offered me $1 million or a pound of muscle, I would take a pound of muscle in a second. I would put that $1 million and I would take it away, because a pound of muscle is going to keep you as independent as possible for as long as possible. And I do get emotional when I talk about this, because what I'm seeing right now is a lot of people who have mobility issues, but if we can fight and we can exercise and we can move, you can stay independent as long as possible. So I'm going to put you guys through a little bit of a workout. And one of the workouts that we're going to do is one of the workouts that is on the Believe Stronger app that's going to come out. And again, like I said, it's going to be absolutely free. So we're going to pull up a workout. If you can stand up, please do stand up. If you need to use the back of a chair, please use the back of a chair. So we're going to start off with a seated march. Or if you're in a chair, we're going to do this. We're going to move our shoulders, our front raises up and back, or shoulders this way and back. But let's start with the march right here. Who's got us? Let's go 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, or right here. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10, 9. Keep moving. 8, come on. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and break. I'm going to do that one more time. Here's the cool thing about the app. It's a community. So you will be competing with other people if you want to. You don't have to. And there's modifications for each one. Okay, let's do it again. This time just a little bit higher. Let's get you ready for lunch, okay? Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's okay to smile. 8, 9, 10, 10, 9, 8. Come on. 7. You got it. 6. Move those arms. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and break. Good job. Clap for yourselves. So I'm not looking to be your Facebook friend, but if you want to be my Facebook friend, please do, because I went up to the gym this morning and worked out. And one of the coolest things that ever happened while I was up there working out, there was a rainbow on my hand. And I was giving myself a high five, to be honest with you guys. It is okay to tell yourself good job. Shoulder rolls right here. We're going to take our shoulders up and bring them down. Shoulders up and bring them down. Shoulders up and bring them down. 7 more. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. How many people's shoulders get tired? How many times are we like this? We got to get this up. Guess what? There's a lot to see out there. Okay, let's do it again. 1, 2, there you go. 3, 4, 5, higher. 6, there you go. 7, 8, 9, 10, right here. Good job. Clap for yourself again. How good does that feel to clap for yourself? Be honest. It's okay. All right, the next one is the torso. We're just going to go just like this. And you're just going to twist. And if you need to, put your arms above here and just twist right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 more. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1, and break. Good job. Let's do a neck stretch, because I want to get you guys to lunch too. I don't want to hold you back, because you guys get me tomorrow too, just to let you know. This is my warm-up for getting comfortable. Okay, so what you're going to do is you're just going to take your neck, and you're going to go this way. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's go the other way. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and break. And you guys notice I have troubles going to my left, but I'm still going to try, okay? Clap for yourselves again. Next slide. So this is just an example of some of the exercises that are going to be on the app, okay? But I just want to do one, and I want to show you there's so many different ways you can do it. If you're seated, stay seated. If you're standing, stay standing. And what I want you to do is I want you to put your hands close together right here. And what I want you to do is push into your hands and press out. And bring it back in. And press out. And bring it back in. We're working the chest right here. So we're going to do that as many times as we can in 30 seconds. Okay? So I want you to do that as many times as you can in 30 seconds. You got a clock for me? Okay, so this is a personal test against yourself. Do not go hard the first one, because we're going to do it again. I should not have told you. Okay, so we're going to go 30 seconds as fast as we can. Here we go, and go. Got to keep track. Don't stop. Come on. Almost there. Keep pushing. Keep breathing. How much time do we got left? 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Shake it out. Take those arms way above your head. Okay. Take it backwards. Way up here. If you can just move your shoulder, just move your shoulders. All right, now it's on. Okay, we're going to do it one more time, and your ultimate goal is to beat the time you just did, or to have the reps that you just did. Okay, and don't tell me you can't, because I hear the word a lot right now, and I've been told I can't do a lot of things. I'm here in Washington, D.C., leading a workout. It almost makes me tear up. It's pretty exciting. It's pretty exciting to be in this room. It's exciting to see hope. It's exciting to see we're all here together in a community. We're looking for something, and this is part of it. Okay, so on this one, let's win. Do it today before we go to lunch. Remember how many you just did. And in the next 30 seconds, give me everything you have, and then I'll let you go to lunch. All right, on your marks. Get set, go. Come on, push hard. It's okay to get a little sweaty. You got this. It's really nice outside, so if you need to cool off, you can go outside. Don't stop. We at halfway yet? 15 seconds, now we gotta pick it up. Come on, almost there. Push. 4, 3, 2, 1, break. How many people beat their last one? How many people tried to beat their last one? There you go. I'm gonna tell you guys something, that's huge. And I want you guys to understand something. You can do this. It's not gonna be easy, but movement and motion is independence. And as long as we can, we're gonna try to keep it what we have. And I tell you every day, and I'm gonna say it right now, or switch it, before you guys see me tomorrow. When I come back tomorrow, I'm gonna bring a goal sheet. And I want you to think about a goal that you wanna set for yourself. And I'll talk about my goal sheet for you guys. But before you go to lunch, I want you to remember one thing. Every day, tell yourself that you believe in yourself. And if that's hard for you, find us over at Toolshed Training or right here at this conference. Have a good lunch.
Bottoms up tonight, I drink to you and I, 'cause with the morning comes the rest of my life.
Well, hello again. I hope you have learned some things this morning, gotten some good information that makes you feel better about all that we're doing and dealing with. What an announcement this morning to be able to share publicly, finally, that the NIH has awarded our SP CERN $8.4 million to conduct research over the next 5, maybe even to 15 years, depending on how that research goes. That's a great announcement, and it helps us get to the point that we can also continue to raise money to help with research as it marries up to the work that they will be doing. Another great word of thanks to all of our volunteers, our ladies, and Hank, who put together the survey. I've already gotten some of our researchers who have stopped me and said that was great work and information they could use as they look at the possibility of planning clinical trials and other kind of research activities. So it's been a productive morning. We're glad that you're with us. We're going to take a lunch break. We will be back at 1:30, and Dr. Darius Fakhari will be our first speaker to talk about what's going on with SP CERN. You'll want to hear that, and after him, the Paralyzed Veterans of America will be here to talk about work with veterans. We have a number of veterans in our database, and the veterans are involved in this kind of research and work, so we look forward to learning more about what they're doing. Again, we're glad you're with us. We're going to take a break here. We'll be back with you about 1:30, maybe 1:25, and get this afternoon going. So you take a break, have a great lunch, and we'll see you in just a little while.
We're glad you had a great lunch, and we're glad that you came back for the second half of today's presentations. Hey, I wanted to do a quick little shout out and say, first of all, make sure you thank our sponsors and who have done a great job at helping us put this together. And one of the cool things that I want to let you know is we had these really cool bags were provided to you by an anonymous sponsor. Pretty cool, anonymous, okay? And that's one of the really neat things with our people. People love to give, want to help, and we're really great that we have sponsorship that can help us put on these programs, okay? So big shout out for all the sponsors. Okay, that was good. Okay, here we go. Golf clap, okay, right? Got it, very. Thank you very much. Okay, here we go. Starting our next presentation. Dr. Fakhari leads groundbreaking research at Boston General's Hospital and Harvard Medical School. As principal investigator of the SP-CERN, the newly designated Spastic Paraplegia Centers of Excellence Research Network, he is uniting clinicians and scientists worldwide to accelerate therapy discovery. His presentation highlights how SP-CERN builds upon the foundation laid at the Nashville meeting, transforming collaboration into coordinated global research. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Fakhari.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's so nice to be here and to see all of you. Thank you for coming back after lunch. And thank you for reminding me of the Nashville meeting. This is where it started with an idea, and I'm very pleased to be here today to talk to you about the Spastic Paraplegia Centers of Excellence Research Network, or SP-CERN, because it's taken a very nice trajectory, I think. Before I start, I want to say that I'm speaking on behalf of an entire group of investigators, so I just have the pleasure of representing the network and the many people who work in this project. So my name is Darius Ebrahimi-Fakhari. I'm a pediatric neurologist by training. I work at Boston Children's Hospital with my team, and today I'll talk about the Spastic Paraplegia Centers of Excellence Research Network, what it means for HSP, how we're planning to really put HSP on the map for clinical trials in the next 5 years. These are my disclosures. And before I go into the talk, I want to acknowledge all the families that make this work possible. Not only because they support our research, but also because I'll be showing videos with permission throughout the talk. So in the next 45 minutes or so, I hope to cover 4 areas with you. First, because of my background, I'll talk a little bit about childhood onset hereditary spastic paraplegia, but I'll show that this is a paradigm for rare disease research, but also a paradigm for HSP in general across the age span. I'll then introduce you to what SP-CERN is hoping to do in the next 5 years, now funded through the NIH and the so-called RDCRN. I'll show you how we build critical infrastructure for HSP research, including an administrative core, a career enhancement core, and a pilot project core. I'll then switch gears and introduce you to 1 out of 3 research projects that we'll be working on over the next 5 years, and one that hopefully all of you will participate in, which is to create a clinical trial readiness platform across 11 sites in the United States. And then I'll conclude with some thoughts on future directions, and hopefully we'll have some time for questions as well. So I'll start with an introduction and what motivates our work, which is childhood onset hereditary spastic paraplegia. As this audience knows from the great talks this morning, hereditary spastic paraplegia is a clinically and molecularly heterogeneous group of disorders. What I mean by that is there are different subtypes, and the different subtypes present with different symptoms. However, all subtypes have one key feature in common, which is the progressive weakness and spasticity of the lower extremities. This is a patient of mine with SPG4, a teenager, and you see the typical gait that we see in patients who experience spastic paraplegia or paraparesis in this case. And although we've known this as a clinical entity since the 1900s, really, you see the first descriptions in the German and French literature from the late 19th century, it took over 100 years to recognize that this is actually a group of over 90 different monogenic diseases, 90 different genetic diseases. The best estimate that we have at the moment in terms of prevalence is that it occurs in about 2 to 5 in 100,000. I think this is a vast underestimation, because many of these studies have relied on small patient populations in smaller countries with a nationalized health service where you can do these types of studies. But I think our experience tells us that HSP is probably more common than we currently think, and I'll show you why in a moment. And then just to define these terms for the rest of the talk, based on a classification from the 1980s, we distinguish between so-called pure forms, which present with lower extremity, with leg weakness and spasticity, but no other neurological and non-neurological symptoms, and complex forms, which have additional neurological or non-neurological symptoms. And much of what we do in the pediatric space is on complex forms. It's a little bit different in adults where pure forms are more common. One of the reasons why I think childhood onset hereditary spastic paraplegia is more common than we currently appreciate comes from work in a related field on cerebral palsy. Work over the last 5-6 years has taught us that if you do unbiased genetic testing, meaning if you provide the latest in genetic testing to children with a clinical diagnosis of cerebral palsy, you find that in about a third of patients there's a genetic cause. And if you then look more carefully, and I just picked 4 studies that represent the entire body of work, if you look more carefully, you find that in about 25% of these 30% of children, you find a diagnosis of HSP. And the most common forms of HSP identified in these studies are the most common, what we call autosomal dominant forms of HSP, so SPG4 and SPG3A. So we started working on creating a clinical research platform for childhood onset HSP about 7 years ago. It started with a family that we met in clinic, and we recognized the need for a natural history study. A natural history study is a study where you meet with affected individuals and their families, and you ask the same set of questions in yearly intervals, and you do the same types of tests, and you track what has changed over time. These types of studies are critically important because they teach us about what symptoms are present, including in very rare forms of HSP, but they also teach us, importantly, about change over time. Why is that important? When we have drugs available, when we have new therapies available, we want to know if they're working in the shortest period of time possible. And the only way to know or take a best guess at designing a clinical trial that shows efficacy is by understanding what the natural progression of the disease is. One challenge that we face, and I'm playing these videos without commenting on them, but I think you can appreciate, is that HSP can present in many different ways. And you have to have tools to study all these different forms of symptoms. And that's a critical challenge we face, especially in the pediatric population, where symptoms unfold during a period of development. You see the numbers here from our team. In May 2025, we had seen 679 patients. I think at the moment we're just over 700. And many of these families come back and see us on a yearly basis. So it's really enabled us to ask some critical questions and understand these childhood onset forms much better. Just to give you a snapshot, we've learned a lot of things. I won't go through the details here. The principle is that through these studies, we can really acquire knowledge that helps us design better clinical trials in the future. And this is all great, but it teaches us only so much. The next step is really to think about how we're going to use this knowledge to get to a therapy. And I think there were some great talks earlier today that outlined the development process for new therapies, but I'll try to break it down for you in sort of some critical steps. It's obviously much more complicated than I can cover here, but just to show you, from an unmet clinical need to clinical care, there are several key steps that you have to go through as a drug developer. And this includes understanding everything you can about the disease, so the so-called phenotype and natural history. It includes identifying endpoints or biomarkers that you can use in a clinical trial to test your therapy. It includes identifying a therapy and testing it first in cellular and animal models for proof of concept, then in so-called toxicology studies for safety, which together with a plan for manufacturing the drug enables you to apply to the FDA for a clinical trial. It's a so-called investigational new drug application. Then the development, as we've learned this morning, goes through different phases. And there's some unique challenges here for rare diseases where many of these phases are difficult to attain. This is a system that was built for common diseases, hypertension, diabetes, Alzheimer's disease. It was not a system built for rare diseases. But nevertheless, this is the system we're working in right now, which goes through different phases of clinical trials, starting with first in human clinical trials, phase 1, phase 2 clinical trials, and then moving on to what we call pivotal studies and phase 3 clinical trials. And finally, an application for a new drug application or biological licensing application, depending on which entity, and then market access. This is a huge undertaking, but I think where we need to start, and this is the gap that we identified that we can help with, is on two things. One, developing clinical trial readiness, everything that you've seen on the prior slide that was on the left side, but also testing mechanism-based treatments. Now that we understand the genes, we need to understand the mechanisms and design therapies that are the most rationally designed and have the most potential for disease modification. And if you want to break it down, it's actually not that difficult. We don't have that many therapeutic entities available. If you think about it, we have small molecule drugs. These are tablets you take by mouth most often. We have, for some diseases, an approach where you can use protein replacement, for example, enzyme replacement therapy. Some diseases, autoimmune diseases, benefit from therapy with antibodies. And then in the gene-based therapy space, we have molecules that can lower gene expression, and we have molecules that can increase gene expression, and we have molecules that can help us change the genetic code. So this is gene knockdown, gene replacement, gene editing. So all of the therapies we're talking about today in 2025 fall into one of these categories. There will be more categories in the future, and the idea is that we're ready for whatever good idea comes along. And after we've had a lot of success thanks to the patient community with establishing a natural history study and a clinical trial platform at Boston Children's for children, we, in the next step, got together with a fantastic group of colleagues to create a network across the United States, and you see the different sites listed here. With the support by the Spastic Paraplegia Foundation, who gave us funding to start this network, build the network, we were able to become operational at 11 sites across the US. I'll show this map again later today, but later in this talk, but just to point out that this is only the first phase. Obviously, we're lacking, we have a blind spot in many parts of the country still. But it was a good start, and it enabled us to have a solid foundation to go into an application for a large NIH grant that will fund this consortium for the next 5 years. So I think it's a nice example of how, with your support, an idea gets to a stage where we can attract external funding, where we can attract a robust support by federal funds and other sources. So exactly a month ago, we learned that we were awarded a grant through the Rare Disease Clinical Research Network, the RDCRN, which is an NIH-sponsored initiative. You see our little video here. We celebrated that news because we've been waiting for it for about a year or so. But this puts HSP on the map. So there are 21 consortia on rare diseases funded through this mechanism across all of medicine. And now HSP is one of them, which is fantastic. So we're very pleased with that. Our mission statement is to advance clinical trial readiness, expand genomic discovery, and develop outcome measures that allow us to accelerate the translation of emerging disease-modifying therapies into clinical practice. So basically doing what I just showed on the slide, going from an unmet clinical need to clinical care. What is the RDCRN? This is a network, again, sponsored by the NIH, that brings together many components that are important for rare diseases. You see some listed here. This is a network that we will grow and build for HSP in the next 5 years. There's a website that I encourage you to visit, which has a lot of resources. It will soon have all the resources related to SP-CERN as well. If you know of anyone who wants to participate in SP-CERN, this is a good place to start. There are other resources as well, but this is one of the ways to get to the network. Okay, in the next couple of minutes, I'm going to describe what the core components of the SP-CERN are. I'm not going to go through the research projects in very much detail, but the core components to give you an idea of the framework. Bear with me, some of this is a little bit dry, but it's important because it will put this effort on a very solid foundation for the next couple of years. So the first mission that we are given through this grant mechanism is to organize what we call a central administrative core. This is a group of us that will work on a weekly basis to orchestrate and organize the network across all of its components. There's a very clear organizational plan. It involves building the central administrative core, but also to build an international liaison, which will connect this network to similar networks in Europe, Japan, Brazil, Canada, and South Korea. We've already reached out to all of these other networks, and the idea is that we make this a global effort where we align all the outcome measures and at the end can pool data, because what is important to an individual with SPG4 in South Korea is similarly important to an individual with SPG4 in the United States. So there's really a global mission here, and we'll work in the next 5 years to make our standards as similar as possible so we can collect the same data. We will also pay close attention to recruiting a diverse population. This is where we all need to work together so that we have the most representative population in our study as possible. We will have a clinical trials committee. I'll come back to that as part of Research Project 1, which will help us accelerate ideas into clinical trials. We'll have an internal advisory board and then an external advisory committee that will evaluate on a yearly basis the progress of this network. You don't need to remember this, but this is sort of how all the components come together, and it will be our job to make sure everybody's supported and everybody's working together. I want to highlight the different recruitment and clinical trials committees a little bit more, because I think they will play an important role once the network is up and running and really taking discoveries and connecting us with international partners. We'll also have a monthly video rounds where we discuss cases among the 11 sites, especially challenging cases. And we'll have an external advisory committee, which is composed of experts in many different fields that will help us evaluate the network every year, help us get better, and will guide us as this network is growing. Also, I mean, I think as anyone who thinks about this long term should, we're already thinking about the next 5 years after the first 5 years, so they will hopefully help us make a very competitive case that we will be renewed in 5 years from now. This is just, again, the organizational structure. I want to highlight the two other cores very briefly. The first is a career enhancement core. I wouldn't be standing in front of you if I didn't have the opportunity to train in a fellowship in movement disorders and start my work on HSP using funds given to me through research grants. And we want to make the same possible for as many talented people as we can. So we formed a career enhancement core, which will give out 2 fellowships. We will be able to fund a 1-year fellowship for clinicians who want to develop a special expertise in HSP. We look at these individuals as our future colleagues and as future sites in the network, and we'll be able to also offer 2-year fellowships for physician scientists looking more at translational research, so how we take biomarkers, for example, from the lab to the clinic. I wish we had a lot more funding for this aspect, because I think there are a lot more talented people that we can support, hopefully. And I think this will provide an opportunity for the SPF to work with us, because we want to really attract the next generation of physician scientist leaders to this field. That will be the best investment long term, I think. A similar idea guides the last core, which is the pilot project core. This is a core that will give out small research grants for high-risk, high-reward projects. So oftentimes there's a brilliant idea, but there's not enough to get things started. And we want to use this mechanism to fund emerging ideas in the realm of biomarkers or gene-based therapies. These will be single or multi-site projects that advance the diagnosis or clinical trial readiness or treatment of HSP. We will have a call for applications on a yearly basis. And again, the same principle applies. We make this process as efficient and transparent as possible. We'll try to elicit the best projects, and hopefully in a year from now, we'll be in a position where we say, okay, we've had 25 great applications. We can fund 2. Who can we work with to fund maybe 1 or 2 more? I think this will accelerate discovery because these smaller grants often enable people to get started with a brilliant idea and then other things follow. So this will be coming forward. These are just some of the logistics behind that. And then finally, how we review the progress in this core. So I hope at future SPF meetings you hear many of the trainees who enter the fellowships or the investigators, especially early stage investigators who enter the pilot project core speak and present their updates. This is, I think, a great resource for our community going forward. For the last part, I want to switch gears a little bit and talk about one of the 3 research projects. I'll briefly mention the other 2. Research Project 2 is providing a genomics platform to cases of suspected HSP where we don't find a genetic diagnosis, which is still about the case in 30% of cases. Project 3 will use biomarkers will use sensors to develop biomarkers that are sensitive to change and that give us a snapshot of motor function not only in the clinic but also outside of our clinics, in the home environment, in the school environment, in the job environment. So those projects are starting as well, and I won't cover them here, but I think they're both very exciting and will hopefully take the research closer to clinical trials. I want to focus on Project 1 because that's sort of the platform that we will all work on together. This is a platform for natural history studies. We defined 2 natural history study protocols. These studies will include all of the subtypes of HSP, but the 2 protocols focus on 2 large groups within the HSP field, which are the dominant common forms of HSP, so SPG4, SPG3A, SPG5A, and then also the common, or I should say less common, but early onset and rapidly progressive forms in children, the ones that you see listed here. And they will be studied using slightly different protocols because there are slightly different symptoms and the rate of progression is also different. Project 1 has a 3rd aim, which is to do something very fundamental, but I think very important, which is to map out for all 90 plus types of HSP, what resources exist in terms of therapy development. If a company comes to us today and they ask, okay, which type of HSP has an established disease model in cells or in mice, or what is the target tissue in this form of HSP? There is no clear answer at the moment. So what we need to do, and this will serve everybody, is to take a systematic approach and delineate what are the key factors that enable novel gene-based therapies and what resources already exist and what resources need to be created. What we envision here is basically a heat map where you can see with one look where the gaps are and where the opportunities are. And that's something that I think we need to work on in the first year, hopefully complete in the first year. And this is something that will attract hopefully many others outside the network to work on HSP and develop therapies. So I'm coming back to our 11 sites. You see them listed here. We know that this is not enough. We know that these are not covering large parts of the United States. I think we definitely need partners in many states, including in California and Florida, for example, or in many other parts of the country where we have a blind spot. And this will come over time. So we'll start with 11 sites, but hopefully in 5 years we'll talk about many more. One of the things that makes us so excited about this work is that there are a lot of promising efforts in preclinical development. Some of them are listed here. And the goal for us will be to translate these preclinical efforts into clinical trials in the years to come. So how can you participate in this effort? And we rely on all of you to participate. This is a study for all forms of HSP. Everybody is included. We made this little flow chart here for us to decide or understand which assessments are being completed depending on what group an individual falls into. I won't go through the details, but just to reiterate that this is a study for all types of HSP. What individuals will complete as part of the study varies a little bit depending on the subtype, but everybody's invited, and we rely on all of you to participate. We have very ambitious goals, as you'll see in a moment, and the only way to make this possible is if you all participate. So we just learned of the fact that this consortium is going to be funded a month ago, but we wasted no time. So we sent out a survey for all the families that were participating in our studies to ask them, would you be willing to participate in this new study? Would you be willing to travel to one of the sites listed? And would you be willing to come back on an annual basis? And we were very fortunate to see that many families said, yes, absolutely. And this is by no means a representative result, because these are all families that have been to Boston, meaning they've been in touch with our team, have visited us. So naturally, many want to come back to our site. But as you can see here, there's a need to see and include sites around the country. And we hope to disseminate a similar survey with all of you to understand, who wants to go to which site, which helps us plan things much better. So I know that this will be forthcoming through the SPF. If you want to take the survey, it's live now. It's very basic questions. We'll share this again after this meeting, but it just basically helps us understand where are the greatest needs, in which states do we need additional sites, who's willing to go to which site. It helps us and helps us save time and money, actually, because we can plan things much better this way. So I encourage everyone to participate in this first survey. Okay, what does it mean to enroll in this study? I'll quickly review this, and you'll see on the slides we have pretty ambitious goals. So we're proposing in this first phase to work with 200 individuals with SPG4, 100 individuals with SPG3A and SPG5A. And if you think about it, this is a 5-year study. Everybody will come back on an annual basis. That's 1,500 visits. So there's a lot of work that goes into this, and I hope we will meet this enrollment goal. We are being evaluated based on our ability to recruit. So when we apply for renewal of this grant in 3 to 4 years, they will look at our numbers and they will see if we've met our enrollment goals. So it's on all of us to enroll in this study so we can show that this is important for HSP, important for rare disease research. As I've mentioned, these are target numbers. For any other HSP subtype, we have not predefined a target number. So we will also enroll over these target numbers, obviously, but there's no target limit for any other form of HSP. What does it mean to be included in the study? Basically it means meeting with a study team, your neurologist at the site, and their research team, and completing a number of assessments. These are assessments that include a neurological history, a neurological exam, and then a variety of tests that mainly look at motor function. It also means completing surveys which ask about your priorities, health-related quality of life. Optionally, we collect blood samples and other samples if needed. And as with the other research project, there's an opportunity to do more. So if you are eligible and decide to participate in projects 2 and 3, which involve genetic testing and biosensor testing, wearable device testing, then that will be an option as well. For families with some of these rare forms of childhood onset HSP, the protocol is a little bit different, because here the main outcome is development. We want to know how these kids are doing, and therefore this includes a little bit of a different set of assessments. This is another very busy slide, but basically just to say that we try to find the right assessments for the right person. So a 75-year-old will not complete the same assessments as a 3-year-old. And this is the way we ensure that. I want to briefly mention again the group of individuals with suspected HSP but no genetic diagnosis yet. This is a group that we offer genomic testing to. The latest generation of genomic testing, long-read sequencing, and this includes testing family members as well. So genetic testing is more efficient if you have the opportunity to enroll the parents or siblings, because that gives you a reference range. So we will try to include as many trios as possible. Everything patient-facing occurs at the local site, at one of the 11 sites. But then there's a whole machinery behind this that coordinates this network and makes sure we all contribute to the same central resources. You won't see any of that, but there's a lot of work that goes into what happens with your data, your samples, after you've met one of the research teams at the sites. So this is the core that we're building, and this is merely an infrastructure that will help us understand HSP better, but then in the next phase, also conduct clinical trials throughout these 11 sites. I always make the case when I talk to anyone that HSP has a unique opportunity, which is that while there's 90 different genetic causes, there's one set of symptoms that affects everybody. So it is a reasonable choice for a so-called basket trial design, and through the 90 subtypes, all different disease mechanisms, the one you see listed here, are represented, which means that if a company comes along and has a good idea on ASO technology or RNA interference, RNA interference, or gene replacement or gene editing, we will be in a position to conduct a clinical trial because we rely on the same platform for all HSP subtypes. This is the infrastructure that we need to build to de-risk therapy development for many biotech companies and other partners. I want to conclude with a short piece about AIM3, which is to create this list of resources that we have at the moment and hopefully also in the future for gene-based therapies. What we will do is we'll do some very fundamental things. The first thing that we'll do is we'll define how many HSP subtypes there are. It's a question that if you ask 10 people, you'll probably get 10 different answers. But we need to have a definition so we can interact with external partners when we talk about HSP. We will develop a checklist for all the many resources you need for gene-based therapies to define our readiness framework. How ready is a specific type of HSP for a gene-based therapy? And my prediction is that we'll learn that many subtypes have critical resources that are missing. We will complete this list in the first year. We'll put this together. We'll have it reviewed by a set of experts, and then we will share it. We'll share it publicly so that people can refer to this list and make rational decisions about which resources need to be created and also which opportunities exist in developing therapies. I think this will slowly get biotech partners and industry partners to invest in HSP. These are some of the parameters that we'll look at, as well as the people who have agreed to donate their time to work on this specific project. So just as an example of things that we will do from day one, but again, a lot of it will come over the first year, the first 2 years, as we build this consortium. So in summary, I hope I was able to show you very briefly that childhood onset HSP is a paradigm for the many challenges we have for rare disease research and drug development. Clinical trial readiness programs are essential for meaningful clinical trials. The administrative core will organize this SB-CERN multi-center network. The career enhancement and pilot project cores will support emerging ideas and early career investigators. Project One, the clinical trial readiness platform, is something we will all work on together across 11 sites. And then over the cycle of 5 years and potentially longer, the SB-CERN will accelerate clinical trials for HSP. So I mentioned that I'm presenting on behalf of the entire group. Many individuals you see acknowledged here, but there are many more people who work on this. So thank you for your support. Please continue to support the SB-CERN. Please enroll in this study because I think together we can achieve great things. So thank you for listening.
Dr. Fakhari, would you like to take a question or two?
Absolutely. I think
Okay.
I'm actually ahead of schedule, so
I'm
yes.
gonna go over here. Sorry. I know there won't be many, everybody. Just telling you right now, okay? Well, you're gonna be 2 or 3, real quick.
Thank you. This is my 4th year here, and I've heard you speak every year. I think this year I'm excited that you got this $8.4 million grant. So that's exciting. So I want to commend you. I have a 2-part question. As you bring together all of these centers and disciplines under one effort, how do you see that working, number one? And then the second part is not just for HSP, but other rare genetic subtypes and other overlapping diseases like PLS, which I have.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So 2 very good questions. And first of all, thank you for your kind words. This is it's also my 4th meeting actually. So I think we've come a long way in 4 years, which is great to see. So to the second question, I'll start with that. I do think there is an opportunity to build this network out to include other genetic diseases. We are specifically mandated to work on HSP at the moment, but I don't see any reason why the same infrastructure couldn't benefit PLS in the future. It makes sense because we very much are looking at the same kind of symptoms, the difference being that there is no gene discovered yet for PLS. But I completely agree that one reasonable thing to do in the future would be to add PLS to this consortium and use the same infrastructure to study PLS. About the first question, how to navigate 11 sites across the US, that will be our weekly task, I should say. We have a very robust organizational plan, but more importantly, we have colleagues at all 11 sites who are motivated to make a difference. I think many of them are here, and please talk to everybody. I think we're all excited about this. This is a unique opportunity. I'm glad we're starting with this core group of 11 sites. We'll make progress quickly, and hopefully we'll add sites so that in 5 years we stand here and we have 25 sites. So this is the prospect of sort of this consortium. But everybody's motivated. We worked together for 2 years with the help of the Spastic Paraplegia Foundation. We did a lot of the hard work already, so I think now we can really focus on getting the science done.
Okay, Doctor, I have another question over here.
Hey, Doctor. This is Vamsi here. Congratulations on your grant. Very excited for you. My first question is for the project, research project 1, can the blood samples and the skin biopsy be reused from the natural history study? And 2 is, I know RedCap is doing your ECRFs.
Yes.
But will they also be doing your reporting? I don't know if they have the capabilities, but I would like to learn more.
These are 2 great questions. So first of all, thank you. And the first question I can answer very quickly. Yes, everything that we've done so far will move over to SPSR. Nothing will be lost or wasted. That's for sure. The second question about RedCap, yes, we use a central database. One of the nice aspects of being now funded through the NIH is that we can use the data management center that comes with this network. So all 21 consortia across the US are using the same data management center at Cincinnati Children's Hospital. They're very experienced. They've been doing this for over 10 years, and we look forward to working with them. There's a lot of work ahead of us in the next couple of months to make our standards comply with their standards, but once that's done, all the data will go into one secure database. And we're excited about that because it means going forward that many people have access to this data and can use it.
Okay, I got it. Are you finished?
Happy to take one more.
Okay, got it. I got it over here. Sorry.
Or 2 more.
It was that pause, you know. Here we go.
How will SP-CERN's shared data and models help pinpoint the most promising biological pathways and drug targets? that could unify treatment strategies across different forms of HSP and even PLS?
Yeah. For AIM-3, developing this roadmap for gene-based therapies, the ambitious goal is that we can get this done in the first year, and that will be publicly available. That's something we'll make as accessible as possible, because the purpose of it is that others look at HSP and say, oh, there's an opportunity here. Our company could develop a drug for this. That's for AIM-3. For sharing data and disseminating data, we'll use the mechanisms provided by the RDCRN, meaning we will publish the data on a regular basis. There's also an ambitious plan from all 21 consortia to bring all the data together and make them accessible through the NIH. So there's a lot of avenues how this can be done. I think the first year is all about recruiting and getting set up, but then hopefully we'll acquire data in the second year, third year, and share those.
Okay, great. I got time for one more. And of course, it's in the back. Okay. I'm on this side of the room. Here we go. It's all good. Here you go.
It's a quick one. Thank you. Would you mind just sharing the QR code again for that?
Of course. I'm glad you're asking.
And where can we go if QR codes are an issue? Is there a website, or I can't find it on SPCERN?
Yeah. We'll work with the SPF to send around an email that has a link to the survey. And then we will make this link available through the SPCERN website as well. So if you go to spcern.org, at the moment, we'll make it available there. Thank you.
Okay, everybody. We're right on time. Can't believe it. Dr. Fakhari, you're the best. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Great job.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, just in case. Okay, guys, we're having a great time, great day. We're going to have another change in our program. Okay, sorry, be ready. We should have just actually not made a program and just kind of gone with the flow. Maybe next year we'll do that, okay? But we got a speaker coming up next, and turn page. Okie dokie, do. All right, here we go. Our next speaker is Lindsay Perlman. She represents the Paralyzed Veterans of America, one of the nation's most influential advocacy organizations advancing accessibility, care, and cures for neurodegenerative and spinal disorders. Her remarks underscore the power of unity and cross-community collaboration in shaping health, equity, and research priorities. Ladies and gentlemen, Lindsay Perlman. Right here, and we got them all set. Got you all set.
Thank you so much.
Get you up there, and you're up on screen. Good.
Perfect. Well, good afternoon, everyone. As previously mentioned, my name is Lindsay, and I'm here with Paralyzed Veterans of America. I'm their Director of Research and Education, and I just want to thank SPF for inviting PVA to be here at this conference. So I just want to talk a little bit about PVA. I don't know if we have any veterans in the room with us today. Raise your hand if you're there. Okay, we got a couple. Thank you for your service, and I'm sure we have more on the Zoom as well. So I'm just going to go over what PVA is as an organization, what we do in the research and education space around spinal cord injury, diseases and disorders, and then a little bit about our advocacy efforts as well. And I'm sure I'll rush through these and have plenty of time for questions. So basically, a brief history about PVA. We were established in 1946, so we're coming up on our 80th anniversary. We're the only congressionally chartered veteran service organization in the United States. And it basically was started by a group of veterans who came home from World War II with spinal cord injuries, and they wanted to start an organization that was dedicated to serving first veterans, but all persons with disability, in research, advocacy, and civil rights. So they were thinking about things like accessible homes, accessible vehicles, education opportunities, and job opportunities. And we are a not-for-profit. And this is just our mission. As I mentioned, we're congressionally chartered. coming up on our 80th year, and we're a leading advocate in the field for quality health care, again, for our members, but all persons living with disabilities, for research and education that address spinal cord injury and dysfunction, the benefits that our veterans have earned as part of their military service, and then also civil rights and opportunities that maximize the independence, again, not only of our members, but all persons living with a disability. So right now we are a membership organization. We have about 15,000 members. Most live with a spinal cord injury, but about a quarter live with MS. We also represent members who live with ALS and then other, again, spinal cord dysfunctions, diseases, and disorders. So there's a wide variety of conditions that our members might be living with. And over half of our members currently have either served during peacetime or in Vietnam or before. So we skew a little bit older in terms of our demographics, but that's actually changing a lot. We're seeing a lot of post 9/11 veterans joining. We have a ton of services that we provide. It is free to be a member of PVA. We don't charge any membership fees or anything like that. So anyone can take advantage of these services as a member of PVA. Again, we help veterans get their benefits from the VA. We have a medical services department. We're an advocacy organization. We have an accessible architecture team that works on access to different buildings all over the world. The Nats Stadium here in DC, our baseball stadium, we actually were at the forefront of making that one of the first accessible stadiums. We have a career program, adaptable sports and recreation. We have a women's veteran program. My department, research and education. And then we also have national service officers and attorneys that are stationed all throughout the country, again, to help veterans get the benefits that they've earned. So these are just some of our key initiatives. I won't go through all of these, but again, we assist veterans in their claims. We've done over $1 billion in claims so far. We're a leading advocacy organization for both veteran legislation, but also just general civil rights legislation as well. We have contributed nearly $2 million every year for SCID research. Some of you might have heard of our National Veteran Wheelchair Games, which we put on every year with the VA, and just a ton of other initiatives that PVA does for, again, our members, but also all veterans and all persons living with disabilities. So I'm going to talk a little bit about our research efforts. That's my department, so that's kind of what I know best. We have two foundations at PVA that give out grants. One is research, one is education. And as you can see, since inception, research was founded in '76, education in '85. And since then, we've given away over $67 million in grants for spinal cord injury, MS, and ALS research and education projects. This is the mission of our research foundation. I'm not going to read it verbatim. I'm also happy to give these slides out to anyone who would like them if you want to dig a little deeper on any of these areas. But basically, the research foundation is about furthering technological advances in rehabilitative methods, devices, basic cure research for SCID, and then other areas that might be beneficial to those living with a disability. We have 4 grant categories that we fund in: basic science, clinical research, our design and development, which is assistive technology basically, and then we also fund fellowships as well. And these are our funding levels, just a brief overview. For the projects, we give up to $200,000 for either 2 or 3 years. That's $200 total for that time period. For the fellowships, we'll fund up to $150 for either 1, 2, or 3 years. And just a couple things to note about our research foundation. So one of the things that we really pride ourselves on at PVA is that we want our advocates and those with lived experience to be part every step of the way. So all of our grant applications must have what we call an SCID advocate, but basically a person with lived experience. That could be someone with a spinal cord injury, MS, ALS, any other sort of spinal cord disease or disorder. That is a requirement to get a grant with PVA. We also work heavily in the field of training people who are interested in becoming advocates and presenting them with opportunities to learn more about research and really be a voice in the research field. We, again, fund grants in all of those areas. The board that votes for all of our grants are all PVA members. So they're all persons with lived experience. They know better than anyone else where the gaps are, what's important to a person living with a spinal cord injury, a person living with ALS. So they're all PVA members. They get the final say in what we fund. Our grants are peer reviewed, and unfortunately our grant cycle for research, I know we have some researchers in the audience, it just closed in July. It will open again on April 1st, and we do one cycle a year, and then we announce in November. And again, I'll send these slides out to anyone who's interested. You can learn more on our website about kind of the specifics of this foundation. And then just some numbers here. I know this is kind of a busy slide, but you can see the breakdown by category in terms of what we funded and also the funding trends over the last couple years. We dipped a little bit in early COVID, as most funding places did, very understandably. We're kind of on an upswing, though, as you can see in 2024, and then again this year in terms of how much we think we'll be funding, which is great to see. The majority of our funding is either for the basic science or the clinical applications. That's a big chunk, as you can see, of what we fund, but we're working heavily to increase the fellowships because we really want to be a partner with early career scientists who are interested in being part of the SCID research community. We also have an education foundation. Mission is a little bit different. We're basically looking to fund projects that work on the quality of care in spinal cord injury and disease by kind of improving either the abilities or the competence of a health professional, but also a person living with SCID, their significant others, and their caregivers as well. We also have 4 categories here that we fund in. Again, education heavy. So it's going to be consumer, caregiver, community education. We'll also do professional development, research translation, and then we do fund conferences and symposia every year. The funding here, a little bit different. We fund for 1-year projects for education, up to $75,000 for projects. Conferences, we go up to 20, depending on the conference and if it's virtual, in person, all of that. And then basically kind of the same notes here for the Education Foundation. The major difference is that the board for the education is 50 to 75% PVA members, so still heavily influenced by those with lived experience. And I will also say that for a PVA grant, we are Paralyzed Veterans of America. The grant does not have to be looking at veterans. Most of our grants, in fact, do not have a veteran population that they're looking at. What's important to PVA is that the grant is exploring a technology, a therapy, a treatment that could translate to the veteran population. And there's a lot of overlap between, obviously, what will work for a civilian population with MS and the veteran population with MS. So again, most of our projects don't look directly at veterans in the research or even in the education initiative that they're doing. So that can be a little, people tend to think, oh, PVA, I'm not a veteran, or I don't work with veterans, so I'm not even gonna bother. Not true. We absolutely fund non-veteran focused projects because, again, we're working for all persons living with a disability, not just the veteran population. Here are the numbers for the Education Foundation. Again, smaller overall numbers because we give away smaller grants for education. Again, those dips during COVID hit education just like they hit research, but we're hoping that for this next year, we'll start picking back up again. And see, I told you I'd fly through. I'm already at my last slide. You guys will get an extra long break. You're welcome. I just want to touch a little bit on some of the advocacy that PVA does. Again, we've been doing this for 80 years. I know probably everyone in this room has heard of the ADA, Americans with Disabilities Act. PVA was one of the #1 organizations that worked to pass that through. That's one of the major things that we strive for is, again, all persons with disability having the access that they need. Things like curb cuts on the sidewalk. That's part of the ADA. That's something that PVA fought for. The Air Carrier Act. We all know, many people in this room will know, if you have a mobility issue, flying is not easy at all. And especially if you also need to fly with, let's say, your wheelchair or your scooter, it's a lot of work for the person doing it. The Air Carrier Act was one of our major initiatives to ensure that flying is safe for every single person who's up in the air, not just those who don't have a mobility issue. That is unfortunately something we're continuing to fight for. There's been a lot of stuff with the Air Carrier Act in the news lately that airlines are going to kind of stop addressing certain pieces of it. PVA is on the front lines. We're fighting for that right now. I actually have some papers with me about some of our policy initiatives. If you're specifically interested in our priorities for the next year or any of that, I can definitely share that with you. We have a bunch of policy priorities every year. And again, it's not just veteran legislation. That is a focus, but something like the ADA or the Air Carrier Act, that's for everyone living with a disability or a mobility issue. So our priorities are not just, again, focused on the veteran. We also have a yearly, what they call the Legislative Summit or the Advocacy Summit, where we fly in a bunch of our members and we go meet with congresspeople on the Hill. And it's a week long, and we really go to talk about, again, the issues that are important to our members. And we'll train our members how to tell their story, because what is often missing from a piece of legislation is that personal touch, the face of the person that it's affecting. Anyone can go up to a congressperson and say, it's really important that X, Y, and Z happens. If you have your own personal story and you're telling it to your congressperson, that's worth way more than anyone else is going to be able to do. So that's a really big part of what our government relations team does, is train our members to be advocates for themselves and for the wider community. So that goes into the grassroots advocacy. We have a whole team that does that. We also have a couple advocacy lawyers on hand, because you never know when you might need them. And we also do a lot of government relations support with the members all throughout the country. We have 33 chapters, including one in Puerto Rico, and some of the most important advocacy work that you can do. I know it seems like it's on the Hill. It's not. It's at your local representative's office. It's at the state level. It's at the local level. So that's what we try to do with our chapters, is support their government relations and advocacy efforts, because a lot of the initial change is going to happen at your town level, your city level, even your state level. And again, I have a ton of kind of papers and documents and QR codes to your heart's content to scan with all our policy priorities. If anyone wants to come grab those from me after, I'm happy to pass those out. And with that, again, like I said, flew through that, so I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay.
All the way in the back again for you.
All the way in the back. I'm on my way. I'll get there.
Yeah, so the gentleman asked if there's anything specific we're doing about the Air Carrier Act. So one of the recent developments with the Air Carrier Act is that they made it optional for airlines to follow the rules of the Air Carrier Act. Yes. I know, shocking. The good news is that many of the airlines have said they will still follow what the Air Carrier Act lies out in terms of what they need to do to assist a person who is in a scooter or in a wheelchair or has a mobility issue. So that's the good news, but we know that we can't rely just on the goodness of their hearts in something like this. So the PVA government relations team is actively on the Hill, not this week, but in theory, actively on the Hill during a normal week, talking to the congresspeople who are the ones who were initially, their names were on that piece of legislation. So that's probably, I would say, our top policy priority this year, is ensuring that the Air Carrier Act does not get picked apart, diminished, or weakened.
Okay, any other questions? Oh, in the front row.
All the way back in the front.
Here we go.
I heard a recent, I read an article that was addressing the Air Carrier Act, in so much is that there's reports now that there are a greater number of people requesting wheelchair access simply for the purpose of being able to board ahead of everyone else. I guess they're trying to figure out some way to combat that. Do you have any input, any insight into that?
So I don't have any specific insight into that phenomenon, I guess we could say, of like you said, persons who are requesting wheelchairs to board first. Again, I think for those of us and those in the room who understand the difficulty of flying with a mobility issue, you would not volunteer to be that person. It's often something that sets you apart. A lot of our members, there was a article, I believe it was in the Washington Post 2 years ago, that interviewed our former past president, Charlie Brown, and kind of followed him on a journey that he was taking to get to a PVA meeting. And the thing that he kept alluding to, he is a wheelchair user, that it was humiliating for him to have to be in front of everyone, lifted up, carried down. He had to sit there and wait for things to happen. He couldn't deplane right away. He couldn't get off the plane until everyone. So there was a whole bunch of things that were happening. Again, I'm sure many of you in the room and on the Zoom are very familiar with these issues. So again, that's why it's so important that we have members and others living with a disability as the face of the advocacy effort, because they're the ones in the room who can really speak to what it's like to have a mobility issue and fly. And they can speak to that potential issue, perhaps, of why it's really important for there to be set rules for those who need it in a way that someone who doesn't need that assistance can speak to. So I hope that answers your question.
I find it somewhat akin to people you find parking in handicapped parking places with no placard, no license plates. They'll run in and get a hamburger or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Another reason why advocacy is so important, because people don't understand the need for some of these accommodations. And something like the ADA, it has been around for so long, which is great, but that means most people don't really think about it. They don't think about the handicap parking spot being there for a reason. Something like a curb cut in the sidewalk in DC, we have a major problem with scooters and bikes being left and blocking curb cuts, and then people who need to use them can't. So that's, again, why being the face of advocacy is so important, because you're going to be able to tell that firsthand experience and really get through to someone who might not because they don't care, they just might not realize what's going on. Or they might not care.
Okay, thank you very much. Any more questions? Excuse me. One more. Here we go. Sorry about that, everybody.
And did you say that you had some guidance or instructions on the website about how to advocate? And what resources might exist for folks who haven't really done that and want to consider doing that?
Yeah, absolutely. So I do have some resources in terms of the policy priorities and how to sign on to some of the things that PVA is doing. So I do have those resources available, but I'm also happy to connect anyone with our government relations team. I don't work in the advocacy department, so they're going to be much more of an expert on this topic than I will be, but we do have a lot of training that we offer for PVA members, but we're always happy to share some of the high points with anyone that we can, because again, the more people that are out there advocating for persons with disabilities or persons with mobility issues, it's helpful for the whole community. I can give you my card if you can find me, and I'll give you my card. I'm happy to connect you if you'd like.
Yep, thank you very much.
Okay, everybody, time for one more. Okay, well, again, we're going to be moving on. Lindsay, thank you very much. I'm sorry, everybody, about my voice. I apologize. It's the first fall flu, I guess. Or don't worry, I'm not contagious. I just probably need a new set of vocal cords or something. Anyway, you guys are doing great. We're going to remind you that around 5 o'clock when we finish this afternoon, you guys got to all lift and shift outside and take everything with you. Don't leave it, okay? Because we're going to flip this room around, because we're going to have dinner in here tonight about 6:45, 7 o'clock. There'll be a cash bar out there for you guys to enjoy. That's where I'll be. And I may not come back into the room afterwards. You never know. Anyway, so we're going to be out there doing that. And then after dinner, we've got some auction items and things to do. Make sure you look at the items. You've got those inserts in your bags that have all that information. We also got the 50/50. Make sure you get the tickets. They're the blue tickets, I think is what they're doing out there. So I'm not participating. I just get to pick out the numbers and read them. So you don't have to worry. I won't win. I promise. So anyway, you guys are doing really, really great. We're getting set up for our next speaker. And you got a little bit of him earlier this morning. This is Dr. Collin Hovinga. I got it right this time. And he brings a unique perspective on regulatory science, data, standards, and public-private collaboration through his leadership at the Critical Path Institute. He is instrumental in building bridges between researchers, regulators, and patient organizations, ensuring the scientific innovation translates efficiently and safely into clinical progress for rare diseases like HSP and PLS. Here he comes again.
Hey, and you stayed. You know, I'm here all week now. This is actually the talk I was supposed to do, so maybe you've learned a little bit more than you would have or not, one of the two, depending on how you present. And he gave me a ton of time. This is just like never happens. So I'm going to walk through things. I'm going to talk about what we're doing as a collaboration with the foundation, but also, to discuss a little bit about what CPATH is, and then work through some examples to what this could be. Okay, and whatnot. And one of the things I want to stress is that CPATH is not a prescriptive organization. We don't collaborate with disease states and tell them what to do. What we do is we try to come in as a partner where we work with them to identify unmet needs in drug development and then develop them with them and use our connectivity with like FDA, in particular EMA, and then also our collaborators at NIH to better strategize and to really think through product development and how it should be streamlined within a disease space. And I'm going to use some of the work that we're doing in ALS right now to show you how, and you, as you can see, is listen and look at corollaries of how HSP and PLS could look like what I'm talking about. And so you guys can connect the dots, but you're gonna see some common themes and echoes of things that you'll yourselves, you might be able to put the story together. Of course, they give me the, let's see, there we go. Oop. Now, I think we talked a lot about this morning. One of the things for me, like I said, I grew up as a frustrated clinician. I started doing this kind of stuff because the patients I saw were always refractory. I was a bad prognostic indicator. So my mission in life was always every 5 years to retool and figure out what I needed to do to move something from the bench to a clinical setting. That was what my life was about. It continues to be that way. What's fortunate now is that I've realized over and over again what were the repetitive issues in disease states and what blocked them from treatment and development. And so one of the things that, CPATH for me when I joined was there's so much of, I would go as a consultant and they would say, have you seen this before? And I was like, yeah, I've seen it, this. And so many times when drug development happens, when drugs reach clinical trials or they're in preclinical, is that oftentimes they make the same mistakes. Nobody learned from the last guy. And the data gets lost, the experience gets lost, and we get to roll the dice again and do the same thing and same thing and same thing. Sometimes it's even within the same company. I remember saying, did you talk to this person? Because I worked with them 6 months ago on this drug, and you should probably pay attention and ask them because my opinion didn't change then that it did now. And so having that institutional memory is really important. And so that, one of the things that you really build, and that's why I get excited about big pieces of infrastructure, they're being developed because that starts to create the framework for that institutional memory. And that's one in and of itself a way to de-risk, drug development. It's really establishing, evidence and standards. Like I listen to things when I'm breaking things down, when I look at big projects, you have to create a common language. You have to create reproducibility, scalability, understanding connectivity. All of those things make it so that every precious data point that you're doing is usable again. You're not having to like speak in another language. It's not alignment. This doesn't fit. We need to tape this thing together. It's missing this data. Really being that is really important. I talked to you this morning about the FDA does have endorsable, and EMA both have endorsable pathways. Japan does as well. Canada, not so much. But there are many jurisdictions that if you do science and you present it in a way that these institutional memories become endorsed by the agencies. So these tools, no matter who you are, what sponsor you are, as long as it has that context of use, you can use that thing over and over again and not have to reproduce the wheel. If you include it in an IND study, which mentioned earlier, guess what? You get to do it again. And the guy that didn't share the data gets to do it again, and the same one, and so on, and so on, and so on. Obviously, everybody wants to do that usually. So there's lots of different pathways. There's ones for biomarkers. People will mention qualification. Don't do that. Bad idea. Letter of support is what you're going to do in rare disease. Clinical outcome assessments, trial simulation tools, which we build as well. All these are things that we build. Alternative control methodologies so that you're not enrolling as many patients that need to be on placebo and you're just seeing how the disease natural state fits. Natural history studies, like what was just talked about earlier, are nice, beautiful substrate to create those things, as well as the control arms in clinical trials. So collaborate, you're going to hear from me over and over again, collaborate, collaborate, collaborate. Connectivity, sharing. I tease people, I want to get a t-shirt that says, I want to cure rare disease, which involves collaboration and sharing with hashtags. But really creating a common disease state memory so everybody knows where the North Star is. Yeah, we want to do treatments, but what does that mean? What kind of treatment? Is it disease modifying? Hey, what are you doing in your lab that needs to translate into first-in-human study? How do I do that? How to reproduce? How to scale that? That's de-risking drug development. And then establishing data frameworks, particularly for reimbursement. Because what if you look at, we're talking about just treatment development. You have to think long-term because evidentiary requirements for reimbursement are different. So if you're going to get your new treatment paid for, that's a gene therapy, which is obviously probably cheap, you need to think ahead. And so those are the things that de-risk drug development. CPATH was established over 20 years ago. This is our anniversary. And it was defined out of the Critical Path Initiative. The goal was to be an entity that could live outside of all the ecosystems. It didn't have a direct dog in the fight. It was meant to do things that none of the individual stakeholders could have the time, talent, or treasure or focus to be able to do. And so, but the single aim for this was to agnostically create machinery that would advance drug development. What that means is that we only work in the non-competitive space. In my past life, I was a consultant for lots of different companies. I get to talk to sponsors now about their products and their drugs, but I'm listening under a different lens because what I'm listening to is like, what made you want to cry and pull your hair out when you came after a regulatory discussion, or what things that you're never going to be able to do in a clinical trial. So I can think about how to overcome that solution. And I can do that because it isn't just happening with one sponsor, it's happening to the multiple, right? And so it's creating that consensus and stuff. So, but it's also speaking another language, because as a clinical researcher, I didn't speak regulatory. I spoke clinician and scientist and others, but I didn't speak in how to put the frameworks together that would make something fit for purpose or qualified. Now, if you look at our core competencies, we do things in biomarkers. Most of that is through accessing data. We have tons of data. I'll talk about that in a bit. Really creating sometimes standards for data, and working to do that. We've created CDISC standards for different rare diseases with CDISC, for example. Regulatory science, clinical outcome assessments. We'll talk about an example today, because one of the concerns I've always had in rare disease is that, are we measuring the right things? I mean, I was listening to the survey today and I'm thinking, yeah, a lot of this is on motor, but what other concepts related to disease do we need to be concerned about? We'll talk about an example of how that's done. In modeling and analytics, we do things with AI, simulation, really trying to figure out what is the optimal ways to do clinical trials. And one of the simplest things that happens is we do like a simulation tool. What that means for the benefit of a sponsor, if I'm going in and trying to design a clinical trial, one of the last programs that I developed, what I was working on before I came to CPATH, I went to the agency 7 times to talk about statistical analysis plan, because it was a non-frequentist approach, 7 times with the idea. What a simulation tool is that The sponsor can use that. It's been endorsed. They come up with their sample size, duration of study, inclusion criteria, and you're good. It's been endorsed. It's been blessed. It's got that. You don't have to go through that negotiation. Saves time. So one of the things that we do is we're a neutral convener. I like the word the art partner. I don't like that. Neutral convener implies centricity, and I don't feel like I'm centric anything. What I feel like is I'm a cog in a wheel that has a different expertise than the person next to me. And so if we're all going to row the boat together, we all have bringing different skill sets to the table, but we're all looking at the North Star that's going ahead. So what we do is we typically work with lots of different stakeholders, researchers, clinicians, regulatory agencies. What's nice about CPATH is I have the ability to have regulators sitting in my meetings and discussions and providing feedback as you're saying, you're looking at the biomarker evidence to say, as you know, like this, or the simulation tool to say, we need you to show this. So I'm getting real-time input on the science and then the interpretability, because that's where the buck stops, right? They've got to believe in that science so that a sponsor going in doesn't have to negotiate that science. Industry leaders, we have industry partners that work in our space. They sit in, they're able to ask questions that they couldn't outside of our regulatory discussions. And then we break with nonprofits and patient communities. All of our working groups have patient advocates and in many instances impacted individuals with the disease. We break those tools sort of as we're like the Swiss Army knife of things, based on what the questions are. And the community defines those questions. It's not us, it's you. And what we do is we try to take that Swiss Army knife and what's available in that ecosystem to create the solutions. And so you look at our track record, and these numbers may not mean a lot to you, but these are all endorsement pathways that are involved in the regulatory agencies internationally. What I will tell you, this is just a spattering because there's not lots of other tools that don't go through formal qualifications and such. But to give you a leaderboard idea, and this was funny because the FDA pulled these numbers in comparisons, I think CPATH represents about 2/3 of the endorsed tools for the Food and Drug Administration. And probably since our European office is a little bit less, it's about 40% of the drug development tools in the to your office timeline. So we've got a lot of contact. We work closely with regulators and sponsors and things and academics to rate those things. Just to give you some proof of the pudding, these are some examples. If you notice here you're right, the loss of first in class, first in disease. The tools we're developing first in treatment studies. So these were the tools were part of the drug development for first drugs in that disease. And I just put that for example, what tools were built in that and how they applied to and how they were used for development. One of the ones you may see in the press, have been around is when Friedreich's ataxia, they used data from our platform to work with us to simulate the control population for their study. And so that was confirmatory evidence. We've continued to work with that advocacy group, and we're finishing up a trial simulation tool that's looking at different age groups because the endpoint changes, and arguing of looking at the effect of the mFARS versus FARS-Z in the different sub-patient populations. Because the FDA said, we're not sure what to use. So you guys can start looking into that for us. Now, what is the work that we're doing? I think there were a couple of meetings where the foundation came to us and said, can you look at this disease state with us? And we drug our heels. We're trying to figure out ALS and under the Act for ALS, and we tried to do this. We went back and forth, and we finally convened and said, okay, can you take a look at this? And we tried to explain a little bit more of what we do. So, I've been working with Norma and the board to reach out to your researchers. Tell us what you know. Help us understand your disease, what things you're doing. And for us, we're translating into what is this regulatory speak? What are the gaps in sciences? What do I need to do to think about how arguing it from a regulatory context? Because that's the first step a sponsor is ultimately going to have to do. A person that's doing drug development is going to have these questions. So what I get to do is I do this in the neutral space so it benefits the broader community. So we're in that process now, and I'll talk about some of that readout. What we do is we create a list of unmet needs that are preliminary. We start, and I'll talk about some of the things that I've heard and whatnot. Then we looking at defined what are the common evidence that are out there, what types of data are out there, and we've done that. We've actually looked at identifying data sets. I sent spreadsheets over to the foundation to say, what are we missing? And I have two of my scientists now are going to be going data outreach to figure out where data dictionaries are and where the data is, because then we're going to start figuring out where the gaps are. And then refine those unmet needs. what I've been telling the foundation is I like to have a research roundtable, bring NIH and FDA to the table, and let's talk about it. Let's figure out what the gaps are, where the priorities are, how to fill these holes. And then ultimately, the ultimate program, usually what we do when we launch a program is establishing a governance and a sustainability plan for a full effort, and we give it as a business plan. They had external groups that get to decide. We can fundraise with them, they can do it independently, or we can be grants or whatnot. But that's the remit of what we're trying to do. Now, these are highest level quotes. We know people's sharing is limited in different things, so I'll limit into my initial reactions to what I've heard. I think there's a lot of biomarkers in early discovery phase that are out there that are being looked at. I think there needs to be further refinement to what those are. I need to understand more of the preclinical side of those assays and such to understand how they would work in the regulatory context, and then how they fit into current pipelines. One of the things that the conversations I had with the industry is that they've not really been wanting to put biomarkers in clinical trials because they don't have the level of uncertainty. So the time, talent, and treasure trade-off is not there for them. And so what I knew to help that, because as you heard this morning, biomarkers have a lot of potential, right? I mean, let's use them. Let's figure out how to best to use them and adopt them. Dr. Fink, who you saw outside there, I was fascinated to talk to him. It was great. It was really fun to speak with him because DHTs are in. They're hot. FDA is excited. Everybody's excited. The problem is sponsors don't know how to use them. They're not even submitting them as part of regulatory packages in many disease states right now, but they want to learn. So we have a working group right now. We have 4 FDA people on that call, and they're sitting and listening to us. We chunk data, and we're looking at numbers and trying to understand and help us with the design methodologies for interpretability to help guide how to use this. And it was the foundation who was the first step in donating the digital data for this. And so our data platform, actually now they're giving the data to share to others to explore it, because as you'll see, this is a very complicated data type, extremely complicated. But they were saying, we need to fix this, we need to work together. And I'll talk about that as an example later on. And then treatment studies, there's some promising ones in development. It's exciting. I'm interested to see the readout. It was good to understand some of their regulatory conversations and what their problems are, because one of the things that educates me about how to work more closely with treatment developers is what issues you had in regulatory conversations, because I can think about using my past life and other life's hats, how to solve them in the non-competitive space. And so that's where we're at. So continuing on our journey and our road here, the data source, like I said, I have spreadsheets of data. The foundation's taking a look to see what I missed, and we are going to be having outreach to look at accumulating this, because we want to begin to understand. It doesn't even have to be all the raw data, for example, but understand where the gaps are, where the availability. First thing an FDA person is going to ask you, what do you do with levels of missingness? Because in natural history studies or other things, missingness becomes an issue because there are biases, right? And there are analysis and techniques you can do. There are things that you have to comply with to make data gaps and things, but that's a rabbit hole we won't go down today unless you guys want to have a 5-hour conversation, which I don't think y'all want to do because you had to do with me once today. And we want to encourage data sharing. Like our platform that I'm going to be talking about in a minute is RDC ADAP. RDC ADAP was established through Food and Drug Administration. What they did with their vision was, and we work closely with NORD, and largely they work with us on more educational things, and we get some data sets from them annually. But the idea from this platform was to take data across as many rare diseases as possible. So we have about 45 different rare diseases represented in our platform of lots of different data types, and we'll talk about what that looks like in a minute. But we get sponsors' clinical trial data. So things that sponsors sometimes it's even actively enrolling. Like I'm in the process right now of building a data warehouse of sponsored data there for trials that are actually running right now because they're stuck. And they need a control, and there's not enough patients in the community, there's too many assets, and they can't roll. But being an honest broker, we can do things like that. Registries, natural history studies, omics, imaging data, surveillance data, like from CDC, for example. Preclinical data, we're getting ready to start a big initiative that we'll probably announce in November that will look at trying to revamp evidentiary requirements for N of 1 studies and genetic studies. And then the other one that's been new, the two that we've really been working on a lot right now is DHD data. It's really complicated, more complicated than I would have ever thought. But our teams, when we started getting data sets, worked very closely with the data owner about every 2 weeks, walking through with a fine-tuned comb, cleaning their data, making it all shiny and nice and polishy, and then giving it back to them in that nice, beautiful, shiny, finding methodology. And then the other one is qualitative data. Because one of the things that is important is the patient voice in study design and things like that. But having to do that for every program without having to go and do that again, we've decided to try to create more qualitative infrastructure so that people can understand the patient voice more efficiently. So you can understand concepts of interest that may be important to patients so that you're not guessing and looking at things. Because one of the things that, even in rare disease, I always encourage sponsors now is to have exit interviews during clinical trials, because sometimes the measurements that you're using aren't really been designed for use in a clinical trial. So if you hear the active arm group saying, hey, this thing was great, that's enough to trigger, hey, or also to know, if there's a signal in the time course of the signal. But what we do is we take the data in, we make sure it's de-identified. We don't take identifiable data. We curate it, we standardize it, we put in common data models that regulators and researchers use. We, depending on the data type, we'll put it into ontology-based formats like Monarch so that it can be used not just within that rare disease, but across rare diseases. So you can look at motor concepts in ALS and Duchenne and others and start fishing for different hypotheses and understanding things. So you aren't limited to understanding things that are just within the platform. We have what we call fair data services, so you can request data behind a password protected wall, and we'll talk about that in a minute. But we try, and we also give the data back to the owner. It's not ours. We're just borrowing it, and we're sharing it to the level of the let us to share. And it's used for really to encourage research and connectivity and standardization and whatnot. We also develop then tools with it. Our mission is not in product development or whatnot. It's not in discovery, but it's really about how to do things important. This is just illustrating, this is actually dated, but this tells you the amount of data that we have. We have over 453 clinical studies. We have right now 153 preclinical, and this gets growing all the time. This doesn't reflect I think I have 25 new studies in neurodegenerative diseases right now and rare that are just adding to the portfolio. But it's in a growing space. But so we actually have lots of master agreements with sponsors and different communities. And we're known to knowing how to standardize data that's suitable for regulatory discussions. What are the benefits? Well, the FDA and EMA trust this platform to be usable. Common data, most important. We actually give feedback and QCing things for people if there are things that are not clear. We annotate data, when our analysts will go in and they'll annotate things to clarify, what was meant by that, so that you can take data sets across different things within a disease state, and you're more likely to be able to compare apples to apples. And we give feedback, and again, it's for when researchers give us data, we don't charge them for it, we don't monetize their data, we don't, and it becomes a resource. But we also, for failed studies, we said we capture those, and they use tools, advancement of rare diseases, you can read those. But one of the other things I think that people get concerned about is that we'll talk about risks, I guess, that'll probably be better, but we have minimal risk. We don't use identified data. We make sure that the permissions that the custodian who owned the data, they put us in swim lane. For example, if I'm going to get actively enrolling clinical trials, I'm probably not going to share that to the public. I'm going to use the data, and I'm going to use it for tools in the short term, but I'm going to wait until the sponsor or the owner says, this is good, you can share this now. One of the things that we do is we try to focus on things that encourage research and drug development. And then the other thing we offer is that the people who actually own the data can be on the committee that takes and reviews the request for their data. We actually annotate it so you can know whose data it was originally and any references that you want, so that if there was a publication, they'd acknowledge it, and we give them metrics of the performance of their data requests. So We're also GDPR and HIPAA compliant. Our platform technically lives in Amsterdam. I mean, you can read that. And then we sometimes get patented data as well within companies. Like right now, I'm trying to talk about some data that's from a preclinical phenoconversion study for a neurodegenerative disease where I want the biomarker data because it's the hottest stuff off the press and the concentrations are being done monthly. And I want to understand, number one, the variability of the biomarker. And I wanted to understand the patient factors that influence the biomarkers in that disease, not just the disease state, but the natural variation so that I can better plan trials by using that biomarker. This is the portal. There's the web address. You can take a look. You can request a password. You can look at stuff in there. Usually it's like walking in a library, you can search like a term and it will pull you what data sets have that term. And then there's some educational things and whatnot you can take a look at, but that's and you'll have these slides after the talk is over so you can take a look at them. Now, on our next step of our journey, we're going to trait that library to figure out where we're at and where the gaps are. We're going to start looking to develop a meeting. And as I listen to this, I get more and more questions, about the scientific justification things. But what I really want to do is that we're not CPATH centric. So what I really want to do is creating a roadmap. We can take a look and understand where do we go? How did the different stakeholders, investigators, and communities work together towards a common end aimed solely at treatment development? And really try to create that consensus because it may be you doing one part of that, maybe you doing another part of that, you're handing off to you, and this gets translated into this. And so that we're all working together in sync. It's not this pocket doing something, this pocket doing something, this pocket doing something, this dog is doing something. Not a very efficient way to do that, right? Not as much interpretable. You can't link those things well together because they're not designed together. They don't understand the same things. It's all a synergistic conversation. Again, the collaboration vision here, you can read those. One of the things that, like I said, we have patient voice in everything that we do, and we try to encourage that because, like I said, I learn more, and like I said, I have one-on-one calls with community members all the time to tell us what I'm doing wrong, and that I'm not understanding or what challenges there are. I'm going to give you some case examples now. And this is from the Act for ALS, things we're doing in ALS, okay? So it's the closest disease you probably have and this is a Herculean initiative that was funded under the Act for ALS. And so what we did was we created an ecosystem of collaboration. This was driven based on lots of people who didn't normally work together, getting to work together on a lot of stuff. And so if you look at this, is that Saying this is persons with lived experience because we actually have a working group that's dedicated to that we talk and we get feedback every month and we update them. There's a communication team that works with the community. They actually chair there's a PWE community that works and give advisors that stem across us with representation across all the different working groups. There's CPATH represented, which is CPR&D. There's NIH, who unfortunately couldn't be here, but like Emily Grubowicz, Walter Gorwich, and Srikanth people. I work with them very, very closely on way many meetings every week to work with them. And then All ALS, which is their SB CERN equivalent. So when they were designing their study, we started looking at the instruments and things that they were doing for fit for purpose. And we're going to talk about that in a minute. To understand, okay, and then their DHT working group members who are collecting DHTs now in their natural history study, we work with them to try to select things. But also then they're participating in the working groups, looking at available data in DHT so they can learn to do it better, and they're getting real-time feedback. We're going to get a data cut from the All ALS study, and we can look at that in real time now as it's been going on, but also understanding things that might help turn the ship better, because these sites are not, some of them are new sites. They haven't been doing this type of stuff. How do we improve compliance and adherence? How do we look at the translation? Maybe we're missing this type of data or this population that we need to identify. But you're doing this in an active work time. There's 7 to 8 working groups that are constantly working in this space that overlap each other. So I may be on an NIH committee, I may be an ALS, Natural History Study committee, but we're all working together to the common goal of advancing treatments in disease states. I'm going to give you some examples of things that we're working on and how they work together. The first one, I mentioned the data platform. Since CPATH is known for its ability to do clinical data, our platform was advanced to do that, and we're putting things in a common portal. So we're designing a common portal so that if you're an end user, you can come to that portal and you can make a data request, but it's actually living in the cyber world, and you just have to go to one store to get the data from all over the place. That data has been standardized and looks alike, but it's all over the place, and you don't have to go and find it. Eventually, samples will be the same thing, but including the natural history study. But the idea is that this has been curated and mapped in ways that allow it to be more useful for treatment development and aligned in that capacity. So I'm going to go back and I'm going to review some of the stuff because I didn't know I was going to talk this morning about what I talked about. But I'm going to talk about clinical benefit. Clinical benefit's a big thing that we need to be concerned about, is because the things that benefit you and out of your perspective. And so it really is defined by, like this morning we had the survey. That's kind of the first step in defining clinical benefit, because you're identifying variables that are important to patients, right? And so a clinical benefit, I'll read the definition and regulatory, but it's a positive clinical meaningful effect on the intervention, a positive effect on how a patient feels, functions, and survives, which is the definition of an outcome assessment. And an outcome or an endpoint. And then an outcome assessment is basically the thing that uses that. A biomarker has specific purposes, and it's really, you can read the definition, but a biomarker has a different regulatory context. And so how you use a biomarker is subclassified into different types. And I'm just saying this because I'm going to start talking about some things that are interchangeable. They are different things, and there's some complexity of the terminology, and how you think about them from a regulatory context is can be different, and what the evidence that you can argue or with them is different. Now I'm going to talk about COAs, clinical outcome assessments. These are the guidances that are important in rare disease. One of the things that we heard in that community was our endpoints, our scales are not good. We don't like them. They don't function our disease very well. There's lots of concepts are missing. We don't like them. We don't like them. We don't like them. Patient communities were very vocal with us, not just the researchers. That's the best they have right now, so they're stuck for a while. But FDA said, you need to boil the ocean. And so we did. So these are the serious guidelines. The one I'm going to talk more about is the third one from my right, or your right, okay? And what we did was we followed the roadmap. And so one of the first things is understanding, if you're not measuring the right stuff, how are you going to have a better treatment? If you're not measuring the right stuff, it's not been validated well, it's probably not going to show treatment effect, is it? Okay. Well, and you'll be surprised at some of the things we found when we did this for ALS. So the first part of that on the green and the red box is really understand the disease, but it's understanding the measures that are important to individuals impacted with the disease. So what disease-related concepts are important? What are the things that disease that makes your life difficult, and how do those are weighted in the context of your disease? Then there's an assessment of what's already out there, what instruments and scales are out there, and how well do they cover the concepts that are important to patients. That seems like a very Captain Obvious thing to do, but I can guarantee you in most rare diseases in particular, that's not what gets done. And then it goes into the psychometric and analysis, the testing, and the traditional measurement science that needs to be done. And then there's a question, once you sort of do that, is do we need to retool what we have? Is there something we need to develop de novo? Or we, just keep the status quo because we got this? Rarely you're going to find that, but that's one. But then do something that's fit for purpose or fit for use. And so that's a qualification within the agency. Not saying you can't use that before. I spoke over my things. Okay. When we did this for ALS, we actually found 50 disease-related concepts in the literature. 50. There were about 20 that were amendable to clinical trial or drugs. We vetted these with the FDA to take a look at them, and they sort of looked at them and gave us this. These are the concepts that we found. Some of them, like socialization, for example, that's probably not something that a drug is going to help, right? Or the other ones I won't talk about because they were things that are probably not just said in public. But but there are lots of different domains that you may not think of. Everybody thinks of ALS as a motor, maybe voice, motor, that's it. But respiratory. In fact, we have working groups now looking at respiratory endpoints and looking at trying to advance the science around respiratory endpoints, because as you get better at treating the disease, other symptom clusters are going to become more prominent. You've got to prepare for those. And so what we did was we then mapped these against the instruments, and I'm not going to show one of the slides that maps them against the concepts, but We took the instruments that we found within clinical trials, referenced them to regulatory agencies, looked at the natural histories around the world, mapped them to say, what do we have that works? So I'm going to first talk about the first two buckets. Imagine what those are. Cognitive elicitation and cognitive briefing. What are those? That's you. It's your patient voice. Scales weren't developed with any evidence of patient feedback. They didn't do qualitative work to figure out, am I measuring the right stuff? And so that's a huge issue. The structure, obviously, just to give you an idea, X is weak and the circle X is bad, and question marks is we couldn't find it. And so our COA scientists who have worked in this space for quite a long time that have multiple qualifications went in and just like did diagnostics for all the instruments. And this was also in conjunction with the All ALS group to say, hey, this is the menu of stuff that your guys are looking at in your natural history study. How well does it stack up? And which ones should we prioritize based on the ability that they capture the best stuff? And so we worked closely with them and had conversations and tried to optimize that for the best we can do, given that there's some challenges here. And then you can see the take-home message here that a lot of this stuff is missing things. If you notice, for those of you who know ALS, we did include ALS FRS because that's the devil that you know, right? And FDA said, you don't have to worry about that. We know it enough to know that the strengths and weaknesses, so we don't care if you take a look at that. But this was done very in conjunction with FDA, and we walked through each step and got their feedback as we were doing it. Now, what excited me about Dr. Fink, when I met him the first time, it was like, cool, this is fun. This is neat stuff. Because DHTs can be a COA or a biomarker. They're not defined based on that. They actually depend. There's a lot of flexibility in that. They're not as rigid. And so how you treat them in a regulatory space differs based on the context of use that you want to pursue. And that's all I want to say for that slide. You can save it home, read it. Basically what this slide basically says, if you look at the guidance, is you have to define what you want this thing to do. Is it a feels, functions, or survive thing? Behave it like a COA. Is it predicting an outcome? It's a biomarker. Is it looking at a clinical meaningful benefit? It's probably going to be a COA. If it's looking at progression, it'll be something that fits under a Fit for Purpose program, and you're probably going to put it as a biomarker. Now, one of the things that we did, I was fortunate, is ALS TDI, when we were first doing landscaping, we actually met with their team, incorporated their data, and worked with their team. And another organization, all three of us took their data set because it was fairly large, and we carved it up to create standards. We actually worked together as a rapid acceleration team to codify their data and to clean it. And so we're actually, there'll be a manuscript talking about that because it was all hands on deck. But basically, I'll just summarize this study is they use actigraph data. So they use accelerometry data, 4 limb sensors, so angles, wrists, and in some patients they had a hip sensor. But what they did was they had patients do prescribed movements, which was what people I think were doing out there. And then they did passive movements and they did prescribed movements at home. And what we did was we took and we went through and cleaned their data. We de-identified all the data. The metadata had a lot of identifiers in it. It took us create a clinical program to clean the data. They had to run for about a week to clean it all because they have about 600 and some patients that have over a year's worth of data. And if you move this, if you're measuring these sensors for an entire week, it's a lot. It's a lot of data because it's measuring everything constantly for that period of time. So one of the things that we're working through now, and I'll talk about an update, but I have the All ALS researchers on that call because they're collecting stuff for the next project. I have the FDA on the call. I have sponsors on the call. I have vendors on the call that are actually doing this stuff so they understand what they need to do because they don't know what to do with it. They don't understand how, even though sponsors are using it, they don't know how to apply it to clinical trials. But what we're doing is we're trying to map the measurements to symptoms that are important to individuals. Because just moving around, may not be meaningful. So there are different sensor characteristics that mimic movement activities, and then defining how they are clinically meaningful. So right now, I won't go with this in great detail, but we actually did a survey with the community to understand what type of areas that they felt were most important. They looked at different limb functions, particularly peak effort was a big thing with them, with the community's feedback. And they wanted to look at passive measures, so basically natural living. They wanted to emphasize that because they didn't want it to be where I have to go somewhere and do prescribed movements and do this like a test thing or whatever and whatnot. So they really wanted to look at this in a natural setting. We had to develop software to do feature abstraction of this data. So we had to be able to pull it to visualize. And right now we're doing signal to noise and whatnot things. And we're doing different types of analysis to look at this with the agency and getting their feedback as we do it. This is just a list, but I can tell you there are like 10. To give you an idea of the magnitude of amount of data here, there's like 10 lists of different variables, and I don't have the equations, so there's tons of data that's from this. And we've been very transparent to people. We won't do it all. Our goal is to point the North Star, create the first tools. Then if others want to develop additional stuff, go for it. There's more to play. I'd like to teach you how to do this so that it'll be diffusible. This just tells you it's detecting bouts. Dr. Fink would probably give you better lead-in than I can for this, but Billy, you have to look at this in epochs of time, right? And you're measuring different movements. So you have to understand how the sensor works and how it relates in its creating movement. That's where that clinical validation thing helps. And really determines like what movement you're recording and the characteristics of that movement in three-dimensional space. And so like you can actually tell, you can look at these figures and eventually tell within about how many times you're flexing your arm or turning your wrist or walking or whatnot. And those become other important variables, like in Duchenne, for example, 95% percentile stride velocity is one of the things it's a measure that's being considered. We're looking at probably peak performance measures because it's more reproducible over time. Because when people are doing passive movements in general, there's a lot more variation. So if you look at the peak movement over time for that individual, it's more likely to be able to compare it within a progressive disease. This just tells you another recommend. Like I said, this is just tons of data. You guys would fall asleep. Sometimes I zone out too, so it's okay. But one of the things we're working on right now is the community to help us define better what we should be measuring. Is it walking? Is it driving? Is it, and what does that look from a biosensors perspective? So the other thing we're doing is we learned with those instruments is we needed to do prospective qualitative research. So the FDA is funding a project that will be looking at least 3 symptom domain clusters, and we're working with the community to revamp the scales and work with them closely in the feedback to inform them so that the scales and overcoming things will be much, much more efficient. That will work both for DHTs or digital health technologies, but also for traditional clinical outcome assessments. And so the following output of these, because they're work and developed in conjunction with regulators and other stakeholders, they're accepted for endorsement, right? Sponsors don't go in and say, this is why I need to use this thing. It's, yeah, we get this. But I also need a lab to test this in. So like CP CERN, I need a playground to use these things in to understand its performance over time. I need to look at floor and ceiling effects. I need to understand variation. Because even though I create the instrument, I need to better understand the instrument performance in a broader population. And so like, if you look at that example I used of the connectivity, we jokingly say like CPATH, we're the regulatory planning analysis part, ALS, which is their natural state, they're the lab. We're also funding through NIH some preclinical new biomarker development. And so yesterday, it was late in the afternoon, I was talking about how we can format the data standards for the different RFP owners so we can more likely pool the data, and then how we can connect it to the natural history study to look at clinical context of that data because it was all from preclinical. So how to bridge that science much, much more quickly. So I think I will pause there for questions because I talk way too much today. I've used my words.
Okay, we got one up here in the front.
Thank you. So my question is related to both of your talks today. Mm-hmm. You've described the rigorous scientific protocols, especially for regulatory research, mm-hmm. NIH and FDA. Unfortunately, have to ask this question. Given the current leadership of the Department of Health and Human Services, have you seen any decline in the rigor of those scientific standards?
I would say no. What I would say, the other part of this is you all are really lucky. You can turn off the mic now. But the Division of Neurology, which affects your space, is like really engaged. I mean, extremely engaged, which is fantastic. I have not noticed anything that really changes that in the current case. Funding is obviously for the researchers in the prospective space and collecting will be an issue, and we can offline have a conversation about legislation stuff. And but I don't see that being the issue right now. Right now, I mean, I know NIH is shuttered a bit right now. FDA is still doing reviews under PDUFA because they have PDUFA review requirements. We do engage them on our work, so they do participate in our work streams and such. But there are some parts of the agency that were really hard in RIFs. One of my consortia doesn't have a representative because that division got hit really hard. I mean, like they're down to 30% staff. But that's not you guys. Your division is really good. We meet with the FDA annually in a more structured, rigorous, like full day thing, where we bring lots of things to them to discuss. And what I tried to explain to stakeholders is that I come as someone who's like an advocate for the broader community, because sometimes they have to hear things too. And and there's some instruments and scales that I didn't talk about right now that pharma wants to develop because they're patient-reported outcomes. Normally that oftentimes are done in a patient, they can be done under IND, but like I said, the scalability is off, so I'm having to arbitrate that, with the agency to say this is important because this community says this is important to them, and whatnot. And so, but I need to work with the community to define what the unmet need is and the case for it and how it's going to be used. But in this instance is developing a new patient-reported outcome and a digital app that can be used in the communities. So it's like I said, I would say, in bottom line is the group that you have in your divisions for NIH and FDA are incredible people. And they've worked really extremely well. Even if this wasn't recorded, I would say, like Srikanth, we text all the time. I'm in regular meetings with them, with both parties all the time. I can text them about, issues that are coming, questions, how to align more effectively. I mean, it's awesome. It's no other way I've ever been able to do that in my career. And I'd say, and that's one of the things I enjoy about working at CPATH, because if I was in product development, I wouldn't be able to do that.
Got another question right over here.
B. Answer's B. None of the above.
Thanks. That makes us feel a whole lot better. Question: if patients and advocacy groups like SPF want to be more involved in this ecosystem, like let's say to help regulators, researchers, and industry identify and validate repurposing opportunity, what's the best and most productive way for SPF to get more involved?
It's a lot of complicated question. What I would say, the FDA person is going to tell you meet early and often. What I would say is like I said, the first step to me is like that meeting I was telling you about. It's a roadmap meeting. It's defining clearly what your pillars of focus is going to be and what the questions that would need to be completed to fill those buckets. Then by, like one of the things that I enjoy with working in community is that they all know I'm reachable. They just text me. I try, even when I'm busy, I'll stop and, this is what I think. I have parents and different nonprofits, and I participate on boards and advisors. But the idea is to enable and to work with that space. Usually when you're talking about, there's a couple of layers to your question. Advocacy is going to be always important. I think that a critical piece of legislation is coming up for renewal. The Act for ALS, which had differences of interpretation based on which agency you were doing, and that's another offline conversation. The GAO report should be released any time now. The reauthorization should occur I think the goal is to start those discussions in the first quarter of next year. And that's an offline conversation to talk to you about that, but it's really being an advocate. I spend a lot of my time even working with foundations to like, I've had a PCORIA meeting coming up where I'm going to go to another foundations meeting to really talk through with them with their caucus, because if you don't understand the issues and from different perspectives, or help facilitating and translating what they would have, like I reviewed their legislation to like that they're proposing and said this, and whatnot, and it's building your army. And you're a big part of that army. I'm just like, look at this, is that we around you are facilitators. The army is the community, and we're just one part of it. I mean, with specific questions, I can give you probably a lot more concrete details to how to fix that. And it's probably an hour conversation that I'm happy to have with you.
Great. I have another question right here. Thanks for the info on Critical Path Institute. Many of us here suffer some of the same overlapping conditions. So my question is, for patients and families living with both PLS and HSP, what would it take to get the government and regulatory agencies to possibly prioritize drug repurposing that might work for us off-label? From your work specifically at CPATH, what tools or frameworks could help make that collaboration faster and more systematic?
I can help answer that. And so I'll tell you in practical terms. One is through lobby, right? Right now, the historical mechanisms of the agency to pursue. We had a program that was focused on drug repurposing, but it was the agency rifts caused it to go away because there was no one to oversee it. To your point, but drug repurposing, I think through legislative efforts of number one, resourcing to evaluate it. There are trial networks and infrastructure that focus on that. I think you could do that with CP-CERN as one of its remits, and including that as an arm. The second part of it is looking at advocating to sponsors to allow their master files to be used, because lots of times with drug repurposing, you get to repeat the talks if you don't have that done. And then the last piece is, and this is going to sound strange, for me to say, is it's almost introducing an agreed upon scientific pathway for that to occur. So like for example, when I mentioned earlier this morning, what animal models should this thing be tested in? What if it's needed, and based on what type of drug it is, and what clinical evidence would substantiate effectiveness? Because with drug repurposing, you're kind of jerry rigging, what needs to be done in that disease space, and so working closely with whoever's going to be the IND holder with organizations like us, can help you through that. But the first step is really advocacy. There's a couple pieces of legislation that are floating around right now. One, there's an orphan disease act that's being floated that this could be brought up in, because oftentimes it's diseases that are orphans that don't have that. And then, encourage incentivization of repurposing through either grants or infrastructure. Like one of the things under the Act for ALS, I keep telling our staffers and such and representatives, there needs to be SBIR mechanisms so that researchers can get funding to develop projects that will have quick wins. And so those mechanisms obviously have a history at NIH of being successful pathways for drugs that were off patent to be studied for conditions that they haven't been. There was a whole series of them that were all, and some of them were like Captain Obvious stuff. It was like, we know that works for that. Why are we doing that? But so those are the mechanisms I would say. But if, again, Norma has my contact information. If you want to have a longer conversation about any of these topics, I'm glad to get into the weeds with you and talk about it in more detail.
Great. I thought I saw some hands back here. Any more hands? Ooh, okay, I know I got one up here. Here we go.
No.
So how important is, generally speaking, how important is collaboration when trying to when pursuing a treatment? And then how you've worked across a number of different conditions. How, from your perspective and what you've seen so far with HSP and PLS, how do we compare to what you've seen elsewhere?
I think I would say it's in the middle. The data sharing piece will probably give me a better signal because that usually shows when you actually have to do something, how collaborative you are, right? Collaboration is really important. Like I said, everybody can be an N of one, right? It's no different than doing that. So like one of the things that as frustrates me in some rare diseases that there are like 5 or 6 natural history studies. Do you need 5 or 6 natural history studies? Really? I mean, how's that? And within the same country, why do we need to do that? I mean, it doesn't make any sense to me. Does it you? I mean, then families will say, well, we travel to this one to do this one. We get biospecimens in this one, and we do. I mean, that's not sensical. And so really being thoughtful about, like I said, I want to work closely with the foundation to talk about that because I all think you have the infrastructure. It just needs the connectivity. So I was listening to SP CERN conversations, for example, and I'm thinking regulatory. I'm thinking, okay, why did you choose NFL? Okay, what evidence do you have on NFL? Do you know what the variation are? Do you know the assay techniques and things? Do you know how it relates in performance in other disease states? You know when you should sample? What are your anchors? I mean, how you justify these things? And then what is the data type? How do I normalize this? All those other things. And if I'm going to pull data from another researcher who's been doing NFL, how am I converting that assay to another assay? I mean, so it's those lenses and collaborations and synergy for things that you're doing is going to be really, really important. I'm hoping that meeting really helps strengthen that collaboration because it's not trying to take over real estate. It's trying to align the real estate to a puzzle that we all want to solve. So,
thank you.
Okay, we have time for one more question. Ooh, I like this. Okay, everybody, we are going to take just a quick 30-second break. You can't leave the room. You can sit there and stretch, work out a little bit. You did a little bit of that earlier. We're going to get set up for our next speaker. We're moving right along. Things are really well. Hang in there. We'll be right back. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you very much, sir.
Vamsi Kaduri, and some of you guys at home know Vamsi. You've met him at past conferences. Vamsi's family has donated some art that we'll be auctioning tonight as part of our fundraising at our banquet. So Vamsi, if you would, you know much more about all this than I do. Would you share quickly about these pieces?
Yep, definitely. First of all, I would like to thank you and Ms. Norma, as always. You're doing a tremendous work. This is much needed for our community, for our foundation. These conferences bring us all together and hopefully bring research and cure very, very soon for our community. Now, coming to the artwork, this is done by my mother-in-law. She's an acclaimed jute artist, recognized by Ministry of Textiles in India. She wanted to dedicate her time, her talent, and her efforts to our foundation. And she was thinking, what can I do for my grandson? And she dedicated number of hours. This is a specialized jute art, and every thread here tells a story and her dedication towards this particular ultra-rare disease, SPG4, and entire HSP community. So as Maria Koduri Foundation, we wanted to donate the artwork to SP Foundation, which we all are a family. And here we are with a beautiful jute artwork of a woman, a beautiful bird, and our beautiful ecosystem here going all for auction. There are several pieces on our website as well, but here these 3 pieces are up for auction here. So my humble request for you all, you have to see it to believe it. I know pictures don't do the justice, but everybody who is here, please take a look. Of course, people who are virtually as well, you will not regret. These are priced very, very efficiently and effectively, and anything what you can do is going to the research and benefiting our larger community for research and cure. Thank you for your support.
Vamsi, again, we want to thank you and your family, and let me remind you guys that it was 2 or 3 years ago when we were talking about creating the SP CERN. It was Maury, Vamsi's son, who was the first to say, we've got to give to this. And he went to Dad and said, we need some money. And that started a process, Vamsi, that raised about $75,000 for the SP CERN to kick that off. So thank you for what you and your family are doing, for what you mean to this organization. Give Maury a hug when you see him. We miss seeing him. But again, tonight during our banquet, after we finish our meal, we'll have a little program, and during that we'll be auctioning these 3 pieces, as well as a beautiful quilt, a couple of pieces of artwork that Dr. Handi Osdender has provided, and you've seen artwork that she has provided in the past as well. So we hope you'll look at these. You'll get a beautiful piece of art, plus you'll be making a great contribution to research in the future of the work of the foundation. So that'll be tonight. If you need to be hooked up with someone by phone here, let us know. We want everybody who has an interest in helping the foundation and enjoying some great art to be involved in this tonight. So we'll see you then. Enjoy the rest of the afternoon. We've got another couple of presentations, and then we'll take a break for dinner. So thank you, and we'll see you in a little while.
Thank you.
And back again. To my surprise, Dr. O happened to walk up. You all know Dr. Handi Osdender. She's been so involved with our foundation. She's researching things that are important to HSP and PLS and upper motor neuron diseases. And she never fails to bring something that is beautiful, other work that she's done maybe in her downtime, spare time. So we're going to be auctioning these off as well tonight. And I know 1 or 2 of you have got pieces of art you've bought here before that Dr. O has brought. Yes. So Dr. O, share with us about this art, what it is, how you did that, and we just appreciate it.
Thank you so much. So HSP and PLS are the diseases of the upper motor neurons. And the upper motor neurons are in the brain, and they initiate movement. So in our lab, we study the biology of upper motor neurons. So we do upper motor neuron research. And here you can see that these are upper motor neurons. So in this photograph, you actually see hundreds of upper motor neurons. And this photograph was taken under the microscope. But we wanted to bring an artistic visual effect to this. So I created this using different layers of Adobe Photoshop, photography techniques, because I study photograph and I'm a painter myself. And I generated 2 images using real upper motor neuron photographs in our research lab. So our goal is to bring art and science together to raise even more awareness for the importance of upper motor neurons and their beauty, and that hopefully people, by supporting art, they will also be supporting science, and they will also be supporting patients and the foundation, who actually supports both the science and the patients together. So I'm very happy to be in this community, and I am very happy to contribute both with my science and also with my art.
I don't think there's much this lady doesn't do. Research all day long. She's an artist, a painter. And we appreciate so much, Dr. O, you're bringing that to us. And not only is it beautiful, but it is about what's going on in our head, as we say. So we invite you again tonight. We'll be auctioning all these items off. If you need to make sure you're hooked up with someone by phone, you might email Norma, give Norma a text or a call, or if you've got another friend here, you can do that through them. We'll do all we can to make sure you are at home have a chance to bid on any of these items. They're beautiful, and you'd love having them in your home. So we'll be in touch with you tonight, and
Yes.
enjoy the rest of the afternoon.
Yes, bid, 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 donate, donate, donate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Faculty. He's developing his own research program. I'm very proud with his progress, and he actually received a grant from the Spastic Paraplegia Foundation. And today he will be telling us about his recent findings and how he would like to use them in the future. So thank you so much for giving the support to Dr. Gautum, and hopefully we will be supporting him even more so that he can actually make a difference with his research. Thank you so much, and thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Hande. You're very generous. Thank you for this opportunity to be here today and share our recent work with you. I really look forward to come to this meeting. It's great to be here among friends and colleagues. So as Hande said, I've been working with upper motor neurons for over a decade now. First, I learned all the ropes of the business from her, the best person to work on upper motor neurons. And now I'm trying to build my own group, trying to understand more details about how upper motor neuron degenerate in different diseases, and then how we can use that knowledge to develop biomarkers and therapeutics. So as you know, motor function defects are like, part of a big spectrum. So if it's entirely lower motor neuron disease, then it affects the lower limbs, and it's the pure lower motor neuron, and it's the PMA. And then as the upper motor neuron becomes part of this degenerative spectrum, we have different parts of the ALS, and when there is no lower motor neuron involved, but only the upper motor neuron, we have PLS. So this itself is a complex spectrum, and it becomes even more complex when the cognitive function starts becoming impaired, and then these two becomes part of a bigger complex problem when we have a variety of movement dysfunction, but also the cognitive part is also becomes part of this, and everything becomes more complicated. And the PLS, the HSP, ALS, and these different publications have shown that they are part of this spectrum. But in everything, even though PLS, HSP, and the different parts of the ALS there are certain characteristics they have, but all those things have upper motor neuron degeneration as a common theme. So upper motor neuron binds all three. And that's why it becomes more important to understand upper motor neuron degeneration, not only to understand the diseases, PLS and HSP, but also ALS. And that's what our lab has been doing for the past many years. And so a little bit more about upper motor neurons. They reside in motor cortex in the brain, and in the layer 5, that's where the cell bodies are, and then they send very long axon all the way down to the spinal cord targets, and then the spinal cord in turn controls the muscle movement. And so upper motor neuron controls spinal motor neuron, and spinal motor neuron controls the muscle movement. It completes the motor circuitry. And if any of these different components degenerate or something bad happens to them, the circuitry is broken, and then we have all these manifestations. Upper motor neurons are important for that fact that they receive a lot of information from other parts of the brain. That's how we are able to make all these fine motor movements. So they receive all the information, and then they transmit it down to spinal cord, and that's how this whole thing is maintained, the circuitry. So they are important because they play a crucial role in initiation and modulation of involuntary movement, and they progressively degenerate in ALS, HSP, and PLS. Also in spinal cord injury, the upper motor neuron degeneration has been shown. And understanding their extent and time of degeneration is important. But why? What are the challenges? Why can't we do it? The reason is that they make up a very small proportion of the neurons in motor cortex. So it's difficult that you specifically go study them. And in human being, it's hard to study. So we use mouse models. But in mouse models, it's impossible to tell them apart from other neurons. And I'll show an example here. So this is upper motor neurons are also called bed cells in human. So it's a healthy person's brain sliced and taken a picture out of that. And this is a the layer 5 of the motor cortex. And you see these neurons are sitting there. And this is how it would look. It has a typical pyramidal shape. But in an ALS that we have studied, you can see the layer 5, and there is nothing left in there. But in patient, at least you're able to see because of their larger size. But in mouse, I have a mouse brain section here and zoomed in, and it's not possible to tell them apart from the other neurons. And that's why it became very important for us to do something that we are able to visualize them first, because unless we see them, we cannot investigate further down. And for that, our lab generated this mouse model. We call it UCHL1 EGFP reporter line, in which there is a protein called UCHL1 that is specifically expressed in upper motor neurons. And so we tagged a GFP reporter, green fluorescent protein, with the UCHL1, and wherever UCHL1 expresses, the GFP will express, and that gives us this capacity to visualize these neurons. And as you can see in here, in the entire motor cortex, if you zoom in images and say that the layer 5 of the motor cortex, that has most of these green neurons, and those are the upper motor neurons. But we didn't stop there. We did a lot more other molecular studies to really confirm that that's the population of neurons that we really want to study, and that's the one that we are really targeting to visualize. So CTIP2 and SATB2 are two markers. Upper motor neurons express CTIP2, they do not express SATB2. And in these images, you can see in the top panels, the red one is CTIP2 and the other one is SATB2. And green neurons express ZB2, CTIP2, but they do not express ZB2. And we published this earlier. And we also did electrophysiological investigations because these upper motor neurons, they have a particular pattern of electric conduction, and so these studies also suggest. Also by injecting microbead in the corticospinal tract, because in the neurons, some neurons connect from this part of brain to this part, and this vice versa, and some connect from this part to the spinal cord. So, and they pretty much look similar, so we wanted to see if they are not part of the colossal projection neuron when they go from one side of brain to the other. And with these experiments, we were able to show that they indeed are the ones they are sending their signal to spinal cord and not to the other part. So it kind of gives us the confidence that, yes, we are on the right track. And this mouse model is available with Jackson Laboratories to you by the community. And so what do we do from here now? And I'm giving the example of the ALS mouse models here, but once we have this mouse model, now we can have another mouse model for any upper motor neuron disease. Example here is for ALS, that we have the SOD1 is a famous mouse model for ALS, so SOD1, TDP43, LC knockout. And what we've done is we crossbreed these mice. And when the babies are born, the babies that has TDP43 or say SOD1, they also have green neurons. And now we have a model for that disease. And then we can study, so we can have one mouse where there is no disease gene in there, and there is another set where there is gene. And now the neurons are looking green. We can specifically look into that one population of neurons. And with these studies, we can do a lot of things. We study the disease mechanisms. We can use them for therapy, the testing of the therapeutic molecules in preclinical studies. So they have been very useful, and our lab has done a lot of work using this modality. I'm showing you one example where we have used a mouse model for TDP43 pathology, and TDP43 is a predominant pathology in ALS, and now the new studies are coming up where there have been TDP43 presence in Alzheimer's, in PLS, and so this is an example of TDP43 pathology, and we've used how we studied upper motor neurons. And so this is the mouse model. We characterize it, saying that it progressively degenerates, and then we cross this mouse with the UCHL1 mouse, and you can see in this image, the green one here, that in the healthy mouse, there are a lot of motor neurons, upper motor neurons in a wild-type mouse, but not as many in the diseased mouse. And in this, the gliosis is a process where the astrocytes and microglia come and they try to clean up or the damaged cells and tissue. So in a healthy mouse, you wouldn't see those, and that we do not see here. But in a diseased mouse, the purple ones are the astrocytes, and the red one in the other image are microglia. And we see a lot of those, especially in the area where the upper motor neurons are there. And since those neurons are degenerating, these cells are coming up there to clean them up. So we further wanted to see what is actually happening inside that one neuron, one green neuron. And the best way of doing was that we could use the electron microscopic technology to see at one particular neuron. Electron microscopy gives us this tremendous capacity to look in an individual neuron. So whereas with the green cell, we can see a lot of cells and cells say these neurons that you're looking at in green are maybe like 20 times or 40 times magnified. But when I go to electron microscopy, I can magnify it maybe 50,000 times. And that really gives us this power that we can look into individual cellular organelles, not only the neuron itself, but what all is going on with the organelles. And here we could see that in the top panel, these are two example of mitochondria which are looking good because they have all the intact outer mitochondrial membrane and then their inner mitochondrial membrane. But the G through J, these mitochondria are kind of starting to get hollowed out, and then they start clumping together, and it's a sign that they are not doing good. And the function that they're supposed to do, which is to make energy and more metabolites, they are not able to do it. Similarly, the apical dendrite, which is the dendrite that receives signal from other cells for upper motor neurons, it also starts degenerating. It starts falling apart. So that gives us, this was, I think, the very first time that anyone was able to look into these neurons and see this is all going wrong with them. And we published this finding in Acta Neuropathologica. Then we had access to the postmortem brain tissue from ALS patients, and we went to see what do we see if we look into those patient upper motor neurons that were degenerating. And surprisingly, we see exactly the same pathology of mitochondria and endoplasmic reticulum that we see in mouse. And so it kinds of, I'll show this next slide, and we've done a lot of studies over the period of time that we see apical dendrite defects in different mouse models of ALS. We see mitochondria defect, we see endoplasmic reticulum defects, and we see exact same defects both in the mouse and in the patient. And so it gives us this sense that if you target your therapies or your investigations towards fixing, say, an organelle or a couple of organelles, maybe there will be a direct translation from mouse model to the patient because the defects that we are seeing are pretty much similar. So by electron microscopy shows us those defects, and also in these panels, in the top panel is the mouse where we see gliosis, but we see exactly similar kinds of gliosis in the patient tissue as well. So it was kind of a background for us, and then we moved into study a little bit more into the hereditary spastic paraplegia and PLS. And for HSP studies, we collaborate with Dr. Peter Bass, who generated this mouse model for HSP. And he published this paper already. And this mouse, the wild type, the healthy mouse looks okay, but the diseased mouse, as you can see, it looks really sick, especially the gait and the way it walks. And these are the different functions, motor functions that are a measure of the movement disorder or neuromuscular defects with the rotating rods and linked limb clasping and weight. And we see that this is a mouse model for this. So this mouse was already there, but again, we wanted to see what do we see if I were to look into the other parts in this mouse using electron microscopy, and it came really handy for me. So what I looked first was to see, because these neurons again were coming from here going to spinal cord, and I wanted to see how those axons that are coming from the motor cortex or these upper motor neurons, they look when they reach to spinal cord in this mouse model of HSP. So this is how they look in a healthy mouse. That the circular around is the myelin sheath, and inside are the other structured microtubules, etc. And it looks pretty conserved. It looks intact, all this myelin and everything. But in a diseased mouse, this is how it looks. In the diseased mouse, you can see the myelin sheath is totally falling apart, and even the inside, which actually transmit all the electric information, is kind of degenerating. And so this gives us a measure that, okay, this could be one of the outcome measure when we were to study, say, a therapeutic molecule we wanted to see as a therapy for HSP. Maybe we could use this as a measure to see if it makes it better, if it makes the corticospinal axons better. And then, again, I went to the brain and look into these upper motor neurons which are sitting in there. And by EM, you can see the mitochondria top is mitochondria, like it's not too much zoomed in image. So I wanted to see what all mitochondria and endoplasmic reticulum looks like. And they look pretty intact and supposed to be what they should be looking like. But in the disease, we start to seeing all these mitochondria which are kind of hollowed from inside. And the endoplasmic reticulum is also degenerating. Now, everything that mitochondria does is inside the mitochondria. So its outer mitochondrial membrane is pretty intact, but the inner one degenerates and disintegrates. All the energy that mitochondria makes and all the secondary metabolites that it makes, everything is in there. And since these are lost, and that makes them obviously sick, and they're not able to support the energy generation in the cell. Similarly, the endoplasmic reticulum, it processes all the proteins and sends them where they're supposed to go. But if it is broken and not able to do its job, then and actually mitochondria and ER kind of worked in tandem with each other. And if these two important components of the neurons are degenerating, it is impossible for those neurons to sustain. And so we are working a little bit more on this project to bring it to a finish line. And I'll switch a little bit more to the PLS work that we've been doing. And I was very thankful, and I'm fortunate to have received a grant from Spastic Paraplegia Foundation to study the ultrastructure defect in the motor cortex of PLS patients. And I am eternally grateful to Veterans Affairs Brain Bank for providing us giving us access to the postmortem PLS patient brain tissue. I don't know how to say it, but I think we are maybe only one to have access to those tissue, because there are not many tissue from PLS patients available. And if available, people are not able to access them, but we are extremely lucky and very thankful to Veterans Affairs to give us access to this tissue. And so what we have is I have tissue from these patients, one group with the patient that have TDP43 pathology and the one that do not have. And I think that would be very interesting to see in future what we could do. The proposal for this actually was to take the tissue and then see in those neurons what all is happening. Now, if we survey literature, we see that for PLS particularly, there is nothing much known. Whatever we know so far is by the limited sample being used for the pathological examination. But we do not know any molecular information. We do not know what other is going on. And for that, I think it's very important and very interesting to see by ultrastructure what we can see in there. And actually, last week I received an email from a foundation about the progress report, and I said, can I please send the progress report when I come back from the conference? And I am very happy to show it to you before the official progress report goes out. And so what we do here for this one is, and I want to say the electron microscopy is even though it was developed many, many years ago, but it's still very relevant, and it gives us the information that otherwise we cannot get. But it's very, very labor-intense technique. What I do is I take a chunk of brain and then process it for over 2 weeks, and then mount it on a special blocks and start sectioning. And the first section that I make is 1 micron thick, which is like 1,000 times of a meter, 1,000 times smaller than a meter. And from there, I make another section, which is 70 nanometer, which you barely see with your eyes. And from those, we further go and image and see what we see. And so a healthy neuron or healthy upper motor neuron in a normal control would look like this, where this dark part in the middle is the nucleus, and the surrounding is the cytoplasm that has, you can see, some mitochondria in there. But in a PLS brain, this is what we see. So, nucleus is still in the middle, but it's surrounded by these plaque-like structures, which don't seem to be good, and they are a lot in numbers. It's just one plane that we were seeing it, but if you were to see in a 3D and see how many there would be, and I'll talk a little bit more about them, what they could be or what they are, as per what I understand. But that's one thing that we observed. The first thing that I observed in this patient brain tissue is this one. And so if I focus on my mitochondria, because that's one obvious defect that I've already seen, that in a healthy person or healthy upper motor neuron, mitochondria look like almost same like a healthy one, where they have outer membrane intact and the inner membrane still intact in most of them. Now you have to give it to, because these tissues are from like 70, 80 years old people, so they do have an inherent, some defects because of aging, but that cannot be ruled out, because if you go see in a patient, we can still see the difference, that stark difference. All these mitochondria in a patient tissue are totally hollowed out. Very few are there which we can say healthy or intact, but they are hollowed out. If I zoom more, which is like 49,000 times the zoom in this image, I can see a particular one mitochondria. As an example, I can show you here. And you see the double membrane, the outer membrane, and all the inner membrane are there. They're making crystal structures, and then they are, I think they are okay. But if I have to give example of the one in PLS, this is how they look. And I don't see they have any capacity to make any energy or do anything what they're supposed to do. A little bit more zooming into all those black structures. This is how they look very close to the nucleus and in the cytoplasm, and kind of trying to aggregate. And I can say they are maybe like the autophagic the vesicles that are fused together. And when they fuse with the liposome, the lipid structure, this is how they would look. So the white part is like the lipid part, and the dark part is the uncleared autophagic parts. And these aggregates are like tons and tons. I'm just showing you a few representative examples, but they are universally present in whatever I look. And this is one example of an autophagic vesicle where it is filled with everything and it's still intact there. And I think these are the lysosomes that are not able to clean what they are supposed to clean. So they are stuck there and kind of also disintegrating. And one such more example here. So all these things tells me that mitochondria are defecting, they're not making energy. And then basically all these autophagic mechanisms are like a vacuum cleaner. They clean up the cells, keep the system clean. They're not able to do it, so all the dirt is stick there. It is present there, and because it is there, it's not, the cell or neuron is not able to do its normal function that it's supposed to do. And that's why it all looks like this. So these are like very, very preliminary data that I'm showing. I just took these pictures this last Friday before coming here. But what do we do now from here? With EM, I'm able to visualize and see what problem is there. The mitochondria is defective and all this. But what now? Because I know mitochondria is defective, autophagy is defective. But to solve that problem, I need to know what molecules are involved, which pathways are involved in these. And those you can, because if I were to target, say, a mitochondria or an autophagic problem, I need to know what do I target, because you cannot target an organelle. You need to find some molecular signature that you can target. And as you may remember earlier today, Dr. Blackstone said that in PLS there is no molecular information available. And at the Center of Excellence at CERN, they are trying to generate a lot of therapies and biomarkers. But I think having more information or knowledge about the molecular mechanism would really catapult our efforts for developing therapies in the field. And so I will reiterate again how thankful we are to have the access to this tissue, patient tissue from the Veterans Affairs. And what we have from them is healthy controls, PLS with TDP43 pathology, PLS without TDP43 pathology. And our plan is to, so electron microscopy part I have detailed already, but we are planning to do, or almost like in a, making ourselves ready to perform all these studies. You may think, how much tissue do you have to do all of it? We don't have the entire brain. We only have 100 to 200 milligram maximum, but we really use it so judiciously, and we are trying to see what maximum information we can get out of it. So I have some experience working with metabolomics. So I previously published a paper where we've mapped the metabolites in a TDP mouse brain, and then we saw that there is a deficiency of NAD, and then if you give it some component or compound that increase the energy, maybe it will be beneficial. So I'm trying to take the same approach with these patient tissue to do metabolomics. And metabolites are, we eat all these food, and that is disintegrated into different metabolites. Those metabolites not only give us energy, but they also work as a secondary messengers for so many different pathways. Some of them are neuroprotective, some of them are neurotoxic. And we really are interested to understand in that PLS patient brain, what metabolites do we see? And if we do see them, then we might have a clue if we can modulate them. The next is the proteomics, is what all proteins are present there and what the differential presence of these proteins in this brain tissue. Lipidomics, we are also fortunate to have access to a very good partner. They do lipidomics, and we can precise. Now you see, 60% of brain is made of lipids, and lipids get oxidized and they get disintegrated. All the membranes are made of lipids. So if anything is wrong with lipid, the system starts falling apart. And with this technique, we can see what are the lipid molecules that are not in place, and can we do something about it. And I'm super duper most excited about this part of the project, which is the single-cell RNA sequencing clubbed with ATAC-seq. Now, as I said, in mouse model, I know these neurons, and I can study those neurons. But in a human being, in a patient, I cannot do that. I just cannot, because there are very few, and nobody is going to give me any human tissue. But what I can do with this one is, there's a very cool new technique where you make a single-cell suspension of the tissue, and then they can map what all RNA is present in each cell. So it's all neurons, all non-neuronal cells, all the cells in that part of the brain. They can see what genes they are expressing. Also, they can see with ATAC-seq how certain population of genes is being regulated without a genetic mutation. So epigenetics is a study of gene regulation without genetic modification. And since for PLS, for example, we don't know what genes are involved, I think it's very interesting to see what epigenetic mechanisms are involved, so that we can have a clue already that, yes, this certain epigenetic modification is there, and this one is regulating this particular gene expression, and then we can go back and try to correct it or do all sorts of those things. So, yeah, I've come to an end to this work, but in summary, I think we are beginning to understand that upper motor neuron ultrastructure defects are beginning to emerge in HSP-PLS. Excuse me. And that mitochondrial dysfunction is prominent there, and defective autophagic clearance. And then if we can club all these discoveries with molecular mechanisms, we should be able to at least have some target molecules for developing therapeutics and biomarkers for these diseases. So not only the one we can target some molecule, but some mechanisms. And then once we know what molecule, what mechanism, there are a lot of things already available that we could try to use to mitigate those problems. So I really hope to come back next year with more fresh data to add to this. And with that, I thank you. Dr. Hande Osdinler, she's been a great mentor to me, and she's a great cheerleader also for me. And my wonderful colleagues, ML, Barish, and Chris, and Dr. Ann McKee and Dr. Ian Robbie from the Veterans Affairs. Spastic Paraplegia Foundation, obviously, also very special because as an independent PI, that's the very first grant that I ever got. So I'm so really thankful to them. And our research is supported by a Long Swim and Queen Bee Foundation. With that, thank you so much for your attention.
Let's see. I see a question, and it's always in the back. Here I go. That's okay. You can stay there. I'll come to you. Here you go. Let's come over here. And you can sit down right there. There you go.
Thank you. That was a really good talk.
Thank you.
I really liked your images from electron microscopy showing the mitochondrial dysfunction. I was just curious, have you quantified that and tried to retrospectively correlate the amount of mitochondrial dysfunction to the severity of symptoms reported in those patients? And my part two of the question is mitotransplantation a potential therapy for this?
Yeah, very good question. So these are the postmortem tissue. So we have only one time point. And of course, this is, as I said, this is like very freshly taken images. But yes, when I go back, that's my plan to take more sections from different patient samples and then have a quantitative assessment. What's the degree of degeneration that we see in here? And mitotransplantation, yes, it's a new cool thing that's coming up and very exciting. But again, I'll only speak from the PLS perspective that we do not have any mouse model for PLS as of now. So it would be really hard to directly go into use it as a therapy. But of course, it's an interesting aspect. Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, real quick. And I have one right here.
So I don't know if this is a shot in the dark, but those are some cool images, and I was just curious: are there any other conditions? Right? If we took that image and just Googled it to see what other images out there are similar to it, right? Would we see anything else that looks similar to that, or is that just something that's completely specific to PLS?
No, it cannot be completely specific. The reason is we are all made of all those, 4 nucleotides, ATAC, so all the neurons and everything is same in our. What could be different is the degree of defect that we see. Because in some we see only mitochondria, in some we only see ER. And so that is need to be seen in the future, or at least in my work, that when I complete this, I would know what is the degree of deficiency that we see here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we got one more right here.
My understanding is that ALS is upper and lower motor neuron.
Yes.
Is the degeneration of an LAS individual upper motor neuron the same as PLS, upper motor neuron degeneration?
So ALS also has a genetic component to it and the sporadic component to it. But in ALS, we have TDP pathology, and in PLS, we also have TDP pathology. So again, as I would just extend the answer, my previous answer, that it could be similar, but it could also be different in the degree of defect that we see in these. Also, in ALS, we have a lot more knowledge because we have mouse models and we can track the degeneration over time. So we know what starts first. Like in our lab, we have some indication already that even before any symptoms, any phenotypic symptoms start seeing, like, the muscle defects and the walking, etc., we see mitochondria defect much earlier. Like the mouse, we have a paper published where we've seen the mouse model start showing the disease symptom at 60 days old. But we looked in those neurons at 15 days old when the mouse babies are still with their mothers, and we see mitochondria defect even then, even though they don't show any other symptoms. So I cannot say with full confidence if it is the same or different, but I can give you a perspective that in ALS we have a lot more understanding versus PLS. But I think because these upper motor neurons are big and they are very energy demanding neurons because they fulfill a lot of requirements of the body, I think their integrity or the mechanism that maintain them, I would believe they should be similar.
We have time for one more. I saw one more hand back here, and it's right here.
Nice talk, Mukesh. So do you see any defects in the phagosome or the autolysosome, or it's just the autophagosome?
So I'm going to go back, and so actually the other objective of the project is to see by immunoelectron microscopy exactly what what molecular marker we can tag into these EM images and see, because here these are very first few sets of images, so I cannot say with full confidence, but when I look more into detail and do more analysis, I'll be able to see. But initially, it looks to me that the phagosomes and the mitochondria, the autolysosomes, I think I have to go back and see it more in detail.
Okay, everybody, thank you very much, Dr. Gautam.
Thank you so much.
We're going to take just a second or two to get set up for our next presentations, and I'm going to hand this over to Greg. I got one.
As you know, and as we talked about this morning, our reasons for coming to Washington, D.C. for this year's conference in October rather than normally in the summer when kids are out of school is to improve our opportunities to make new relationships with our federal government partners, both on Capitol Hill and everywhere else in FDA, NIH, those people who are involved in rare disease research funding and opportunities. And as we looked at coming, we chose this week because, believe it or not, and don't laugh when I say this, back in about January when we picked this week, we checked both the Senate calendar and the House calendar. We said at the time they would all be here. What about calendars? A lot of things going on in Washington, but we focused on the Rare Disease Caucus in both the House and the Senate. We wanted to invite some of those representatives to come talk to you, hoping they'll get to know us. They will remember HSP, PLS, and the Spastic Paraplegia Foundation as they work on rare disease issues in Washington in the future. And we had a number of four of congressional folks and from the Senate agreed to come and share time with us. U.S. Congressman Gus Bilirakis is from Florida. He's the co-chair of the House Rare Disease Caucus. And please welcome me in joining Leigh Ann Fairley from his office. Leigh Ann, would you come forward and please share with us the Congressman's work and position on rare disease issues?
Great, and thank you so much. Good afternoon. My name is Leigh Ann Fairley. I serve as Congressman Gus Bilirakis' health legislative assistant. As he sort of alluded to, he was obviously greatly hoping to be here today, but we're on day 23 and counting of our government shutdown, meaning representatives' schedules have been unfortunately impacted. So happy to be here in his absence and just share a few words about what he's been working on. Congressman Bilirakis represents Florida's 12th district, just north of Tampa. He's had the honor of serving his constituents for about 20 years. He actually replaced his father, Congressman Mike Bilirakis, who some of you may have remember, who is also very active in the healthcare space. Among his many healthcare priorities, the congressman is proud to co-chair several caucuses, including the Congressional Rare Disease Caucus and the Congressional Parkinson's Disease Caucus. These issues are near and dear to his heart as a father and a family member of individuals living with both Parkinson's and Alzheimer's diseases. The congressman's father, former Representative Mike Bilirakis, has been living with Parkinson's disease for over a decade. His brother, the late Dr. Emmanuel Bilirakis, unfortunately passed from the disease. These personal experiences motivate the congressman's desire to create good policy in Washington and shape policy for those without voices. I'm honored to join you today to speak briefly on some of the work that he's prioritizing this Congress. As co-chair of the Rare Disease Caucus, we champion policies that accelerate early diagnosis and access to cures. We're very fortunate in the US to have a robust biotechnology industry that promotes innovation and keeps patients at the center of the drug development process. We have long championed rare disease policies such as the FDA Pediatric Priority Review Voucher Program, which we pushed through the Energy and Commerce Committee in September. We're hopeful it can pass the House floor by the end of the year, but obviously things are a bit complicated right now. We understand the complexities of the drug development system and that small to mid-sized biotech companies need incentives to make sizable investments in rare disease like this priority review voucher. Ultimately, Congress can and should create a stable environment for these environments and for this industry to thrive. The congressman is also working on legislation that would promote a more robust diagnostic environment for rare diseases through access to whole genome and exome sequencing. We are acutely aware that the diagnostic odyssey of rare disease patients is a tremendous burden to both patients and their families. We believe that we should invest in tools to facilitate early diagnosis as much as possible. Finally, the congressman supports the concept of repurposing for rare disease indications. He previously led a bill, 2015, which is many, many years ago now, called the Orphan Product Extensions Now, Accelerating Cures and Treatments Act, which would have provided a 6-month extension of FDA exclusivity for compounds repurposed for rare indications. While this legislation ultimately did not advance in 2017 during its most recent action, Secretary Kennedy has expressed interest in the concept of drug repurposing, and we look forward to working with him on this shared goal. All of this, of course, is made possible by our constituents and advocates who help members of Congress push important policies forward. It's important to remember that on the Hill and in Washington, D.C., we don't know what we don't know, and many members and staff need your voices to learn and understand these important issues. So thank you for your time and your dedication to advocacy. Please think of myself and the congressman as a resource to you. And happy to answer any questions if you guys have questions. I know it's an interesting time here in Washington, D.C.
Well, Leigh Ann, hang on just a minute. As you could probably tell a moment ago, I was struggling into what happened is early today we had to move some things on the stage, and someone didn't put my notebook back.
Oh, that's okay.
Where it was.
You
I want to
introduced me
share
well.
with you about Leigh Ann. Leigh Ann is his health legislative assistant. Obviously, you can tell from what she's sharing with you. And she came to share comments on the congressman's behalf. Her extensive experience in healthcare policy and advocacy, from her work as a registered lobbyist at Arnold and Porter to her role at the National Association of Manufacturers. She holds advanced degrees from both Georgetown and George Washington University. So this young lady has quite an experience and resume, and we appreciate your coming today. And please tell the congressman we appreciate that as well, and look forward to working with him as co-chair of the Rare Disease Caucus in the House.
Of course, thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give her another hand.
You want to take questions? If there's any questions?
Anyone have any questions? Yes, sir.
Hi. Is the congressman concerned about trends in the Department of Health and Human Services with the potential decline in rigorous scientific standards for all sorts of health research? Thank you.
Sure. I won't speak on his behalf, but I can speak to some of the work that we've been doing recently with NIH. I think the congressman and his father were both long champions of increased NIH funding. This year, I think we requested a funding increase for NIH, which feels a bit naive given some of the headwinds that we're facing, but we think it's important to show a signal that we still think robust NIH funding is important. Cannot really speak to the administration's goals on NIH and HHS restructuring, but I know there are a lot of good champions in Congress who still believe in scientific integrity and working with that. So thank you for your question.
We have another question right here.
Hi, what can we do or how can we help to sponsor or co-sponsor to create a separate pathway for this particular rare disease?
Sure. I think starting with just education for your rare disease champions like myself. The Rare Disease Caucus is one of the larger caucuses in both the House and Senate. I think there's a lot of interest from FDA Commissioner McCary in new and exciting ideas in terms of new pathways. So I think there's definitely opportunity and interest in that. But I think a lot of this starts with education. Like I said, we don't know what we don't know, and we really rely on folks coming in and explaining and teaching us as staff, especially when my healthcare portfolio is everything under the sun with healthcare. So I think making good relationships in DC, finding your member of Congress is a great way to start with that education. So, yeah, thank you.
Leigh Ann, I have a quick question.
Yeah.
How important is it for us to communicate with our congressional offices?
Yes.
We send emails, we send messages off platforms and phone calls. How important is it for a rare disease group like ours with special issues and concerns to communicate those to the congressional offices?
Yeah, it's very important. And to the extent that you can do Zoom meetings, or if you're ever here in Washington, D.C., like you are in normal times, obviously the shutdown complicates things, but it's really important, I think, for your members and staff to have a face and a name with what they're working on and that personal story. I think if you look at, all these healthcare issues that I mentioned that the congressman is involved in, he does them because he has a personal connection, or he has a constituent or somebody that he cares about that has motivated him to do it. So being able to make that connection and stay in contact, that's how things get done in DC sometimes, is bugging people, which is for better or for worse. I don't think some staff like to be bugged, but that's how we sort of keep things moving. So yes, making strong relationships and staying in contact.
Notice she said how important that is, and one of the things I caught that she said was when he gets a call from a constituent or someone that he wants to assist. So you may think that your one call won't matter. Your one call may be the call that makes all the difference. So don't ever think it's not going to matter that I don't send this message or I don't make the call. If there's an issue out there, we all need to be doing that with every congressman and senator on the Hill. Another question.
Great. We got one over here. Hang on.
What is currently being done to stop the 40% cuts in NIH funding that's currently proposed by the current regime?
By the president. So the president's budget was a request. The president will not be passing that request through Congress. The House and the Senate have passed flat funding for NIH, which I think in this environment is a great thing, given the fact that there was a cut. So Congress is moving forward with flat funding and in some cases increases. So I think nothing to worry about that for now. Obviously, things are a little logjam with the shutdown, but I think we're coming to a more level set conversation on funding from here on forward. So thank you.
And we have one up here in the front.
Mine's easy. I was just wondering if you had any contact information or email that you can share with us.
Yes, it is my name, so Leigh Ann.Fairley, and then mail.house.gov is the email address for all folks on the Hill. So if you ever just want to guess their email, it's just their first last name, mail.house.gov. I also have some cards I can give if that's helpful too. Mm-hmm.
Any more questions? Okay, one more. One more.
Thank you. Rare disease is a broad term.
Mm-hmm.
There are thousands of them.
Yeah.
The people in this room care primarily about hereditary spastic paraplegia and primary lateral sclerosis. How do you guys support those specific diseases, or do you have a mechanism in place where specific rare diseases could get funding through the NIH?
Sure. So the Congressman works on the Energy and Commerce Committee, which mostly deals with authorizing, meaning we authorize programs at the FDA. The Appropriations Committee is the one that deals with NIH funding. So my boss is not directly involved in sort of the appropriations process, but there is a whole separate subset of members that work almost exclusively on those funding conversations. I will say it is a tremendous challenge in the rare disease world when you are working, rare is anything under 200,000 people. That's a huge subset of rare diseases, and it's very challenging for us. Sometimes you feel like you have to pick and choose between what is a valiant cause, and they're all valiant causes. I think what we try to do is create as broad but helpful policies as possible. So like, how do we make FDA work better? How do we make FDA do its job better in sense of, more regulatory flexibility, better trial design, like those type of fine-tuned things that we think can help as many rare disease patients as possible. I will say there are definitely scenarios where congressional offices get involved if there's a specific constituent involved or there's like an issue at the FDA, but I think most of us try our best to be as broad as possible when we're working on rare disease policy.
Do you know why you mentioned the legislation to repurpose drugs failed? Well, what were the reasons for that failure?
That's a great question. I was reading into that before I came here. From what I understand, it almost made it to the finish line in a package called 21st Century Cures Act. And then there was actually some objections from a Democratic senator who believed that it was too favorable to the pharmaceutical industry. I think that's something that we run into a lot. When creating drug policy, is we get this pushback from some of our colleagues who are afraid that policies can be manipulated by the pharma industry. I think in the rare disease indication, that is not really true, and I think that's a sort of an unfair characterization. But from what I understand, that's why that policy didn't make it across the finish line. I think my boss is still interested in the concept of repurposing, but we don't know exactly what form that would best take. And that's why I mentioned the Secretary Kennedy is very interested in repurposing. So trying to see if we can work together on a shared goal there. Thank you.
Leigh Ann, thank you so much for coming to join us. And please tell Congressman Billy Rekas we sincerely appreciate that very much.
Of course. Thank you.
This afternoon, we have one other congressional office that will be represented here, and I'm particularly proud to introduce this young man. He comes from the office of Congressman James Comer, Congressman 1st District of Kentucky. That's my home congressman. I've known Congressman Comer for many years. He served previously as a state representative in Kentucky and then Commissioner of Agriculture before coming to Congress, and we're very thankful for his work here. He sends, and we are pleased to welcome Zack Settle. Zack is a legislative assistant for Congressman Comer. He covers issue areas that include agriculture, defense, veterans, foreign affairs, energy, natural resources, judiciary, homeland security, tax and trade for the congressman. What don't you cover, Zack?
Healthcare,
wow.
Go figure.
He's been working in the congressman's D.C. office since January of 2023 and previously worked in his district office for a year as constituent service assistant. So, Zack, thank you for being here, and we appreciate it very much.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. It's great to be here and really appreciate you all coming to DC. I know it's a challenge sometimes to get from all over the country. You know, Kentucky's only an hour and a half flight, but I know that many of y'all have come from a lot farther, so it really means a lot to members of Congress and their staff to hear directly from our constituents, and that's always been a priority of Congressman Comer for us to make sure that the constituents are always at the heart of what we do. I've been in DC a little under 3 years now. As he mentioned, I worked in his district office for a year as a caseworker. So most members of Congress have a district staff and a DC staff. So in the district office, a lot of those staffers are dealing with federal agencies. Some of you all may have interacted with them before, but our office can reach out to agencies on our constituents' behalf. So that was sort of my first introduction to dealing with federal agencies, because a lot of times it's easy to get lost in the going through the process of applications and different things people are applying for and trying to get benefits. So it's really rewarding for us to be able to reach out on our constituents' behalf and really try to move the process along and at least get them some more information. So I did that for about a year, and now I've been on the legislative team and cover a lot. I cover a pretty broad range of issues. Congressman Comer chairs the Oversight and Government Reform Committee, so that keeps him very busy. He also is on the Education and Workforce Committee, so that keeps him very busy. Obviously, with everything going on right now, he's spent most of the last few weeks in Kentucky, and he's come back and forth several times for the different meetings he's had to do with his committee work and other meetings. So it's great to be here. Like I said, I've got some information to share with y'all about his work on the committee with dealing primarily with pharmacy benefit managers. We've also seen the ever-increasing cost of prescription drugs, and as chairman of the House Oversight Committee, Congressman Comer has led an investigation into the role that these entities, known as pharmacy benefit managers, play in increasing the cost of critical medications for Americans. PBMs started out as beneficial to our healthcare system because they were competing to provide clarity for pharmacies, payers, and patients about drug costs. But that environment of competition and transparency is no longer the case. Community pharmacists and their customer now know all too well the ways that PBMs have tried to squeeze local pharmacy businesses and patients to fit within their operational chain. Each of the three major PBMs, CVS, Caremark, Express Scripts, and Optum Rx, is owned by a major health insurer and owns or is owned by a pharmacy. This means that many PBMs negotiate with a pharmacy or health insurers and are either negotiating with themselves or one of their direct competitors. As a result of Congressman Comer's investigation, this has shed light on the issue, and we have begun to see a shift in the perception of PBMs by policymakers and movement towards a more transparent and just system. State legislatures across the country have passed legislation preventing some of their anti-competitive activities and requiring transparency in pricing and contracts. 3 years ago, the FTC opened an investigation into PBM's anti-competitive actions, and last year the FTC filed suit against the three largest PBMs, alleging that they abused their economic power by rigging pharmaceutical supply chain competition in their favor, forcing patients to pay more for life-saving medication. However, the states and FTC's work isn't enough. Congress must build on the momentum with this legislation that targets the most egregious overreaches by PBMs, including their vertical integration, while also bringing transparency to formulary decision-making and rebates. Last winter, CVS announced that they were considering splitting their pharmacy chains from their insurance operations. Although it's unlikely that this will be a true separation of these two entities, it is a signal that PBMs are concerned that they are facing increasing pressure and questions about the steerage tactics, and the sharing of patient data. To that end, Congressman Comer held a hearing with the 3 largest PBMs testifying before the Oversight Committee. During this hearing, the CEOs were asked pointed questions about their manipulation of the pharmaceutical market, and they were able to provide clarity on their issuance of lower reimbursements to pharmacies that they do not own, and their policies intended to steer patients away from community pharmacies and into their network where they do not receive comparable and individualized services. Congressman Comer is continuing to request documents and information from the PBMs, focusing on their design of benefits, formulary configurations, and the differences in reimbursements. Also, during the Oversight Committee hearing on this topic, one egregious example of abuse by a PBM was highlighted by one of his colleagues from Georgia. He shared a story of a 15-year-old patient in his district who was denied coverage for his life-saving medication. After addressing the CEO of CVS Caremark about the lack of quality care provided by the PBM, the patient's family received a reversal notification and were then approved for that medication the same day. It should not take a congressional hearing to advocate for individual patients. This is a blatant acknowledgement of the PBM for their role in denying care is just one example of the delays and costs burdening Americans who are attempting to access high quality and affordable health care. It is critical that we enact legislation which addresses these egregious abuses and manipulation on our nation's healthcare system. That is why Congressman Comer is the co-sponsor of the Pharmacists Fight Back Act, which would create criminal penalties for PBMs engaging in spread pricing, patient steering, or assessments of retroactive fees or clawbacks in federal healthcare programs, including Medicare, Medicaid, and TRICARE. It also prevents PBMs from reimbursing pharmacies based on their subjective performance metrics and develops a pricing system based on NADAC that provides stability and certainty for pharmacies. The Oversight Committee also previously approved the Drug Act, which would delink the list price from PBM competition. This legislation would mean PBMs cannot pad their pockets by placing only brand name drugs for which they receive a larger kickback on the approval list of covered medications for a health plan. This legislation would convert payments to PBMs to a flat rate service competition model. When Congressman Comer first began investigating PBMs, the overwhelming majority of members of Congress did not know what the letters of PBM stood for. Now there is a large bipartisan coalition of members set on fighting against the injustices that they face daily. I'm also sure you all have experienced that there have been a severe healthcare workforce shortage in this country. Fortunately, states are creating programs to establish pipelines for skilled workers by creating state-level scholarships, funds to cover costs for students and employers by providing the education they need to fill crucial positions in healthcare facilities. However, these state funds have been oversubscribed, and there have been many interested applicants and proposals that they cannot cover. For example, House Bill 200 in Kentucky, which passed by near unanimous support, established a state healthcare workforce development council to raise and administer funds to strengthen healthcare education programs and employment opportunities and incentives. Within weeks of the program coming online, the $10 million appropriation from the Kentucky General Assembly was matched with private sector pledges, creating over 2,000 scholarships. For this reason, Congressman Comer will be introducing legislation building on Kentucky's efforts to incentivize states to voluntarily submit healthcare workforce plans to HHS, which identify partnerships, state-level tax credits to employers, and education models proven to reduce workforce shortages in underserved areas. States may utilize this funding authorized in the bill to incentivize healthcare providers to partner with educational programs to establish scholarships for healthcare education and certification. Every individual receiving a scholarship under this legislation would be required to commit to practice at least for 1 year in the state of the scholarship assistance and agree to repay the amount of the scholarship. This legislation, combined with the $50 billion in the rural healthcare transformation funding from the One Big Beautiful Bill, will be a great investment in our nation's healthcare future. So as you can understand, there's a lot of things going on in this space, and we again appreciate you all taking the time and for your attention today, and happy to take any questions that anybody has for me. And
The issue that Zack has talked about a lot there, the PBM. Norma and I live in a pretty rural area, and in some of the other work that I do, I've worked indirectly with some local pharmacies. And I know of one that's gone out of business, and I know another that's on the verge of going out of business. And when we look at and talk about what are their problems, their biggest problem, they believe, is the PBM, because it's costing the local pharmacy money. I learned, Zack, in dealing with this, that those pharmacies were having to sell some prescriptions for less than what they paid for it. I could not believe that there was law and regulations in place that would require me as a private businessman to do that. But that has been the case. So that issue is an issue that's critically important to the pharmaceutical industry, particularly in our rural parts of the country. So thank you for sharing about that.
And I think most people want to deal with, their local pharmacist, if there is one still open, if there's a locally owned and run pharmacy as compared to, one of the big chains, they'd rather go in and have that kind of service, and really they're incentivized to go towards the bigger names.
I know the congressman and others have been working on that for quite a while, because I think it was exactly a year ago that I met with him and we talked about that specific issue. So please let him know, at least we're thankful that he's doing it.
There's several fixes that are in the works, I should say. There's been talk of adding it to a bigger package, like an end of the year appropriations package. But there's usually some push and pull, and it hasn't made it across the finish line, but he's hopeful that maybe something can get through.
Anyone have questions of Zack?
I think we have one right here. Let me work my way over here.
It's great to hear that Congressman Comer is interested in working to fight against these PBMs, and because we need a dog in that fight. My wife and I live in a very small rural community, similar to what gentleman just indicated, and I'm wondering if, as a furtherance, if he is that concerned about people's health care costs, would he be interested in voting to extend the Affordable Care Act subsidies? Our local clinic has just closed, and they've had to reduce the number of their clinics. So we now have to, we live in a town of 563 people, and we now have to drive farther to get our medical care. So it would be really nice to hear if he would be interested in supporting those subsidies, the extension of those subsidies, and not changing Medicaid, so that people have a harder time supporting their own health care.
Yeah, I've not spoken personally to the congressman. Our healthcare staffer was unavailable today, but I do know that he knows that he's from a rural area. He's talked to the hospitals, and he's heard the concern, and there needs to be some kind of a fix to hopefully reassure the rural hospitals, particularly. He's definitely concerned about that. He's actively working with his colleagues in DC and the state to hopefully try and find a way that's sustainable, and acknowledge that there are changes that need to be made. But that's something that he definitely is concerned about.
So are we. Thank you.
Any other hands up? Any other questions? Okay.
If not, Zack, thank you so much for being here with us, and please let the congressman know we appreciate that. Tim? All right.
Okay, everybody, we made it to the best part of the day. Our presentations are over. We made it. You did a great job. Thanks for being here. Couple of quick notes. Excuse me. By the way, sorry I misspoke earlier. I don't have the flu. My wife corrected me. I have allergies because she gives me all these pills and stuff. So I'm all medicated up. So I'm getting better, I promise. Real quick, we're going to empty this room. You got to take all your possessions, everything you brought with you, take with you. We are going to flip this room for dinner, okay? And so we're not going to be back in here till about 6:45, 7 o'clock-ish, okay? So everything you got, everything's got to go. So the staff can come in here and do their wonderfully quick job of getting us set for dinner. And we've got some presentations going on during dinner time or after or whatever. So it's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be really great. Remember to keep your tickets and put them out on your table if you have an allergy or a specific vegetarian meal preference and stuff. We told you about that earlier. You have to do that again at dinner too, so the staff can bring you what they have. So great job, guys. And by the way, there's a cash bar. So, I mean, that's a win-win in my world. So everybody go out there.
Well, as you can tell at home, if you're still watching virtually, we've come to the end of all of our discussions and lectures and for the day. We've heard a lot of great information, but the things that I've heard that excite me the most are that $8.4 million grant from NIH to SP CERN to begin massive research in the arena of hereditary spastic paraplegia. The other piece of good news is for our PLS patients, our board has begun discussing the possibility and the probability of how can we create an SP CERN that focuses on PLS. The process of thinking about that and getting it to the point that applications can be made to NIH does take some time, does take some thought and organization. So while I've been here today, I've talked with a number of our PLS patients who are here, asking them to help think about doctors, researchers, processes, and so we'll be talking about that and thinking about that more as we go into the near future. A good day. We wish you were here, but we thank you for listening virtually. We're going to take a break here, and at about 7:30 tonight, as we finish our dinner here, we'll be having auctions and discussions. We've shared some of the artwork with you. Hope you'll think about bidding on some of that. Again, that's money that goes toward foundation opportunities and activities. Thank you again for being with us today. You take a break, get a bite to eat at home, and we hope you join us again at 7:30. If not, we will see you in the morning as we get started again at about 8:30. Take care, and we'll see you in a while. CERN to partnerships spanning continents, we are building bridges that accelerate research, amplify patient voices, and unite efforts that once stood apart. Let this day remind us that awareness is powerful, but unity is unstoppable. Every message shared, every connection made, and every story told today strengthens the path toward hope. So wherever you are in the world, thank you for being part of this historic day. Together we are more than rare, we are resilient, and together we will make a difference. Welcome to World Day for HSP and PLS, a day of hope, action, and unity that shines far beyond today. Your organization that you're part of was in the lead with that, and people all across the world responded. I think I shared with you this morning, Norma and Dina, who just arrived, were on that call at 3 a.m. in the morning, talking to people in Australia. I'm lying in the bedroom next door, thankful that I have meetings that day and I have to sleep. And you guys know Norma well enough. She handles that very, very well without my assistance. And Dina was up and working with her, and some of our other board members were involved throughout the day. There was a time designated throughout the day for various countries to try to get on and talk with themselves and with the world people who were on there. So it was a very good day, and in regard to that day, we weren't able to get the word out to do this in very many places, but we got some of our local governments to put together a proclamation proclaiming, at least in their area, World Day for HSP and PLS. And we signed, of course, you know, it's local governments and state governments and federal governments that have the power to proclaim. But we thought this was so important. We put together a proclamation for you as SPF, and we said SPF Foundation declares it to be World Day. It was important. So that will be happening. The plan is every year, October 17. We'll be a little bit more ahead of the curve next year, maybe than we were this year, since this was year one. So watch those e-blasts if you get a chance next year to get on. I was there for part of the day and listening to part of it, and it's so interesting to listen to people from other countries who are trying to communicate effectively with one another, but find a way to do it when the cause is important. So it was a great day, and I hope you guys will be able to be involved with that next year. October 17, mark it on your calendar now. I also want to share with you, last year at the annual conference in Tampa, I was able to give you information about a gentleman last year named Larry Hardy, who was from Memphis, Tennessee. Larry had been on our platform. He was a member of SPF, but we never saw him. He never came to a meeting, a Zoom or at a conference. And he contributed some along the way to the foundation. But what we learned after his death was he had made a life bequest in his will to the foundation for $250,000. And what a gift that was. Well, you know, sometime things get even better. Close to a year ago, we had information from a Minnesota family that a young lady had passed there. We had never met Barbie Siebert. I'm going to read you some information about Barbie in a moment, but I'm an attorney, and the attorney handling this estate for her sent me copies of her legal documents. And what impressed me the most is she had done a first trust, and in that trust agreement, she had left money to some of her family and so on. But then she said in the first trust that she left the balance of her estate to a college in her area. But she had her attorney do a second trust for one and only one purpose: to add the Spastic Paraplegia Foundation as a residual, splitting that money with the college. So let me share with you, Barbara Barbie Ann Siebert was born in 1949 in Tyler, Minnesota, to Dorothy and Bob Seep. She married Michael Siebert in 1971 and later moved to Phoenix, Arizona, where throughout her life, she owned and operated 4 daycare centers in the Phoenix area, a golf shop, and a gift basket business. In 1999, she and Mike moved to Cross Lake, Minnesota, where worsening lifelong symptoms led Barbie to being diagnosed with HSP in 2000. While HSP progressively changed the way Barbie lived, it never stopped her from living a very full and active life and spreading joy, love, and hope to all those who were blessed to know her. She enjoyed traveling, shopping, attending music events, hosting and preparing delicious meals, and especially spending time with her friends and family. Her strength in both mind and spirit, and ability to crack a witty joke throughout any circumstance, no matter how challenging, was remarkable and inspired us all. She will forever be remembered for her generosity, kindness, strength, wonderful talents, joyful outlook on life, and always be dearly missed. Barbie's legacy in supporting medical research for HSP and diabetes, which she also had, as well as academic scholarships, will help lead to more understanding into these complex conditions and brighter futures for those who come next. And our share of that estate gift, which we have received, was $425,000. And we share that with you for a couple of reasons. The first is simply to say thank you to Ms. Siebert for that wonderful gift, for her generosity, for her thinking about this cause as she planned her estate. The second reason is to say to all of us, as we look at our lives and where we are and look at estate planning, might we consider the possibility of naming this foundation as a partial beneficiary in your will? And there are a number of different ways to do that, and your financial planner, your attorneys can help you think through that if you might like to do that. There might be someone in your family who might consider doing that, knowing all that you've been through and what you're dealing with. But both of these individuals, they were part of our foundation. They had made, smaller, much smaller gifts, obviously, along the way through life, but we never met them or knew about them until they died, and they made these wonderfully generous gifts. So we say thank you to her, thank you to her family and her legal staff for working with us, and encourage all of us to think about those possibilities in the future. It can make a large, large difference in the foundation's operation and activities and the research we're able to get done. Let me remind you, I asked Linda how many of us had gotten with her after that initial discussion this morning about contributions to the foundation when I mentioned that Jim had and Norma and I were committing, and a number of hands shot up. And I know you guys have just been busy. But let me remind you, if you want to make any contribution at all, any pledge at all, please see Linda. She has the ability to help you with that, and we'll all thank you for that as you think about that and consider the foundation. Next, we have some very beautiful pieces of art and quilt to auction, and we're waiting on our auctioneer.
He's coming.
Give John a hand. Come on, John Cobb. And I know one or more of you have got people on the phone or online who are at home bidding, so don't let us miss your hand up and a bid.
And then there's a delay of about 30 seconds to a minute, so we'll have to make sure that we check the chat box for anybody that's going to be bidding online.
Okay, the first items that we are going to auction, beautiful art provided by the Moria Koduri Foundation. Vamsi shared with us about that today. These are beautiful art pieces. I know they would look great in your home. You have a perfect wall for these. And so, Tim, John, choose one of those. Hold it up so that everyone can see what we are bidding on. And who would start the bidding for this at $100? Got a bid for $100, Hyundai?
Okay, there we go. All right, $100, $100. Do I see 200, 200, 200? Do I see 200, 200 anywhere? 200, $200. This is the most beautiful artwork, other than the other artwork here, that we have. So, do I see 150? 150, $150. 150, okay, we've got 150. Let's keep it going, folks. Do we see 200? $200 or 170? Okay, 200. We've got 200. We're at 200. Let's keep it going. Do we see 225? 225. Anybody?
Uh-oh.
All right.
There we go.
All right. Let's get psyched up. Let's go. Come on, people.
I also joined Tim. This is done by my mother-in-law. She's an acclaimed jute artist recognized by the Ministry of Textiles in India. That's not a painting.
Okay, yes.
So every color that you see is a single piece of jute art that went into it. She spent 20 hours on this intricate design. When you go near it, touch it, feel it, you can realize that it's not a painting. So that's
Becky, I think we need to do 200 here. Let's get the front of the room going too.
All right, so I think we're at 225 right now. Do we see 225?
Back of the room.
225. Awesome, awesome. All right, folks, let's go. Reach deep into your pockets. Pull out all of your money. Let's do 250.
250 in the back. Awesome.
All right. 300.
I love it.
300.
Okay, the back of the room versus the front of the room.
We got 300. We got 300. Come on. We need to see some action in the front. Anybody? I'm not looking at anybody specific, but I am at the same time. Okay. Okay, 300. 300.
Becky?
Annette, 300. Okay, we got 300. We got 300. Should we do
300? We need to do 375.
Oh, okay.
Is it 375?
375? Do we see a 375?
375.
Okay, we got
Beautiful.
375. Okay, let's do. We're gonna go round numbers, and then we'll do 400. We got 400. 400. Anybody? 400. Come on. Come on. I know somebody's got 400. Anybody? Okay.
Blake.
400.
Blake, is it 400, Blake?
I got 2 more.
400?
Going once.
Come on, Blake.
Going twice.
Blake, 400? There we go.
400.
400.
Okay. We got 400. Okay, we're going to go to 450 here. 450. Do I see 450? Let's step it up. Come on, SPF. Let's do it for SPF.
Back of the room's going to prevail.
Okay. Going once. Going twice. Sold at $450.
$400.
Who bought that? Have them stand up. Pat, Patrice. Very good. Thank you so much. Thank you, Patrice. And let me. I should have told you this. The lady you see about the money is Linda. So when we finish here, see Linda, and she'll help you with payment.
Okay, you ready?
Okay.
Number 2.
Number 2. We start at 100, right?
Yes.
Okay. Starting at $100. $100 towards SPF. All right, we see 100. Okay, let's do 150. 150? 150. Okay, we've got 150. Do we see 200?
Come on, back of the room.
200. All right.
All
We
right.
got
On the right.
200 on the right. Okay. Do we see 250? 250. 250. Okay.
We're into a bidding war. Here we go.
250. Do we see 300?
300 back of the room?
300.
What do you guys think? 300?
300. All right. We've got 300. Do we
Excellent.
see $350? 350. 350 up front. Awesome. Let's do 400. 400. Towards SPF. Towards this beautiful artwork. Handmade.
I mean, guys, not hearing Tim is worth 450. 450, the back of the room. Where is it? I love you, Tim. You know that.
Thank you very much. That's okay.
Okay. Do we see 450? Okay, going once. Going twice. 400. So we're at 400 right now. 425. All right, 425. 425.
That's where it's gonna go.
Okay. Anybody for 450? Or are we going to stick with 425 here? Yeah. Any brave souls out there who are feeling extra generous and want to help out everybody in this room? Okay. There we go. Going once. Going twice. Sold 425. The quilt?
This auction team isn't doing too bad.
Should we do? Okay, yeah. Let's switch it up. We'll do.
Okay.
We'll come back.
All right.
Looks like we're moving to this beautiful quilt. And this morning, we introduced Becky Cochran as one of our new board members. And this quilt was done by her sister-in-law. And we appreciate that. Vicki joins in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, correct? So we want to say thank you to her for putting that together and sending that to us. It's beautiful. will look great on your bed, or on your couch, or on you as you watch TV.
Yeah, I tend to get cold, so I'm probably not the only one here. The circulation in the legs. This is going to be an awesome. Oh, yes, the symbol of the zebra. Yes, thank you. So, zebra is to represent rare conditions, and HSP and PLS being rare conditions, thus that beautiful zebra. It's a zebra. Did somebody say a horse? No, it's not a horse. Definitely not a horse. Did I say horse? I didn't say horse, did I? Okay. Okay. Where should we start at? Okay, 500. Starting at 500. Awesome. Okay.
And if anybody wants to try it on, put it over their lap, get kind of warm, we could do that.
Okay, 550. Do we see 550? We got 550. All right, awesome. Okay, let's keep it going here. 600. 600. Okay, we've got 600. Do we have 700 anywhere? Let's see it. Come on, folks. 700.
700 back of the room.
700. Okay. We got 700. Let's do 750. Do we got 750? 750. Okay.
750.
800.
800. Back of the room.
800. 800. Okay. 850. 850. Anybody for 850? 850. All right. 900.
900.
Do we see 900? 900. Okay. How about 950? 950. Come on.
950. You won't see a cold night.
Yeah, you can't lose this one. All right. 950.
950.
Awesome. $1,000. Do we see $1,000? $1,000. Okay. 1,000. Do we see 1,500? Sorry, 1,050. 1,050. We're not doing. Yeah.
1,050.
1,050. 1,050. Anybody want to enter this bidding war? All right.
Nice.
We got 1,050 from afar. Okay. 1,100. 1,100. Do we see 1,100 or hear 1,100? 1,100. Okay. 1,150. $2,000. Whoa.
That's got to be from North Dakota.
Okay. $2,000. Do we have $2,050?
Let's kick it up a notch. Let's say $2,100.
$2,100. Let's go 2,100.
In the back of the room, anybody?
It's 1 in a million, folks. It's 1 in a million. 2,000. Do we see 2,100? 2,100. 2,100. Anyway.
2,100.
All right. Going once. Going twice. Sold. $2,100.
Excellent.
Should we do some of the cool? Yeah, let's do one.
Oh, Karen Gurliasio from Seattle, Washington.
Woo! Excellent.
Thank you, Karen.
We'll do the far one first.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
Want to do that next?
Sure.
Yeah.
You want to promote it?
And now my auction team tells me we're moving to some.
These next or this last one?
These pieces of art are provided by Dr. Hyundai. This woman works all day, all night, and then she's an artist and a painter and a lot of other beautiful things that help us and matter a lot. This is, you want to talk about this, yes?
Yeah.
Yes. Please.
And I can also show it to other people.
Yes.
So this is a special artwork because what you see here, are upper motor neurons. So this is an artwork. This is an artwork of upper motor neurons. There are more than 50 upper motor neurons here. And I created this image from a microscopic photograph that we took in the lab. So this is how art and science gets together. And I wanted to create a beautiful image, but at the soul of it is the upper motor neuron. And the upper motor neurons, if you can see, form a ring and they come together in unity. So I created this thinking about how upper motor neurons are important in our lives, and that when you hang this in this wall, you would not only appreciate the beauty of it, but you will also understand the importance of it, and you would be able to explain your friends, about the upper motor neurons and about the art itself. So this time I prepared two, and those are identical images. It's only the color and alpha and gamma values are changed in the Photoshop. So, I don't know, we can start bidding, and hopefully you will be as generous of your time and money and effort so that these will go into good hands, and also the foundation will be taking advantage of this. So what should be the starting value?
We are going to start for this epic piece of artwork at $1,000.
Oh my God.
$1,000, because this is very special. Okay, let's get it started. Do I see $1,000? $1,000.
$1,000. We have $1,000. Thank you so much.
$1,000. All right, let's keep it going. 1,100. 1,100. For this.
And I made this just for tonight. There will be no other copies. And this is just for tonight. And you'll be the only person who has this. No more copies. Even though it is photo art and it's on the canvas, this is a unique piece prepared just for tonight.
1,100. We got 1,100. 1,100. Yeah. All right. 1,200. 1,200. Let's see it.
1,200 back here, guys.
$1,200.
And Norma wanted me to tell you, in case you're hesitating because you're flying and you're afraid to travel with it, you buy it, we'll take it home and mail it to you. Ship it to you, so don't worry about that.
Don't worry about carrying home.
Is that after?
Whoever wants to look, I can bring it to you. You can look carefully to be able to see the...
See it up close. Shipping's included. Buy now.
We're at 1,100.
1,100. We're going to 12.
We're waiting for 12.
Are we waiting? Well, let's see.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Oh.
Bring him up here. Hey, Jamie. Hey, buddy. Hey, Jamie, are you putting in a bid? Are you putting in a bid for this artwork? All right, Jamie's in for $1,200. Nice. $1,200.
Nice.
All right, Jamie, is anybody going to beat you? Do we see $1,300? $1,300. All right, $1,300. What about 14? Do we see 14?
14 back here.
14. 14. We got 14. All right, let's go to 15. 15. We got 15. Okay, let's keep it going. 16.
Somebody please outbid my wife. Please. Let's start at $15. $1,510.
$1,510. $1,510. Do we see $1,510 or $1,600? $1,600 or $1,510? Either one.
I'm just thinking of the time that she doesn't have to do this beautiful artwork, and just the knowledge she has and how representative that is in our life.
Yes.
So thank you for doing that. Whether we get it or not. 1,600?
1,600. 1,600. Oh, we got 1,600. We got 1,600. Do we
Becky,
have?
you're being outbid.
1,700. 1,700. We got 17. Let's go to 18. 18.
18 back here, you guys? Help me out.
$1,800. Let's do it, folks. Let's do it. $1,800. Okay, 19. $19. 100. 19.
I don't know, Becky. You're being outbid.
$1,900. Okay. We going once? Going twice? Sold. $1,800.
And the second one may go to the, one bidder, not the first one, but the second one if they want, because I have two pieces.
Sure, ask them.
Okay.
What did we do, 1,600?
The other one was 1,800, right?
Yeah, it was 1,800.
So then the person who bid 1,800, maybe they
Or
can
it was 1,700 would be.
700, was it? Oh, it was someone on the phone. Oh, okay. So the second bidder maybe can get the second one.
Okay.
1,800, and then whoever bids
Who was 17?
Who was 1,700? Okay, so you can get the second one if you want. All right, great. Thank you.
Well, that was easy.
Which is the first one she painted. So it's the original.
Yeah.
It was fantastic. No. We're going to wrap up with this guy.
Okay.
So the second one is starting at 1,700.
Is it starting or giving away 17? 1,800. Uh-oh, whoops, it got changed.
1,800.
I think we're back on, and the second one is now up to 18.
Is this? Are we on? Okay. 1,800. 1,800 for the second one.
I think we already got that bid, right?
1,800.
I think we're going to 19.
Let's see it.
What do you think?
Is there a 19?
19.
19. Okay, we got 19. 1,900.
1,900. How about 2,000 back here, you guys?
Oh, what a beautiful number.
2,000.
What a beautiful number.
Yes, they picked up again. Somebody called in. Jamie called in again.
Did Jamie call in again?
19.
We're at 19 right now. We're looking for 2,000.
2,000.
What a beautiful simple
FedEx
number.
next day.
Yep. 2,000. We got 2,000. All right. 2,100? 2,100? We got 2,100. Okay, 22. Do we see 22?
That's a pretty competitive table we have here. Not sure what they're drinking over there, but
22. Do we see 22? 22. 22 is in. How about 23? All right, 23's in. Okay, so 24. We might have to wait a moment, but we're at 24 right now. 24 is in. Okay. 25. How about 25?
2,500.
25's in. There we go. 26. Okay. Okay. The ceiling is high. Come on, folks. Let's get going here. Let's do it. We're 26?
2,600.
We got 26 in? Okay. 27. Do 27. Or should I jump up to 5? This is a deal, folks.
So is it at 2,700? Or is it 26 we have? So 27's where we are?
Yes.
Okay.
Waiting on 27, unless if anybody wants to go to 5. Okay, come on, folks. We're doing it for science, okay? Doing it for a treatment, a cure. Yeah, and to prevent Jamie from getting it.
2,800. Are we at 2,800? Is that what we're looking at? We're at 26, so 2,700.
Yeah, we're looking for 27.
2,700. Towards a great cause, beautiful, beautiful painting.
Okay. Going once.
Special delivery next day. After Christmas.
Going twice. Sold for 2,600. Yeah.
Again, that was Karen Gurley
Okay.
Mother-in-law's last piece of
Oh, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. Craig, do you want to make any more comments on this one, or? Okay. You want to just, okay. Or at least just say, just announce it. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Last piece.
Okay, Becky's going to bring us up close and center. She's going to do a little Vanna White here tonight. So we're going to bring it around the room.
Thank you.
Okay, Ramsey Kadori's final piece.
And this is special. The hours, 22 plus hours.
Take a look up close at that. That is beautiful.
Beautiful piece of art.
Where should I start on this one? Where should I start at? 500?
2,200.
2,200. Okay.
Sorry, John.
Picking up where we left off.
Did it go? What did the other one go? Okay.
What's the starting bid, John?
Let's do 500.
Excellent.
500 from the floor. We're starting at 5.
600. 600 back here.
Come on, 6. We got 6. Okay.
700.
Let's keep it going. Bidding war. Come on. 700. 700. That is a beautiful bird. $700. $700. We got 700. We got 700. Okay, let's do 8. $800. $800 towards SPF. And
I think this is the last piece, right? Is this the last?
This is the last piece.
Okay.
So let's go out with a bang here, folks. 700. 800. Okay, we got 800.
Excellent.
We got 800. Let's do $900.
$900.
$900. Come on, folks. 900. We got 900. Okay. $1,000. $1,000.
$1,000.
$1,000.
Norma, we need to lean on the virtual people here. Can we talk to them? Can we talk to the virtual people? Get them roused up here. The last piece, second to last evening, beautiful dinner. We got a great lineup of speakers tomorrow.
Okay, I'm gonna do 1,000.
1,000.
Well,
right.
that was Jamie. Jamie did that.
So 1,100, right, John?
We're at 1,100 now. 1,100. Okay, 1,200. 1,200. Do I hear Jamie putting in 1,200? Okay, Jamie's in for 1,200. Okay. $1,300.
Here's the exclusive announcement. You will get a signed copy of The Pursuit of Triumph along with the beautiful piece of art there. The first two were lucky, but this one is going for the real prize that it deserves. Every single dollar is going for research, cure, and education. You're all aware of it. Every single dollar is going there. Come on, guys, we can do this.
What was Jamie's bid? 1,300. So Jamie's in for 13. Okay, so we're at 14. 1,400. $1,400. We got 14. 14. How about 15? $1,500. Come on, folks.
John, we have one more special announcement. Compliment what.
I don't know how much of you know, but I wrote that book, The Pursuit of Triumph. It describes the story of a 7-year-old child who is Maurya Koduri, my son, when he was diagnosed and misdiagnosed and diagnosed, this time correctly. It inspires you, it motivates you. Many of you read, there are a number of reviews out there. You will get a copy of it. It will inspire you, it will motivate you, and it will ask you to do more for research. It will ask you to do more for your community, for you, for your family, and for all of us. We are all in this together.
Okay, then I'm in. 15, right here. 15. Do we see 16? $1,600. $1,600.
Wait a minute. Wait for
Do them again. Okay. I can't remember. Okay. So $1,600.
Is that where we are?
We're at 15.
So we need 16.
So I think I'm at 15. I'm in at 15. And I'm happy to be at 15. 1550.
So we're competing against the auction.
Yeah. So I'm beating all of you right now. I am beating everyone here. Okay, so 16. $1,600.
$1,600. Come on, you guys. A signed book, and this is a passion. This is with passion. Both the painting, the piece of art, and the book. And Becky and I have a son, SPG 11, so I feel the passion. And I didn't write a book, so I admire what he's done, the time, commitment. 1,600?
Okay, and Jamie's also
1,600 back there.
Oh, we got 16. All right. 1,600's in.
1,600.
What about 1,700?
1,700?
1,700. Should we get him on FaceTime? If he says yes, we'll do 17. I'm going to leave this one up to Jamie. Hey, Jamie, do you like this beautiful picture of this bird up here? Jamie, do you like this bird? How beautiful is this bird? Okay, we're in. There it is. That's all I needed to say. So that's 17.
Okay, so one more thing here.
A little bit more about the artwork, guys. Padmaja Sunkara, a self-taught modern jute artist recognized by the Ministry of Textiles, India, created this vibrant, colorful bird. Driven by her love for her grandson Maurya and dedication supporting this critical research for ultra-rare disease SPG4, Padmaja Sunkara dedicated 24 hours of passionate artistry to create this stunning piece of art. Each inch of jute reflects not just her artistic expertise, but also her heartfelt commitment to a cause that is close to her heart. This unique artwork exemplifies the mission of SPF Foundation, also Maurya Koduri Foundation, bringing together art, love, passion, and a drive to make a difference. Own this meaningful project and piece of artwork and support critical research. Thank you.
Beautiful. So I think we're at 17 right now, waiting on 18. Is
No
that
pressure,
right?
John.
Hey, do we see 18?
18?
18? 1800? 1800? Okay. Okay. 1800. Jamie, how do you feel about it? Okay. 2,000. We're in at 2,000. Do we see 2,100?
$2,000.
2,100.
Oh, I love that.
Wait, how high does Jamie want to go? 2,000. Okay. 2,100.
2,100?
2,100.
Anybody want to outbid a young man? I mean, for the sake of SPF, yes, but
Yeah, Jamie's 2 years old. He'll be 3 soon, but we have a 2-year-old that's winning the bidding war right now.
he's basically dedicating his
no.
college fund.
He's
to
almost
this.
3, but he's 2. So a 2-year-old is winning right now. $2,100. Okay. Going once. Going twice. Sold to Jamie for $2,000.
Well, thank you once again, Toby and Becky. Please tell Vicki we said great thanks for that beautiful quilt. And Vamsi, the Maurya Koduri Foundation, thank you and your family for providing these beautiful pieces of art. And Dr. O, we always say thanks to you so much for the heart that you put into all that you do with us, research and art as well. And to all of you who bid and all of you who bought, thank you for being so generous tonight with your contributions to the foundation. You're going to have some neat things to take home and remember this weekend by, but thank you for making those bids and making those donations. It will go to a good cause, we promise. And thanks to this pretty good auction team. How about them? Thank you, John. Yeah,
Thank
John
you.
and Tim.
My first time.
Toby in the back.
My first time.
Becky walking around. Thank you all. Guys, in the morning, we get started at 8:30 again. Another good day of speakers and fellowship and looking at the things going on with the foundation and the directions we want to work. Tomorrow, some of you have bought into the 50-50 pot. If you've never been here before, of course, the way that works is you buy tickets, and if your ticket is drawn, you get half of what's in that pot, and the other half goes to the foundation. And of course, if you win the pot and you want to turn around and donate it back, you know, somebody will take it from you. But that'll be at noon tomorrow, so you've got in the morning to buy tickets if you would like to do that. There will be morning refreshments out there as there were this morning, coffee and some food, so please come down and enjoy that. Norma, anything else that I've missed about tomorrow? Yeah. Okay. Guys, thank you so much for a great day together. Have a restful night, and we'll see you in the morning.